언제나 그랬듯이 날 바라보는 반짝이던 너의 모습 only one 유일했던 그 웃음 너머로 가득히 더는 딜하지 않아 no way 언제라도 넌 변명은 no It's gonna be okay just live alone 그 운명을 믿어봐 난 이제 용서해 지친 날들에 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go 한 번 더 웃어줘 빛나게 더 뜨겁게 눈을 떠봐요 웃어봐요 나의 눈물은 말랐어요 예쁜 눈망울 콧날은 어떻고 입술도 어쩜 넌 이래 제발 한 번만 봐줘 날 더 이상 이대로 힘들긴 싫어요 너도 나 없이 혼자는 힘든 걸 알잖아 사랑해 baby No way 언제라도 넌 변명 no It's gonna be okay just a little alone 그 운명을 믿어봐 난 이제 용서해 지친 날들에 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go 한 번 더 웃어줘 빛나게 더 뜨겁게
emotions, I want you to be proud. So you think about it, take your time and get to the root cause. The bigger the man, the bigger the jump, the bigger the suit.
Hello and good morning to our Golden Spatula Cup number 3, day 2. My name is Mix and I'm here with Counterfeit and Wida, and we're a little bit earlier this time, so I hope you all brought your coffee and your snacks and are ready. Guys, did you sleep well?
What sleep? I am well rested because as a responsible adult, I went to bed before midnight last night, so that is
not something I can relate to. But for anybody that's tuning in, maybe seeing us and waiting for the LEC to start, I heard there are people like that. Wida, why don't you tell us what is Rising Legends?
So Rising Legends is the premier TFT competition in the EMEA region, right? If you should be familiar with that by now, but that's Europe, Middle East, and Africa. We have 3 Golden Spatula Cups, and this is the final one of those 3. And at the end of that, and after the end of tomorrow, we'll know who are the players that will be going to the Rising Legends finals from the Golden Spatula Cups. Obviously, we also have the Super Brawl going on, which is a separate fun event. That's going to be super interesting further down the road. But from the Rising Legends finals, you can make it to the Monsters Attack Championship.
Exactly, and that's where we all want to go. But there is another place where we all want to go. Peter, why don't you tell the people about our social media?
Absolutely. If you want to join in the conversation, you can on TFT Esports EMEA using the hashtag TFT Rising Legends, where you can find all manner of wonderful stuff and news about what's going on. But that's not the only thing they can find that way, is it?
Nope, that is not the only thing they can find there either. We have a social contest going on as well over on Twitter. Yesterday we had this meme win. Well, mate,
right.
You have been,
that's my face, in case you didn't see it.
Familiar feeling as well, I suppose. Not feeling too good with some high ping spikes, right? We can all relate to that. So this was the winner from Black Sheep, aka Alvaro Gonzalo 18 yesterday, who did end up taking home 10x. And we have another one today. And well, this template might be a little bit more cursed, some people would say. I mean, thumbs up for me.
I'm trying to recreate it, but somehow your face is not showing up in my hand, so
no,
I must be doing something wrong.
It's some magic that I can do, right? So keep in mind that, again, go to Twitter, caption this meme. You can also be more creative with it, as we saw Alvaro do yesterday, and then you might have your chance to win 10x.
Exactly, and that's something we all want, so make sure you don't miss out on that. But we already did not only have memes yesterday, but also had great competition. We're a little bit surprised by some comps that we were seeing, but before we go into a recap, Wida, what stood out to you the most on day 1 of our Golden Spatula Cup?
I think that a lot of the heavy AP lean, right? I think that we did expect that coming in, but I think that especially towards the back end of the day, we saw a lot more spell slingers kind of being brought into play. We saw Jax pop up as well, and those are kind of the comps that we didn't expect to see a whole lot of, but kind of did have some prevalence.
Yeah, so let's have a look and see how that went on day 1 of our Golden Spatula Cup number 3.
You know, I've always felt like ladies and gentlemen is such a lame way to address the audience. It's needlessly gendered, absolutely no riz whatsoever. So I've got a replacement for everyone. What's up, gamers? Welcome to Golden Spatula Cup number 3. I've broken Makes. It's a great start to the show. My name's Niberia. Joining me in the middle there is Makes, and of course our very own Barry Baden on the end.
Watch, it's going to be just as Lucian damage coming in with a Kaisa as well. Kaisa now has a Giant Slayer online. Even more damage coming from that unit. And we're seeing here just so much damage on both the left and the right of the board. The MF ulting in Unison Blitz, but not quite buying enough time to kill off this Kaisa as well. Last fight win for Maestro. Portugal on top for this game too. But Bifek, I think, very happy with the second place as well.
Actually, he was onto the board to support the cause of Lelouch here. The first MF cast not going to be enough to execute. Is the second one going to put in enough work here? It is going to be a win for Snobble just about, though. Find himself that 2-star vein that has done.
That's quite big.
Since been, well, removed from play.
Jack showed up again. You excited about that?
No.
No? Okay.
And that might just be what turns it around here one more time. An ult is going to come through from that Asol and the Fiddlesticks, but I'm not sure it is going to be enough.
Try and make it considering historical values for the breakpoints on this day 1. We're looking at this fight here. Quick draw. Not doing so much right now. Stuns on the Kaisa, on the MF. Damage as well coming in and just completely deleted in the end there.
That's just heartbreaking, honestly.
Enough win here. Tottenham only at 15 HP. The Ezreal damage comes in and the board evaporates.
That's a massive hit. Tartman going to get knocked out here, and Lalana is going to find a win in Game 6 of our first day of the Golden Spatula Cup.
So thank you everyone for tuning in. We will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. CEST. Dear God, I'm going to need more coffee, but that's okay.
And that was day 1. We are entering day 2, of course, with a little bit of a reduced player base, Peter, but it was pretty exciting, right? You cannot deny. I mean, especially that one guy showing up like mid-board, measuring that Jax range. I thought that was genius.
Oh, it's great. I mean, I was watching this all from the sidelines and seeing how there was so much variety in what was being played, but on a much more kind of like sort of micro scale where we had, we kind of knew what we were getting for the most part, but our players kept surprising us with their different varieties of the same kind of compositions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we do want to have a look and see who actually made it to day 2, because I think some people maybe don't remember who's all in there, but we do. Here are our top 60 for all of the players that are taking part in today. And honestly, there is one name that I'm so happy that he made it into that cutoff. It has to be Ging, the person I called out as winner for this weekend because I really want him to. But man, it was close. I was really shaking in my boots looking at that one.
Yeah, a lot of players falling at that 27 breakpoint. For example, Paderborn's tiebreakers were not good enough. Ended up seeing him get caught before making it to day 2. And that also is going to end one of the most notable streaks in competitive TFT history. Paderborn has had a ridiculous streak about reaching the day 3s of GSCs.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many big names that didn't make it through. There was a couple that only just squeaked in. Double 61, we saw there, having a very good recovery towards the end of the day. If we look towards the rest, Lalana as well. Of course, I'm going to shout out the UK player still remaining in the mix. The very similar path to double through, but we're getting to see some of the names we see from from other places as well. Two Beers making it through with a pretty solid performance as well.
Yeah, and of course, there are some familiar names in through all out these 60 for Lelouch, the person that won the last EMEA finals here. We have Experian, who has won a Golden Spatula Cup before. Zologesang, also very, very known, especially within the German community. And speaking of, we do have a lot of German throughout these 64, a lot of French players as well. But I did see there were some Danish players too, right? You get to have some bias this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I always tend to have bias for day 1 and day 2, never really for day 3, right? So really hoping that they do have some good performances today. Volpix by now at least is a very experienced player when it comes to GSCs, has played in quite a few of these and tends to have pretty decent day 1 performances always, but kind of lacking that final bit that could help him push towards a potential day 3.
I do want to shout out as well, just very quickly, Swellertiger and Volta, both players who definitely need to have those big wins making it through amongst the top players. Really excited to see how they do today.
Yeah, we'll talk about what players need in just a little bit. But before that, is there any newcomers that stood out to you, Peter, out of those players? Because there's a lot of new names in there, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think we've had a lot of big influence on the other GSCs coming for players like Fuzzle, but I'm really hoping that today, particularly for our players who are newer coming in, they need to get a really, really good finish. Ideally win the entire thing. But I mean, Sarah wins in particular, a player who did come through from pretty much out of nowhere and came in and won a Golden Spatula Cup. So I think it's very possible.
Yeah. He's so far so good, right? Chao looks like a player that could potentially even take home another Golden Spatula Cup win, right? Good day 1 performance is the best place to start for that, right? Because it tends to showcase that you do have at least a good understanding of what the tournament metagame has been looking like all throughout the weekend.
And with that, there is another newcomer that we do want to talk about. And with us here live on stream is Kingdanzz. Kingdanzz, welcome. How are you today?
Hello, I'm doing great today.
Awesome. That's so good to hear. You did really well yesterday. Congratulations, first of all, making it as first place on day one. Now, we went through the comps that you played, and right from the get-go, I do have a question for you because a lot of the post-lobby screens we saw from you was kind of like a Belveth with legendaries. Now, that's not a comp that you can start playing in stage 1, 2. So can you tell us a little bit about how you get to that board?
So my game plan is pretty much always just go for some sort of AD opener and then just play strongest board and win streak. And that's currently just working very well because most people just go lose streak into like LeBlanc or Kaiser or whatever. So I just try to win streak like stage 2, then lose some rounds in stage 3, and then on stage 4 I can generally like stabilize my board and just go level 8 and go into that comp. And like once you have double with 2-star, you can just go level 9 and get in all the legendaries.
Okay, I'm taking notes for my ranked games, making sure I got that down.
I'd love to expand on that because it sounds like such an interesting idea. Can you just tell us in a little bit more detail? What are the concerns for you, as a win streaking player versus a loss streaking player? Is there ever a circumstance where you would go loss streak?
Yeah, definitely. Like if I don't get any upgraded units early game, or I get like just a really good lose streak augment, I'm going for that as well. But the general plan is always win streak. Like if I get one 2-star unit, I pretty much always just go for the win streak.
Yeah, so again, another thing that's also worth noting, right, is that on this patch right now, I feel like if you get like an Ash 2 early game, you're talking about, the win streaks really start to open themselves up. And I was going through your starting items because you have been streaming your run so far. So in case people are wondering and would like to see what a first place POV looks like as well, remember to keep an eye out for that. So I noticed that you have a pretty equal split between belt, sword, and bow. Is there anyone out of those that you actually prefer, though?
Yeah, I would prefer to always get the bow, but I didn't really get it in most of the games, so I just pivoted to a sword or like a belt. But bow is definitely the preferred one.
I can relate to that. I always like picking up the bow in the carousel. It's not easy. Usually many people go for it. But so far, the meta has been treating you really well. I think you're currently 12th on EUS ladder, if I checked that and saw that right. So out of all of the comps that we have, now we talked about that Belveth Legendary, but is there a comp that you really like playing? Not necessarily because it's good, but just because it's fun.
Because it's fun.
Okay, do you only like winning? That's a valid answer. Yeah. Winning is fun.
Yeah, like I feel like LeBlanc and Nga are pretty unfun and unhealthy, so I don't really enjoy those comps. So I guess I just enjoy everything else that's like not those real hacker comps.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Thank you.
I'm going to bring this one up. I know this is something that actually makes one for us, but I didn't know if we're going to have enough time to get back to it otherwise. So just kind of wondering about, as a player who is streaming and who's streaming during tournaments and the like, how does that kind of affect your play? To have to, are you actively explaining things as you're doing them? And do you feel like it's an advantage to stream, or is it something that's you just take on as an additional challenge?
To be honest, I don't like. I have my mic turned off and I'm not really looking at chat at all, so it doesn't really affect me. Like it's basically the same as if I was playing off stream.
Okay, thank you so much. So hopefully people check you out. Do you also stream when you're not playing tournaments, maybe, so people can talk to you?
I have not been so far, but maybe I will start streaming in the future at some point.
Good answer. Good answer. So with that, Kingdanzz, we will give you the stage. Is there anybody you want to shout out? Family, friends, people you play with, you prepare with, something like that?
I want to give a shout out to the Legion TD2 community because they've been supporting me a lot during this TFT tournament run. Awesome.
Okay, so hopefully you can now also profit off of our interview buff that people have been talking about. So fingers crossed it works out for you. Thank you so much for taking the time right before the games to talk with us and be on our pre-show. We really appreciate it, and we wish you best of luck today.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you. I love talking to our players. It always makes me so happy.
One thing I wanted to bring up from what Kingdanzz was saying there right at the end is I think it's really easy when you're on the outside of these kind of of these competitions and things, looking in to think, these players are so accomplished. Their play is so good. There's no way it could possibly be like that. But even a player who won day one is talking about the players who are supporting them and enabling them to be the player that they are right now. So I would very much encourage anyone who's hoping to join in future competitions to join those communities and bring your level up that way, because you don't have to do it by yourself.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And I think, kind of looking back, a little bit of a throwback, when we started Rising Legends, there weren't many communities around to actually support that. And now, whatever country in EMEA I go into, it's like, oh yeah, we have a Discord. You should join the Discord. And it's like, yeah, I'm collecting all of those Pengu items in my Discord folders. So make sure, if you are interested in competitive TFT, to check that out. I'm sure there is one for you where you can find friends and happiness as well. But talking about friends and happiness, there is something on the horizon that's a little bit scary, because we're going to talk about the meta. Now, the meta, I think we expected a lot of what we've seen so far, right? I think there's a lot in there that we were like, yeah, we're going to see this, we're going to see that. But there's also some stuff in there that surprises us. Now, Infinity, talk to me about that play angle.
I mean, this does not necessarily surprise us, right? I think everyone going into this weekend kind of expected Infinity Team to be the premier AD tree that we'll see a lot of play. And the good thing about this is that if you get that Infinity Team emblem, that can really set you off in terms of being able to allow you to have that Garen transition into a Fiddlesticks further down the road, potentially. Just having that double CC frontline to buy time for whether that's going to be the ultimate Ezreal, it's going to be a Samira in the backline. Just a lot of these really strong tools. And again, has the anti-hacker tech kind of built in with the Shen as a unit, right? The damage redirection really coming through there.
I think the important thing about Infinity Team as well is that, we've been seeing so many lobbies where so many different players have been contesting each other, and Infinity Team doesn't feel like it's a comp that's, seriously affected by being played contested.
I think the big point there is that you have different options of carries, right? You can go into that Twisted Fate carry, you can go into Samira carry. Obviously, you would like the Ezreal, the ultimate Ezreal as carry, but we've even seen some Sivir 3 boards do really well throughout the tournament. So there's a little bit of different focus that if you see someone else, you can be kind of like, you go for Samira, I go for Twisted Fate. We don't get in each other's way, right? And we try to make it out. Now there's another comp that we want to talk about, and that's not as easy to get through when you're competed, Peter. Talk to me about the Gadgetines.
Well, yeah, I mean, Gadgetine is really fascinating. Of course, we're expecting to see a ton of Gadgetine. Hacker in particular bringing Nara into the backline. I think Gadgetine Crest, or just sort of plus Gadgetine in any way, is so important, because you want to be re-rolling for Nara. But if you don't have a Gadgetine Crest or a way to get up to 5 Gadgetine more easily, it's really hard to re-roll for a 3 cost and then also push through and pick up a 5 cost to complete your trait.
It's also worth noting that Nara 2 is incredibly stable. And to me, this play pattern kind of has a lot of similarities with the old school Jax reroll. I mean, that go all the way back to previous sets, right? But just looking at Monsters Attack Jax reroll, where very often you have a very stable board around just a 2-star free cost. And the thing is that once you have to start contesting for placements that are higher than 5th to 4th, for example, you need to really angle that 3-star Nara. And also you have the secondary carry option with the Gadgetine Crest very often going on to the LeBlanc, for example, as well, right? So you have a duo carry setup most of the time that is really powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've even seen some Lulu carry, I heard. Last time I checked, there was one, but maybe there will be more. I'd be happy to see them. Always happy to see a little bit of a kind of breaking everything else reroll. I think that's cool. But another thing that's pretty cool is that we're going to talk about something that is pretty volatile, I want to say, because as you know, some of our players qualify to the EMEA finals over their Golden Spatula Cup points. Now, these points are awarded when players make it to day 3 of any of our Golden Spatula Cup points, and some players are already safe based on those. We have Snooty, Canvas, Selby, Havali, Kevin Parker, Wet Jungler, Putable, and Awk. All of them have enough points racked up that no matter where that breakpoint cutoff comes in, they are going to be safe in the EMEA final. So congratulations for that from the get-go. But there are some players who are most likely qualified as well. Peter, why don't you talk to me about the right side of this graphic?
Yeah, it's interesting because this is kind of reverse on where you'd hope it would be. As you say, almost certainly the players on the left have managed to get through, but a lot of them actually came and played in the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. So players on the right who are very much in the more volatile zone where they could be overtaken and pushed out, that none of them were actually managed to make it in. We already mentioned Kerfuzzles as a player who's been turning a lot of heads, but we very well may not be seeing at least some of these players when we actually get round to the EMEA finals.
Yeah, the breakpoint could come in anywhere between 50 and 60, but in some simulations I heard it even went as high as 65, in which case Aaliyah and Kerfuzzled would not make it all the way there. And with that, we do have some players in this tournament who need to bank, right? All of their money is on making it really through day 2. I mean, some of them only to day 2, but some of them through day 2, Guido.
Yeah, as you can see on the left here, these are players that like Kingdanzz, Novi, Ukkkkko, etc. that like they need to make it day 3 to have to make it. And then you have players like Double, for example, who needs a top 16 finish tomorrow. Granted, he needs to make it to tomorrow in the first place to be guaranteed a spot through Golden Spatula points, or else he'll have to try to make it from ladder, where he's currently still lacking a little bit of points there as well. So another one as well, Lelouch, as another player we need to be talking about in a short moment in time here. We will need something like a top 4 finish, because he has 0 points. That's also something that's going to be super interesting to follow.
Yeah, and those 2 names are by any means not names that are new. Double 61, ex-world champion, double EMEA champion, Lelouch, currently reigning EMEA champion, will be maybe dethroned at the end of May, but both of these players have a lot of competitive success in their backpack, and right now it seems like they might not even make it to finals. So we're gonna keep on our toes here and see how everybody performs throughout today and then tomorrow as well, of course. But we did want to show this to you and share this. Of course, the names that were grayed out were already eliminated, not taking part in the tournament anymore, just noting that quickly. And I think with that, we do want to go into a quick interview, because we have an interview ready with Shreddin. So let's hear how that went.
Hello everyone, and welcome to T Fight and Tactics. I am of course Impetuous Panda, part of the Rising Legends broadcast team, and I'm joined today by one of the standout players in the Polish scene and also of course in the EMEA scene, that is Shreddin. Shreddin, welcome to the interview. How are you doing on this, looks like a sunny morning now finally in Poland?
Yeah, the weather's great. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, I'm Szymon Jakubowski, known as Shreddin, just as Panda said. I think overall, the less you stream, the more successful you are. You have a chance to be actually on a competitive side. Obviously, there are players that do not really subtract I don't know any other skills during streaming, but I think like most of the people would agree on that. Solgasang obviously is a very known player, and he's a great streamer as well as competitive, but you can always see that he's doing great on ladder, but then the tournament comes around and it's not very really the same. So you also have to spend a lot of time outside of the game other than just playing and streaming. So that also puts more hours into your day that you have to spend onto TFT, and it's not very easy.
This jingle is the best thing we ever made, and you cannot change my mind on it. If you want to hear more from that, make sure you check out our YouTube channel at Play TFT over on YouTube. We're also live streaming there. So hello, YouTube chat. I said hello yesterday to them as well. I forgot that existed, I'll be honest. So we're gonna see how that goes. And with that, I think our gamecasters are getting ready. Before we go into the games, I'll start in a couple of minutes. Peter, what comp do you want to see today? I'm not saying it has to be meta, just what do you want to see?
I think one of the ones which I'm hoping we get to see in one of our 6 games today is, I think one which we had sort of creeping through. I mean, of course, laser core is absolutely everywhere, but I'd love to see more of the Ashe variant, picking up the early augment and trying to make the 1-cost reroll work. I just love seeing players trying to find slightly different ways of approaching the meta comps.
What about you, Ida?
Yeah, I think that what I'm really hoping for is that we get to see less of the free cost hero augments, right? Because they are so defining. So we see something, let's say like some people going for the foster growth, for example, trying to play some Lulu, right? The growth spurt even, sorry, and playing some Lulu carry instead, right? I think that's those, and also like I would like to see some duelists, but right now they're just a little bit outclassed just due to how the nature of the meta is.
All right. I'll hit you with what I want to see, right? Are you ready?
Question mark?
I would really, really, really like to see some good TFT.
What? What a cop-out!
No, honestly, I think I want to see more threat boards. I've been seeing some of them. I think Kevin Parker was also one of the players that noted, like, if he sees that maximum level threat, he just goes for all threats. And I think the Belted Legendaries that Kingdanzz has been playing is right up my alley. So hopefully we'll see a lot more threatful units throughout today. I hear our in-game casters are ready. I think our lobbies are getting ready as well. And with that, we do have a guest on the show today. Here are Niberia and Morgan.
Thank you so much, Mix. I'm here with Morgan once more. Morgan, how you doing, brother? It's been a while since we got to cast together.
Yeah, finally, and I get to be as an in-game, not just as an analyst, and it's with you, Matt. So it's such an honor to be here with you today. You're looking very, very bright today.
I'm doing my best, man. Like, as I mentioned last time I was on the show, it is super duper early for me. It's still not 7 a.m. yet. But I understand both of us are on very little sleep, and you're also fasting. So just buckle up, everyone. This is going to be a cast. It's going to be a good cast, but it might get a little wild at points. So, we take those. How have you been doing otherwise, though? You excited to get back to Golden Spatula Cups?
Of course. I cannot wait whenever they hit me up for like, do you want to be on the go? I'm like, yes, just sign me up, because I love casting TFT. I love playing TFT, and this is one of the many games that you could watch for a couple of hours and never get bored from, because with these players, with these talents that we have, there is no other game that is going to be like exactly identical to the one before it. So a deja vu doesn't really happen that much. So you're going to be on top of your monitor watching everything that is happening on the screen, and you could be hyped for a couple of hours, and the hype just doesn't die. All games are special, and no game is like the other one.
Yeah, I mean, I think my favorite thing that I discovered literally this morning as Makes was talking about it. Yesterday we saw a Jax game every single lobby except for one, and I was like, man, Jax has got to be the new hotness. I got to research this. I asked Chuso about it during the interview, and then Makes comes in after she goes through all the lobbies. She's like, there were only 5 Jax games and we got them all on stream. And I was like, oh, geez, no. So that's always one of my favorite things, is coming in and we're just like, oh man, we've got such a weird read on the meta. And then you look at the rest of the games that we didn't get to see, and it's nothing like what we saw on stream.
Now, this is being lucky or unlucky. It depends on your perspective, but I would think it's lucky, because the only 5 games that people play that a specific comp that is not really supposed to be performing so well in a specific meta or a comp, we got to see all of them on stream, so we can judge what happened in these lobbies. We can tell, what did they do? Like, did the Jax player come out on top? Oh, maybe that means that this comp is underrated. How did he do it? We got to see it on stream. But if we didn't see it, you would just keep wondering, oh, what happened? How could he get top 1 with a Jax comp? It's supposed to be completely off meta, so I consider it lucky. When you get an off meta comp played on stream For 5 games, I consider that very lucky. I wish I was there yesterday. It sounds fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's no fun seeing the stuff everyone's doing. We all know that. Give me the weird stuff. Give me Jax. Give me Lulu reroll. Give me Gangplank carry. That would be crazy. Not gonna happen. Maybe a Kale. I'm here praying, Morgan. I'm hoping they're gonna dig deep for some compositions, because this is the day to pull it out for those players who are on that cusp, who really need to just get to day 3 to make that threshold towards the finals. Whip it out. If you got a pocket piece, now's the time to do it. Don't wait until round 6. Get a strong start to the day. Make sure you get your way towards that qualification, because it all comes down to this. It's the final Golden Spatula Cup of the season.
Yeah, now considering the qualifications part, I don't think that people are gonna be trying any crazy stuff for the first few games, because they want to get as much wins as they can.
I think crazy games, maybe we wait till like 3 to 6.
Yes,
but,
yes.
If someone wants to whip it out game 1, I'm cool with that. If you want to say threats board, no augments, yeah.
I wish. I mean, I want to see like a game that has 4 Nars, 4 Infinite teams. And I saw someone in chat saying something very interesting. They were saying playing against the 7 Infinite team board is like playing against a level 18. Level 11, because he has like 11 units on his board, and when he hits 7 Infinity teams, they just have 90 HP and 90% damage nerf, so it's just like 10% less. So it's almost that you have 2 maximum team sizes. It's just insane.
No, we saw it yesterday as well, and it depends on the placement, because sometimes you're like, well, I really wish I had a second carry. But we saw yesterday, it was, I think, Infiniteam Garen plus the Shen. So you had 7 Infiniteam, these massive, beefy tanks. There were 4 of them on the field. You just cannot touch the backline at all. So, that is one of those compositions that has this massive cap, but you need to be able to get there. And that's where the challenge comes in with this composition. And I expect we're not going to see it super heavily contested. One of the things that was really exciting for me yesterday with the games was like, yeah, we're going to have a Lucian player. We're going to have a Gnar player, an Infiniteam player. And the contested compositions were not the ones I thought they'd be. It'd be like, we have 4 players going Star Guardian Nico. It's like, oh,
yeah, that's
okay.
The beauty of these comps. Yeah, the meta right now has almost everything playable. As long as you get the correct items for it, as long as you can get the good augments for it, you can make anything work. Because with an Axiom Arc, you can play whatever you want. A Twisted Fate, a Nico, a Quick Draw Lucian. How many comps can you play with Axiom Arc? So many. I mean, at this point, we might not be seeing one of the comps that were heavily nerfed to the ground and absolutely just buried underground. Something like Masked Vex. I think Vex was only really good at the start of this set at 8.5. But then everyone kept abusing it. I'm looking at you, Soulless. And they got like a lot of good LP with it. And then they kept spamming it. Like the play rate for this comp was like 2.6 or something. You would go into a lobby, a minimum of 3 people are playing Vex. Then they just got absolutely nerfed to the ground, so we're not expecting to see them. If you see a Vex, it's probably played as just a Rift Walker to get the 5 Renegades or maybe 4 Mascots just for a better front line until you can get the Leona. But some units and comps are just absolutely dead at this point, Vex being the most memorable one for me.
Yeah, and of course, these players coming in, there's plenty of experience on this board. Players like Sweller, Ryko, and Double 61 been a part of the competitive scene since those early sets. Of course, Double being our first ever world champion in Galaxies. And then a name, I'm going to shout it out because it's the second day I get to see him. Darkhydra hasn't streamed in 2 years. Bring it back, man. Come back, please. He's back in competitive at the very least, and he had a killer day yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm very happy to see my man Ryko again playing, as much as I hate him for absolutely smashing my face in the Twitch Travels tournament when I played against him. But no, I love this guy. He has a very good sense of humor. Just kidding. And it's very good seeing Ryko every time. And he's one of my favorite people and players to interview whenever we're on this tournament, because he has a very good sense of humor. He has very good camera presence. And here we go, kicking in for Game 1 in Day 2 in Golden Spatula Cup Day 2. I'm very excited for this one, Matt. What are we seeing right now?
Let's get into it, baby. We got a tier start coming in here for Texida. Now, Texida is one of the players that I'm going to be keeping an eye on this game. I don't feel like I personally have a great sense of him as a player, so that's where a lot of my focus is going to be. Outside of those stalwarts of the scene, like Drai, we were talking about earlier on in the show, is one of those players that really needs a high placement, not just today, but tomorrow as well, in order to have a chance at those finals.
Yes, and we can never really judge what comps people doing right now, but I see two Infinity Pantheons right here looking pretty hot with a Warmogs almost a force on this one if you want to have a frontline comp. But let's wait for the augments first so we can start speaking about seriousness, in all seriousness, these people. Now, I want to know what does Try have the default board? Out of all of these boards, the default just says, what's your favorite board to play on, Matt?
See, here's the problem, Morgan. I'm a sucker for spell slingers still, but my favorite thing is 1 to 2 cost hero augments, and I know I get flamed for that all the time, but I struggle if I don't have direction. But with a 1 to 2 cost hero augment, you pick it, it's just like, well, that's what you're playing. You got Growth Spurt, you're playing Lulu. You can't play literally anything else. So
wait. Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm not speaking meta here. I'm speaking board skin.
Board
not board
skin. Oh, the turtle one, for sure. The turtle one.
The turtle
Obviously.
one. Okay.
Come on. What am I, crazy?
Okay, we can be friends. As long as it has a good intro and an animation, I'm loving it.
It's all about the intro, baby. It's all about the intro. You know it. You know it. I'm interested to see what these augments are, because the hero augments really shape these games very differently.
It's 3-2-3. Time
3-2-3 on 2-1. Okay, we haven't seen that on stream yet. This is going to be fascinating. Rock Solid is a good option. You were talking about that Vex comp earlier having been nerfed. Sweller digging deep.
Imagine, he already has 3 Infinite Teams and he gets that Recursion Maddox. Of course he's not going to miss that. Of course, you're playing 3 Infinite Teams. You always got the 4th one on board, and this is when that Lucian's going to be finally going off. You got a Poppy. You can switch with defenders to a good front line. You already have a Sunfire that he can maybe slam on the Pantheon or on the Chen for the Recursion Matrix to have maximum value. But at this point, I think 3 costs on stage 1 are absolutely wogs to play against and to watch.
Yeah, it's super fascinating too, because the reason 3 costs can be so strong isn't just because they're strong units. A lot of compositions are limited in the early game because they rely on having a 3 cost carry to even get off the ground. You can't get those synergies without that 3 cost. So getting them off the jump, huge.
Exactly. Thank you so much for this point, because that's what I was about to speak about. So you took it from the tip of my tongue that 3 cost hero augments, they don't just rely on the strength of the augment itself, but the fact that they get you that 3 cost early in the game. Something like Anima Squad, something like the Shen, for example, and the Infinite Teams. This gives you a lot of strength for board like these. Now, something we spoke about a lot is the LeBlanc. Now, aim assist might not be one of the strongest augments right now until you can get it into a 3-star, because that's when the sigils increase and that's when the augment starts getting really strong. But getting a LeBlanc with aim assist on 2-1 is pretty nuts.
Oh yeah, and here's the thing that's going to be interesting as we follow through the game. Raiko right now is in a really strong spot because, like you said, he's not contested on this. Nobody else going to find a LeBlanc at 2-1. They're not quite that lucky. But as we get into the later stages of the game, if there's going to be a bunch of hacker compositions, Raiko is screwed. He's not going to have a single LeBlanc left in the pool. He's going to be stuck on LeBlanc 2 the rest of the game. We saw his admin. It's scaling HP. That is not going to save you with a LeBlanc 2 late game, my friend. So hopefully, Hacker is not that contested, or Raiko is going to potentially be in danger.
Okay, now this could be good, and it could be very risky for him again. Now, the scaling HP, getting it from the start of the game, because you already got the LeBlanc early, is going to make her really tanky. So when you throw into that backline, imagine if he gets something like the Thrill of the Hunt, maybe, that LeBlanc is going to be very chunky. And she kind of works like Laser Corp comps, you know? When someone dies, they just move the drone. Now, when the LeBlanc kills someone with the aim assist, she aims at another person. So that kills him. So she heals. So she kills. So she heals. And it's just an endless cycle of the LeBlanc playing as if she was a Laser Corp unit. And she just 1v8s. And trust me, it is one of the most disgusting defeats you can have when just one LeBlanc obliterates your entire board. She's really strong at level 3 with full items.
Well, and you mentioned it earlier on. One of the things that I want to be looking for throughout the day is that Axiom Arc Augment. Throughout the set, it's been sort of gotten a bad rap because it's been either bugged or like super undertuned, but especially for units like LeBlanc, like Lulu, it is absolute best in slot because you get those resets. Those are units that rely on getting a kill every single cast. So you get a aim assist LeBlanc with Aximark, that will take you to late game.
Exactly, and every unit that relies on resets will 100% get it triggered pretty easily. And now we want to look at what items people have. So Ukkkkko is again playing on the LeBlanc, if I'm not mistaken, so he needs one more blue buff. He needs one blue buff, so he needs one more tier, sorry for that. And I think an Archangel would work as well. LeBlanc is one of these units that tend to survive until the end of the battle, so an Archangel in Hell would work perfectly. Yeah. A Gunblade would also be very nice. And you don't want to slam the Jeweled Gauntlet so early in the game, just in case you can have a Jeweled Lotus. So you would save that item for another full item, maybe that gives her healing, more damage. So people don't tend to slam the Jeweled Gauntlet ASAP.
Well, I'm looking across the board here as well, Morgan, and I'm seeing all of these augments. We have 3 people going Recursion Matrix and 2 people going for Multi-Shot. Now, Recursion Matrix, I can see multiple people going for. Shen is a really strong unit in general, being that defender frontline. So you've got a little bit of flex there. It's not just Infiniteam, but Multi-Shot, that's Kai'Sa carry only. So those 2 are going to be contesting each other. Just in case you didn't get the chance to see it, that is going to be Dry and Betrayal, just fighting each other over those Kai'Sas for the rest of the game.
Oh, I was a little bit worried that this one might give him the Portable Hawk. That would have been interesting. Here's the thing about Rider Spoils for anyone in chat. If you put the Ezreal near one of your carry units, it gives them either a Trinity Force, I forgot what the cannon item was called, or the Black Cleaver. And if you put them in the front, it could give them the Spirit Visage, or the Rendwin Sanctum, or the Blitz Hook. So just in case this one hit at the hook, Del LeBlanc was surely dead. But why does he care, man? He got best in slot items from Death Thief the Gloves before Annie. It is the Deathblade Annie, baby. What are you talking about?
AD Annie. Look, don't diss AD AP carries. I had a Lux with Deathblade, Giant Slayer, Last Whisper carry me to stage 4. It can happen. The dream is alive, Morgan. I believe in AD Annie.
I believe in AD Annie as well. As long as it's you or Ukkkkko playing it, I'm giving you guys full trust. Now, thing is,
appreciate it.
He just has to figure out now, do I push to level 6 or am I strong enough to survive against that? But he just keeps getting very good items from the Gadgetines. It's okay if the Thieves' Gloves lays you down. You have another roll with the Gadgetines. One time it gives him the Warmogs, now it gives him the Titan's Resolve, so that Poppy is going to be very, very chunky.
Yeah, and he is on a full win streak at the moment, as is Betrayal. So the winner of this 1 versus 1 gets to go into Krugs with that massive econ lead. And it looks like it is going to be Betrayal, as that LeBlanc just not enough damage.
Okay, now this hurts. If he leveled to level 6, he maybe would have won this one. But I don't think he has anything to add. So worst case scenario, you don't level and you just can make enough econ with the 20 gold that you have, going out of the Krugs with about 40 gold. But imagine leveling and losing. Now that's kind of heartbreaking. So Ukkkkko might have just lost the TFT RNG combat, but he still has enough money. So I'm pretty glad that he didn't level up. Betrayal is the only one who gets to survive stage 1 with 100 HP. So that's a very good start.
Yeah, that is one thing I want to flag early on in today's competition. This is the difference between those like Masters and high challenger competitive players, is those micro decisions around economy. So important right now in this set to make sure that you get there with enough gold to roll down. So great decision there from Ukkkkko, saying, okay, I can either level and be 0 interest and take that big risk, or I can just play it safe, make sure I at least have that 20 gold interest and get through the game. Now, Double here is the only person on a full loss streak, so the other end of the table, and has committed very early to that Gnar from the hero augment.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's the only one that has Temper Tantrum, so at this point, it doesn't really matter if he's losing or not, because he's not contested. He's the only one that has this. Now, except for Swellertiger, Simply Watchtech, Darkhydra, who all of them have Recursion Matrix, Betrayal, and Thry also have multi-shots. So the only ones in this lobby that are pretty much not contested are Tixida, Double, and Ukkkkko. And I don't think Tixida is going to be re-rolling for an Ezreal, so we could say that we're expecting a 3-star LeBlanc, and that's it. Maybe a 3-star Gnar, maybe. But none of these casters are hitting 3-star because it's really hard. Unless it's a Prismatic and we get Think Fast, and one of them can sync really fast and get his LeBlanc. I mean, his Kai'Sa to level 3.
Yeah. Now, taking a look here at Tixida, has invested all the way in this Blitzcrank. That's going to be
Already?
a Blitz 3, just beefing it up, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very strong quick draw Lucian. Maybe Renegades, but I don't think Renegade is working at all. And if he plays the Blitz, it's not gonna be Renegade, so that's confirmed. That quick draw Lucian. He's still losing, so I don't think that Blitz is gonna be effective. If not, you can have a lot of items on that Lucian. And what augments are we getting now? Oh, first aids. And
Yeah, I gotta say, Lucian 1 with literally no AP items, probably not going to be enough to take him through it. He's going to roll through this and pick up the Portable Forge. We'll see what he can find. Randuin's Sanctum would be interesting.
That's quite unlucky if you ask me. You need more damage on that Lucian, and just as you said, as long as you have him on level 1 with no AP items, maybe a Zonias would have helped that Lucian to survive a little bit and bump in some of that AP damage, but these Forge items just suck in his situation.
Yeah.
You don't want any of these.
I mean, Infinity Force doesn't feel like it's strong enough because Lucian needs to one-shot. Like, that is the thing that he does in order to function as a carry in the late game. He needs to be able to one-shot, so that's just not enough AP for him.
Yeah, and we were just talking about a little bit before this augment selection, Matt, about the Axiom Arc, and we have it right now in front of the screen for us. Double 61 playing against that Ezreal board with that Lucian. That Defiance Lucian, though, he's not even gonna be healing anyone because it's not a Gunblade, just himself. So missing Zonias in this stage from the Portable Forge, I think gives this Lucian nothing. It almost feels like Darkhydra is playing down one augment just because that Forge just didn't hit him the Zonia. Sad.
Yeah, I mean, healing's really strong on that Lucian, but like we were saying, it's going to be a lack of damage without that double AP items on him. Usually you'll see something like Gunblade plus Rabadons, or just Rabadons plus Jeweled Gauntlet and say, screw it, I don't need healing, I'm just going to murder everyone, which is also valid.
Yeah, anything is valid because death is the best CC, obviously. And
of course, we've all known this since 2009 when League of Legends first came out. We learned that death is the best CC.
Yeah, exactly. And even before that, a lot of games were just like, why do you put a control unit? Just
I could use brilliant strategy, or I could just murder him.
Exactly, and this works as the best CC, obviously. And right now, since Double 61 could finally play against Raiko, who's managed to hit his hacker emblem pretty much very easily. I mean, not emblem, I mean his hacker trait pretty easily. So he's very safe from that Gnar, who's just absolutely murdering his backline. And him having a Morgana will give him the shred for the LeBlanc to destroy the Gnar pretty quickly, and also give him a little bit of CC for the Gnar.
Yeah, I think aim assist also gets a little bit underrated. One of the really good things about it, especially into this composition, double, not going to be able to find it. The LeBlanc makes her way through it, and I think one of the strengths of it is into Oxforce. Because normally, if you run into an Oxforce with LeBlanc, you're just stuck on that target. With aim assist, you're at least getting some splash damage onto a secondary target, and that really paid off during that fight. Was able to get an extra kill while stuck on the Annie.
Yeah, now, I don't think if I was double, I would have won this one, because he's already playing on a loss streak anyways. So as long as you can just lose with one unit, that's a good loss. That's a good loss. And you're making more economy. Every round, you're getting 3 more extra gold. So you can survive until maybe you can have 50 and start rolling on these Lucians. But that's the thing. The unit is just so contested, even if nobody's rolling for him to be a 3-star. I mean, everybody can just have a thrown 2-star Lucian on his board. It's either for Renegades, it's either for Quick Draws, and it's also for Infinite Teams, and it's for Lucian reroll. So hitting a 3-star Lucian in this lobby is quite challenging, especially that you have two players playing multi-shot, so they need these Lucians. At the early game, at least.
Yeah, Darkhydra not in a great spot either. Rolled down about 10 gold there, it looked like. Still didn't even find a Lucian 2, but it is up to 2 Lucians. That's something. It's not great, but better than nothing at this point. Randuin's Sanctum will be that draw from Raider Spoils, but running into a very early Aurelion Soul carry coming in from Wojtek. And that's going to be doing a lot of work on that backline. Plus a Syndra.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a roll.
That's just quite sad looking at Darkhydра's board at this point. Like, it's very, very rough to just get 2 Lucians. 2 Lucians at 3.5. How many 1-star cost units exist in the game? 28, 29? It's huge. There are a lot in the pool, but he's just not getting any of these. And when it came to the Portable Forge, he has 2 legendary items being given to him every round. One because of the augment. I mean, Ornn items. Sorry, not legendary. and the other one is just given from the Rider spoils. Now, anything would have been better than a Death Defiance. Anything. Azonia's would have been perfect. A Spirit Visage for the additional Blitzcrank, surviving which scales absolutely nice with the Warmogs that he already has slammed because of the maximum HP just stacking. So it's a very good combo. Spirit Visage and a Warmog means you have a 3-star Blitz that cannot be killed because that unit is so tanky. It's just, I want to say underrated, but no. We've been seeing a lot of Blitz 3 recently.
Yeah, and there you go, Anima Visage, as you were mentioning. But the problem is that LeBlanc is right on the Lucian 1-star, as we've mentioned. So you've got this super beefy Blitzcrank doing his best, and there's absolutely no one left to help him out. He does less than 0 damage, so he's just going to be playing in a 1 versus 6 here.
Yeah, I wish you could see the disappointment on my face. I mean, and Matt's reaction in the actual camera IRL was just absolutely priceless.
Go, Blitz, go!
Yeah, he got the Spirit Visage, but
Get the
Blank is going on the backline. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. 26 HP just before Wolves is... Copium.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to roll down this and next round or he is out of this game.
No, come on, more dog. Come on, more dog. Give this man a Lucian. Yes! Lucian 2 on 3-7.
You know it's dire when the casters are like, yeah! 2-star, 1 cost, stage 4!
Yeah, Lucian's here. More dog's blessings. Woo! Okay, hopefully he can get at least some damage items on this Lucian. Jokes aside, he needs damage items, but no. More dog says, here's more gold because I heard you need to reroll for that Lucian. There you go.
This is brutal. It's going to have to be the full roll down. You need both 3-stars there for the Lucian and the Silas in order to have a chance to stabilize. It's the start of stage 4, and Tuxedo is just really, really in a tough spot.
Oh my god, at this point, okay, to be fair, he has an Ecos that he can use on whatever unit he gets.
There's 6
you just
Lucians.
need 2 more. You have an Ecos. You can use that on whatever we want, and since it's a reroll comp, we're gonna say or consider this the lower tier Nico. You know why? Because it doesn't matter. We just want 2 more Lucians for that 3-star. And it's a Blitz Hook, but it's on a bad unit.
Yeah, it's on an Ash one, so not all that impactful. So you see the Infinity emblem coming out from Sweller on that Garen. As we mentioned earlier on in the show, very strong frontline unit to put it on because you're going to get a second massive tank. Give time for those sure shots in the back to amp up.
DD Lucian. Come on, you can make it. He's surviving for a very long time, man.
One more. All right,
we're just hyping the impossible, Matt. I appreciate the effort.
Yeah,
Thank you for jumping
we gotta,
on the bandwagon.
we gotta have faith. Morgan, what are we if we don't have faith in our little 1-cost rerolls?
As long as you're playing against more dog, maybe no, you don't have faith at all. But okay, he finally gets it, and it's time to use. I think it's time to use.
He's just gonna keep rolling.
Yeah, I think he's waiting until maybe he has to use it on either the Silas or the Lucian. But it has to be the Lucian. Okay, maybe the Silas actually just went to 3-star.
Silas 3.
And it's gonna be Lucian 3 as well. And it's the Joel Lotus. Let's go, baby.
All right,
Let's go.
all right. Back in it. 3 items. Matters less that he's stuck on the Death's Dance there. We saw how powerful the healing was and that delayed damage effect. So now that he has the additional crit chance on that ultimate, can maybe get an AP item 3rd. Maybe enough to stay in the game. He hit all that he could, but he's now down 0 interest coming into stage 4.
Okay, here comes the Sonya, finally. Okay, but correct me if I'm wrong. What if we move the Death Defiance onto the Blitz until we can get a good item on the Lucian? Because it simply delays the damage that the Blitz takes, and that means that he's gonna be more tanky. But the Death Defiance at this point is just getting us 0 value. Now, except in this one, where he has the Sonyas and also the Death Defiance, so that Lucian is just gonna 1v9, baby, because the Joe Lotus hits, and that damage is more than enough to get Darkhydra out from this one.
Well, Death's Defiance is pretty uniquely suited to dealing with a Samira composition. She doesn't do burst damage, she does it in little tiny ticks. So that gives Lucian the time to fire away with those ultimates, heal back up, and the delayed damage makes them just melt off.
Yeah, I just read Darkest in chat saying, let's go, Berkay. By the way, Berkay is Betrayal TFT. I can use his first name because we're tight like that. Yeah, I know top players, but it's not a big deal to me. This is one of my favorite copy pastas.
We're tight, no big deal.
Okay. Matt, is Hydra surviving or not?
I think he's got a pretty good board to start with. He's got the IE Belveth. We saw how strong this double threat carry composition can be, and that Garen is an incredible frontline. Mech plus threats is a viable composition at the moment, and we're seeing a ton of damage going out from that ASOL already.
Okay, you're looking at the ASOL, but I'm looking at my baby Belvasi with that Infinity Edge trying to put in some of that damage right straight into the Garen. But the thing is, it's just a battle of the Titans. He's too tanky with the Gargoyles and the Dragon Skull, giving her more enough time. But if the Morgana cuts, she's just gonna be doomed, and it hits right before. Oh my god, it was just 1 second for the overtime.
Yeah, half a second that Samira would have ulted, killed them both.
Unlucky.
Hydra's holding 4 components, though. He is floating so many items, so this might be the chance. That'll be a last whisper for him. Could help him a little bit in this situation. Problem is the rest of his items aren't exactly inspiring. Don't want to put a Morello's because you already have an Aurelian Soul. Don't want a Jeweled Gauntlet because you've already got a Jeweled Gauntlet. It's a bit of a rough spot from that perspective.
Yeah, and at this point, at stage 4, one of the most and one of the best damage items that you could look for your main carry is obviously the Giant Slayer. Considering his items, what are you gonna do with a shield for a Lucian? Oh, you're not gonna pump that damage with a Locket, baby. So he's looking for something to do with that dagger. And I think the best that he could do is maybe, the bow is another BF sword for a Giant Slayer. Now, a lot of people in this stage have their main carries bumped up with a lot of items. So it's much safer option than the Guard Breaker, for example, because you're not sure that whoever you're gonna be playing against has a shield some way. But the Giant Slayer is almost always gonna trigger. Because at this point, even if they're one cost, just like this Garen, they're gonna be above 3k HP at least. Because make a prime, baby.
Yeah, Last Whisper he slammed, though, is going to be really useful against this composition with the double defender frontline. The Belveth getting targeted pretty early. So you see that Star Guardian comp on the side of Betrayal, picked up multi-shot early, and only has a Hand of Justice on his Kai'Sa, yet despite that, just ripping through most of Hydra's board. The ASOL just a little too strong. So I'm curious to see where Betrayal goes from here, because it seems like he's just got absolutely miserable items.
Yeah, it's fine though. He has very good economy. He has a lot of HP, so he can tank almost a full stage loss at this point. I mean, not stage 5, because losses are quite hurt. But again, multi-shot is heavily contested in this lobby because a lot of people want these quick draw units. And he's not just playing the augment alone. Thry also has the multi-shot, if I'm not mistaken. It's Thry, right? Yeah, it's Thry. Yeah, multi-shot and Exiles and Celestial Blessing. But speaking about Betrayal again, yeah, Thrill and Star Guardian Crest. Which one do you think of these two has a better comp? A better augment mix for the melee shot to work?
It's hard to tell at this point because Betrayal just doesn't have any items, and I think that's the big difference maker for the Kai'Sa. She just scales so well with additional items. And running back into doubles board here, we know he's been Gnar since the start, picking up that hero augment early on, and it's just directly on the Kai'Sa, so she's not long for this world.
Oh my god. You just got hackered, baby. You know that Ox DD?
Yeah. We need hacker DD.
You just got hacker DD, or not DD'd, because this is just very hard to position against. I remember when Kai'Sa was a Reckon. Remember these good old days, Matt? And you could just position her right in face of these carries and she would just dodge, go absolutely faker mode and just... But now she's just
she's got boomer hands now. No longer has the mechanics to make those dodges.
Sadly. Okay, Star Guardian Morgana. How do you feel about that?
I think it's really good. Ironically, especially into Hacker, didn't really show itself off that time. But if you can get that Morgana to get the brunt of the damage in, she can stun that Hacker unit, give your carry more time to turn around. But again, Kai'Sa, it's just a Kai'Sa 2. It just has Hand of Justice. She is not doing much damage. And that's really limiting Betrayal's board.
At this point, yes, very. And the fact that Darkhydra is only alive on 1 HP, I actually got a little bit concerned for a second, you know, Matt? And I just checked the augment board that we have to make sure, is that a last stand? But no, it was more Dog's Blessings. He has no last stand and he got to survive on 1 HP, exactly. So, are we looking at Hydra? Can we see Hydra, please? Is he surviving or not? Now, I bet that this battle will be very intense. Thank you, production. I love you.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the item components he has. He's going to pick up that tier, potentially going for Archangels or a Shojin to finish off. It will be Gunblade on the Belveth. So he'll have 3 items on both his carries, potentially. Or Slam the Sunfire.
Okay, I think the Gunblade on the Belvet makes more sense, and I definitely agree with this because he has 0 survivability augments. Sunfire Board does give him a lot of damage and anti-heal, so you don't need the Shujin on Dorian Soul. These extra casts are not going to be as effective as the Sunfire Board, which is already triggered on top of everyone at the game starts. But at this point, the Belvet has to do enough damage to survive with that Gunblade, but the Fiddlestick just says no. And ladies and gentlemen, we just lost our first player in day 1. It's going to be Hydra going Giga 8th at this game. And
didn't clock that Sunfire Board on Hydra's board, but it was just too little too late for him. Wasn't able to get those carries online in time, especially running against Rai's board with that 3-item Kai'Sa, who is just absolutely popping off at this stage. As we rotate over to Wojtek's board, and we saw earlier on him pick up that early Syndra. Seems like that's doing well. And double hits Gnar 3. We've just got hit after hit after hit so far, Morgan.
Oh my god, he also has 2 of his best slot items, the BT and the Titan's Resolve. Also, the Hodge works pretty fine because it gives him extra Omnivamp and the champion skills with both AD and AP. So I think Gnar, with doubles now hitting him into 3-star, is going to be really scary to play against.
5 Gadgeting as well was able to find that Nunu on 7, which is, as we were talking about, incredibly hard to do.
Yeah, finally hitting that Gnar 3. And the Lucian DD is not going to be that, quite exquisite, strong enough. Or no, he actually does delete the Gnar. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, Mr. Lucian, because he does hit that, and double 61 actually loses the battle despite hitting a Gnar 3. What?
Texida really turning this one around. Full win streaking ever since hitting that Lucian 3. Has the itemized Silas 3 and Blitz 3. So that Lucian just super safe there in that backline, able to get all the time he wants to fire away.
I mean, that's quite interesting. I didn't expect the DD Lucian to be that strong, not gonna lie. But now him surviving into 6-win streak with 30 gold, almost able to survive until stage 6, that Lucian is gonna be pretty scary. And what other unit can you add? Maybe look for an MF for 4 quick draws. There'll be...
it's gotta be MF to cap out the board, get that quick draw. The entirety of this board is focused around that Lucian damage, and that's the best way to increase it.
Yes, and now it's gonna be double against Thry. Both of them had a very good run, except that Thry was heavily contested again because we said that Kai'Sa has not been given enough survivability. Now, top of the news, at least she didn't have to face the Gnar, and the placement for the Hacker DD is not going to be triggered this game. She's able to scale with the Archangel pretty much for as long as the combat goes. She's going to be dealing a lot of damage with the Jewel Gondol as well. These crits are pretty nice, but that Gnar just doesn't die. Look at the BT and Hodge healing. He just yeeted her off the board completely.
Yeah, 1 shot, 1 kill there from the Gnar, and we can see just how much damage he does against those squishier units. Without the Last Whisper, that's the only time you're going to see him not take those 1 shots.
Okay, what items are we looking for right now? If I was double, I don't think he needs any more carry items, so maybe Azizora could help, maybe the Last Whisper that you spoke about. If he had not already applied the maximal items on his Gnar, yes, goes for the Azizora. Makes total sense. And Thry, I think, needs better Kai'Sa items, but does he have a remover? I didn't check, but he needs better Kai'Sa items.
I don't believe so now.
Ah, sad. He needs better Kai'Sa items though. If he needs to go top 4, these Kai'Sa items will not help with his augments, Matt.
Well, I mean, speaking of Kai'Sa items, Betrayal was absolutely in a miserable state. Ooh! There's the remover! You were talking about it earlier on, Morgan. Got the Zonias on top of it.
Yeah, and now
but what's the last item here?
It's gonna be the Giant Slayer, yeah, of course, 100%. Now, I think it's better if the Camille takes the Morellos. It's either her or the Ezreal, because they're the best players for this, as they have a lot of AoE damage. And the Silas gets either them or all the DD. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. It also had an AoE damage effect. I would think that the DD would be better, but maybe...
Yeah, that was what I was thinking as well. I was definitely expecting the DD to go on there.
It's okay,
We have 2 players at risk of elimination, Texida and Swellertiger at the bottom of the board. Texida looks like he's doing well for the time being, but there goes the protection for that Lucian. Misfortune free firing away. Lucian survives for the time being, won't be able to take down the Kai'Sa. Edge of Night too strong, and it's just Blitz versus Kai'Sa. Meanwhile, Swellertiger takes the L as well. Both players will fall down.
Yeah, we tried to give as much trust and as much love to Texida, despite him hitting very good items at the last stage and that Zonia coming in, but it came a little bit too late. However, he does manage to hit 5th place, and again, double 61 is going to be surviving on 1 HP again. And top of the news, it's not last stand, Matt. So what's happening there? 2 players in the same lobby survive on just 1 HP.
This is definitely a lobby of tight margins at this point. Unless you're Raiko and Betrayal, who are just hard chilling a full 20 HP above everyone else in the lobby. But for double, this could be the last round of this game.
This is about to get even better for Betrayal because the Gnar hits the perfect spot for the Kai'Sa, but at least she has a GA, so she does get to survive. And that MF is dealing a lot of damage. Black Cleaver, 2-star, Star Guardian, so she casts a lot with the Rage Blade as well. And that Gnar is just not able to one-shot her because he doesn't have enough damage with the Lust Whisper or the Death Blade. And she just casts a lot with that Star Guardian crest on her, but
Gnar?
he's healing. Gnar's doing it.
Healing.
He has a lot of Omnifam, but the Cinder with the CC will get double 61 just out before top 4, and he will not be able to make it.
And the difference for Betrayal that fight was that thrill of the hunt. You could see every time that Misfortune casted, despite the Gnar having full aggro on her, she was able to heal back up, preventing her from dying from that ult, buying time for both herself and the Kai'Sa to rip through the rest of the board from double. So that'll be a 5th place for our 2-time EMEA champion, 1-time world champion, as Wojtek will see his board making it into that top 4.
Okay, who are you voting for, Matt? Do you think it's going to be Vojtek, Thry, or Raiko and Betrayal just to the top 2? Can Thry and Vojtek make it to top 2 at least?
I think Wojtek has a really good chance here alongside Raiko because Betrayal and Thry are both contesting each other. Neither has that Kai'Sa 3 at this point, as I recall.
Yep.
So they're going to have lower cap boards comparatively, but Wojtek is going for an interesting mix of threats, plus that Syndra, plus really a smattering of anything he can fit in.
This is one of the most random yet one of the best looking boards I've ever seen, because that Aatrox is just too tanky. He has 2 Pantheons in the front, so that's an additional meat bag for the frontline units to hit it. And the recursion metrics give them a lot of sustain, because as long as their abilities are active, they receive way less damage, about 26% if I am mistaken. So they're able to survive. It's tripled, so it's 24. So they get to survive for a lot of time, Matt.
Yeah. And here's the board we were talking about earlier on. Thry also on that multi-shot, quick-shot board. And the Misfortune with the Gunblade, with that Obsidian Cleaver, is just tearing through the board. Even that Aatrox is not enough to block it. And Misfortune, one final ultimate, will take down the Samira. And it's just the Aesol doesn't have Zhonya's left. So Wojtek will fall down in 4th place. We're back to our top 3, Morgan.
Yeah, we were right. Washington is not going to be able to make it to top 2, but I think Thry might have a better chance. It depends on who is going for against, and I think he's going to be playing against Betrayal. Judging by both boards, again, both of them did not have the best items on their Kai'Sas, but that Star Guardian MF is just too strong, I think. At this point, it's going to be really hard to play against, and we have a 2-star Urgot.
Yeah,
Nice.
And this is fascinating to me as well. Raiko not going for the LeBlanc 3, instead opting to itemize that Urgot as a secondary carry. And it's going to be Kai'Sa versus Kai'Sa, one of these 2 players, Thry, at risk of elimination.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be Betrayal because of his very strong MF right now with that Black Cleaver just shredding through everybody. And with the Rage Blade and the Star Guardian, she has a lot of consecutive mana being stunned up. Even that Leona's not going to be able to do anything to his Garen. And she gets to cast again, so it's going to be Betrayal hitting the top 2, and Thry goes out on 3rd place, but it was a very nice try. Again, the MF is just too hard to play against with 2 quick draws.
Yeah, I mean, look, 3rd place on a comp that you're contesting, that is 100% a result you should be proud of and happy with. Thry needs to get to day 3, and his performance on that day 3 is really going to count. But right now, what he needs to do is progress. A 3rd place, great start to the day.
Yeah, and now I'm putting all my money on Raiko, who's about to hit that Nuno into a 2-star. Which board do you think is winning? I think it's, according to the LeBlanc, if he can get her in the correct position to hit that MF, I think MF dying here is way more valuable than the Kai'Sa, don't you think?
Yeah, and it's going to be impossible to kill the Kai'Sa in one cycle as well because of that Edge of Night. So it's all down to this targeting will not land on the Misfortune.
Yeah, now Edge of Night on the Kai'Sa will save her, but that's not the cause. because he already frontlined that MF, so she's gonna be surviving for quite a while right now. And with the Cybernetic, the LeBlanc is able to cast quite a few times, and with the Orga too, he also pushed the MF much more forward than he could. And the LeBlanc targeting does get it with the aim assist, but the Kai'Sa's fully focusing on her right now. It's a 1v1, but the LeBlanc is just way too strong from Betrayal's side, and Raiko might not be able to survive this one. Betrayal actually loses it as Raiko wins, but I was too quick to judge. I thought that he would have just won it in the last second.
Darkhydra is putting in a lot of work. Having those multiple ultimates from that Mana Zane is stalling so much time to let the LeBlanc do her job. Now, Raiko isn't going to be able to roll for that LeBlanc 3. We've already seen that. But this Ox Force hopefully going to give some tankiness to his board.
Yeah, well, you thought that for a comp like this to work, it's gonna be the LeBlanc 3-star. Well, just on you, because it doesn't have to be. He has that chunky admin effect, stacking her HP every 5 seconds, and she's been with him again quite since the start of the game, because it was the 3-star hero augment. So that LeBlanc was able to stack HP a lot in the early stages.
Yeah, looks like now Nunu 2 is going to be the final upgrade that will make it to Raiko's board, potentially always at risk of a loss. I believe he can fall down at this stage if Raiko takes a big enough loss.
If I'm mistaken, Betrayal just got the upgrade of the Fiddlesticks 2 with the Archangel as well. I don't think he had it last battle, but I could be wrong. With the Mana Zane again on the Orgod, he's going to be pushing the MF way too quick. So she's very quick to die this round, however. So I think last fight was absolutely looking way better for Betrayal at this point. Finally, the Fiddlesticks goes into battle. But again, everyone is just so tanky because of that admin effect. And the aim assist from that LeBlanc is going to be more than enough to get Raiko one more win. And Betrayal has one last chance in order to cap his board up, because none of them are surviving for the items. If Betrayal loses it, he's out.
Betrayal has to be looking for the roll down at this point, sacrificing the chance at that Rel 3, looking for the Kai'Sa 3. The only thing that can save him, he'll have to sell the Syndra if he wants a chance of hitting that high cap, but it looks like he's not ready to let go.
Yeah, you also know what saved them? That Oxpat. It is one of the biggest nightmares for any MF player, because it just tanks all of these bullets and it just lives for so long. So that Ox Force Spat is doing him God's work, literally, making him survive for a lot of time. And the LeBlanc this time goes on a Kai'Sa. Again, the MF is fielded right in front of her. At least this time, what we could say is that the Orgod is not in front of that MF. So she's gonna be safe right now from these double Mana Zane Orgod cast, but the LeBlanc targeting is just gonna be way too broken. Deletes her immediately at this point, and the aim assist is just way too strong. Again, the scaling admin HP keeps the LeBlanc safe for more than he needs, and I think that Raiko might just have won this one and tuck the first lobby right into his pocket, because Betrayal is not dealing any damage with both of his carries gone absolutely quickly, and it's gonna be Raiko claiming the throne on game 1.
Absolutely love to see a Raiko, of course, player that you've played with, we've seen so many times, wonderful in interviews, wonderful in game, and looking in great shape coming into day number 2. So I'm looking forward to what else he's going to be able to bring. And I'm happy to be wrong about that. LeBlanc did so much better than I expected, and great choices on those supporting units. I personally would not have been like, you know what I need right now? Nunu 2. But Raiko saw the call, made that cap.
Yeah, that Nunu 2 was really good at the end because it gave him a lot of time to tank, and again, it wasn't just a Nunu 2. It was an Ox Force Nunu 2, so she gets a lot of healing.
Ox Force admin Nunu 2, Morgan.
Yeah, the admin effect also is stacking her a lot of HP. You know what? I forgot that one. Yeah, you're right, Matt.
Just an absolutely wild composition from Raiko Mastery. So congratulations to him taking his first win of the day. We'll see how well our players get on in round number 2. But first, we're going to be going to a break with an interview with Swellertiger. We'll see you in a few seconds.
Hello, I'm Davide, my nickname is Swellertiger, I come from Italy. New format is better for people that don't play ladder, so people that have no time to play ladder have the chance to qualify from a national tournament. But for people that play ladder is sometimes more difficult to qualify, because personally in Italy I qualified 2 times from tournament. 1 time I didn't qualify. From the ladder is more hard to qualify I participate a lot of the Golden Spatula Cup and I play previous Super Brawl. This set I miss the first Spatula Cup and the second Spatula Cup I lose to it too. But set 7 I reach 4th place at one Spatula Cup. I finish 2nd place at Super Brawl. So previous set I play better in tournament. Hey guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone to watch the stream. Thank you everyone to support me. I hope to make a good score for me and for everyone that support me and think that I can do well in Spatula Cup.
And that was game number 1. Now, there was a lot in there, but before we go into that analysis, let me remind you of what we're doing here today. This is Golden Spatula Cup number 3, the last one before the EMEA finals. And today we will have 6 games. That was game 1 out of those 6. And after that, we're going to cut the players, well, the player base in half and move on to day 3, where players will fight for a golden ticket, honor, glory, and Golden Spatula Cup points. So lots of stuff going on here, but let's bring it back to that lobby. Right from the get-go, Counterfeit, there was something that threw us in a little bit of a turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is something we haven't seen a ton of at all during day 1. The 3-2-3 augments come in, so as you can see here, pretty much everybody, well, say pretty much everybody, most of our players picking up the 3 costs. We know how influential they are. We can see there was a lot of the same choices being made by our players as well.
Yeah, there's a little bit of similarity in that recursion matrix on Shen coming through by Swellertiger, Darkhydra, and Wojtek. And then on the other side, Betrayal and Dry, both with that multi-shot, happily making it into those top 4. So for some players, it kind of worked out. For some players, it kind of didn't, unfortunately.
Now, I think something that's worth noting here as well is that we have seen other lobbies being won by Kaiser 2s. So Kaiser 2 is just a super strong and stable unit, especially when you have that carry augment with that multi-shot. She just puts in so much work that, yes, it's a bonus if you can freestyle her, but you don't need that to really get a good position.
And I think one of the players we saw, being a real point of concern in that lobby was Texita, who, of course, was one of those 4 players ultimately who were contesting the Infinity Team line and really did struggle to get the Lucian online quickly, as well as, not having the ideal itemization straight out of the bat. So I think, honestly, 6th was a pretty decent finish there, but our players definitely need to be worried about the contesting going forwards.
One player that wasn't really contested, but just didn't make it in time, it felt like, was Double 61, coming in with that Narcomp, nobody else on it. Did find those Gadgettine 5, but then needed to move out the Hacker, lost another round, was knocked down to single-digit HP, and from then on, it was just a matter of time. So unfortunately not making it into those top 4, even though he had a pretty solid board, it just came a little bit too late.
Yeah, I think this fight in picture right now actually kind of paints the picture as to why Double ended up going bot 4. Because the thing is that these Ornn items that came through from the anvil on stage 5 really meant that he wasn't going to really, like this, his Nara had less one-shot potential.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of bring this up to you, Widow, because I know that this is a topic that you've got, a lot of knowledge on, is that it did feel like it was a very high-risk, high-reward proposition, for Double to be taking the loss streak and bringing in the Axiom mark as well, an augment that really only helps you for getting those kills in. From what I understand, this is very much Double's way of playing, even if it didn't work out this time.
I mean, Double is always going to be a very streak-reliant player, right? Like, if he can win streak, he'll take that angle on. If he won't, and if he can just lose streak all the way and just have good economy for big rolldowns, he'll also just do that. He is a player that feels very comfortable in these more high-risk scenarios, and he very willingly takes those risks.
Yeah, and speaking of taking those risks, I think something that's really cool that we're seeing a lot more of in this specific patch is a lot of flex play. We saw it with the threats yesterday. We're seeing it today. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for Darkhydra, but we're seeing a lot of legendary and threat play throughout. And we talked to Kingdanzz earlier today, who notably went Belveth legendaries for 2 or 3 of his games, and 2 out of them were first places. So a lot of options for players there as well. But with that, let's have a look at our standings and see how they go after game 1 and where everybody ended up.
Of course, do remember that we're looking for our players to make it into the top half. Again, as mentioned before, we're looking to cut half our players today. And a big surprising name currently in last place, Sarah, one of our Golden Spatula Cup champions, is going to need to make up a lot of ground in these next 5 games.
I mean, there's a Danish sandwich right there, not the good kind as well, in Snoobler and Vulpix, right? Also taking some ace here. To be fair though, right, they're probably just sacking to get easier lobbies, right? That's the copium that we are we are
Surely.
working towards. Right, guys? Right, guys?
Do you know that? Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's the game plan here, because I of course they were just planning on going there, but some other players have decided to go for that first place, because that's exactly how you play TFT. You just decide where you want to end up. And we're seeing the top 16 right now. The first and second places coming through here, notably Scoresheet, who didn't do as well yesterday, coming in with the second place. You love to see it. Lelouch as well, we were talking about him going into this day. He really needs to get to day 3 and then have a really good showing there to even make it to the finals. So hopefully he'll be able to manage that. But we are getting ready for game number 2. Of course, everybody has been reseeded. We are reseeding after every single round, so it is going to take a little bit of time to make sure everybody is in the right lobby and ready. With that, I think our in-game casters, Morgan and Niberia, are back with us and ready to take us to game 2.
I'm very ready, yes. I'm
Thank
so
you
ready.
so much, Mix. I am currently downing saltines in between games just to make sure that I have some food in my stomach. I skipped breakfast. That's how excited I was for TFT. Too nervous to eat, but that's okay.
I skipped sleeping. That's how excited I was for TFT. That's why I didn't sleep today.
Oh yeah,
at all.
well I skipped more sleeping, Morgan. I'm more tired.
Oh my god, okay. You win. I don't think I want to have this battle with you, Matt, because all of us are just sleep deprived. So, yeah, it's okay. Though.
All of us are in a really sad state. You know, just...
I'm not sad. I'm hyped. I'm 90% hyped. 10% sleep deprivation.
Oh, the classic Scoresheet staring directly into our souls. You can see right there. This is the Scoresheet classic for anyone who's not been following him for a while. Ever since he first started competing, ever since he first started webcams, he's always just like right up against it, and you love it. Gotta love it.
Yeah, as long as Scoresheet does this at the start of the game, you know he's in a good mood and he's about to kick off in this game, being absolutely ready for some very, very special comps.
Yeah, and some other big
And
Big
catch
names
TFT.
in this lobby as well. Betrayal, Kevin Parker. We just saw Betrayal do incredibly well with that Kai'Sa composition. Lelouch, our EMEA champion from last set. So big difficulties in this lobby for everyone else, I think.
Yeah, I love Kevin though. One of the most underrated players in my opinion. One of the people whose names you see a lot. Doesn't quite make it to any finals, if I'm not wrong. But I love Kevin. He's one of these people who are very humble in his streams. If you watch him, he's absolutely chill. And there we go. Observers already go on his cam. I love you. I love you, Danny.
No, his name's Kevin. It says right there, Morgan. He wouldn't lie to us on the internet?
Yeah, it says Kevin Parker right there. It's gotta be him, no? His name is Kevin Parker TFT. Where's the TFT?
It's kind of like
him.
Junior. You get it at the end of your name. His father was Kevin Parker, but he played a different game. So to differentiate it, it was Kevin Parker TFT.
Why did he have to do that to me, you and Mix? And Mix just said that his real name is not actually Kevin.
I know. I found that out like 2 sets in to Rising Legends. I found that out like in the middle of Dragonlance. I was like, wait, what? Come on, man. I thought that was your actual name, but oh well. It happens. I'm curious of learning about some of these newer players, some of those names that I have not seen as much. Freaky, Gobostor, Matt Black as well. Players that I am not as familiar with, interested to get to know them during this game.
Yeah, a lot of people in this lobby sound pretty new to the ears, and that's pretty good. That means we have a lot of new faces. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen many of these players in the lobbies. Okay, of course we have a lot of veterans and elites like Lelouch, Kevin, Skipeas. We've seen these names quite a lot, okay? And again, it's Betrayal, our man and only from last game, who hit 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken, against Ryko. So this one is going to be quite interesting. Please not 3-star hero augments again. We don't want 2 Deja Vu games in a row. But it's not even going to be hero augments. Oh, Infinity Team Crest. Oh, congrats. You're top 1, man. Very nice. Very nice, man. How much did you pay to Mud Dog?
Fastest pickup of all time. He saw the logo, was like, that's the one.
I choose you. Yeah, of course. It's got to be Infinity. I mean, what else? What else could you just pick without thinking in stage 1? What augment would Matt just pick as soon as if he saw it? Same as Kevin Parker. What augment do you just stop?
Literally any 1 or 2 cost augment. But I'm a sucker for Thrill of the Hunt. It's so, I know it's such a boring answer, but it's so good.
No.
It's so satisfying.
Exactly, yeah. And also, you know what? I love any augment that keeps your board flexible. Because with Thrill of the Hunt, you can play whatever you want. Alblanc reroll will heal from that. Anar is going to heal from that. Abdelvasi is going to heal from that. You can just play any one with Thrill of the Hunt, and it's still going to be amazing.
This Odessa board is exciting me right now. Morgan, we've got a 2-star Lee Sin. We've got a 2-star Lulu. We've got a 2-star GP on bench. We could be seeing a Supers reroll.
Yeah, and it's also a true 2-star, so that could be a Super Zero, and also had very big, perfect items for that. Lulu kicking off with a blue buff. It could be a Super Zero, because the only unit that he's missing right now is just a... Okay, it isn't a Super Resolve. He just sold the GP.
Come on, man.
Sorry, Matt. I mean, I saw your reaction in the camera, and I'm quite disappointed as well. I'm sorry, man.
But he picked it back up. He picked it up. There's hope. There's hope. Hope yet lives.
Nah, I don't think that he's gonna play supers though. I mean, if he sold that GP, I mean, he would not be prioritizing.
My heart says he will, but my brain says there's no way in hell.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as he sold the GP, that just gave it away.
Yeah, it will be flexible options though. Multiple AP carries can use this at the moment. The most likely one is, of course, LeBlanc, because she's just always the most likely AP carry in any situation. I am also taking note of that Axiom arc. We talked it up during game number 1. Matt Black picking that one up right away, no hesitation.
Yeah, and I quite like the augments that we have at this one. Like, the only ones that are quite giga-cracked at the early game are going to be the Laser Corpse Heart, jump around Freaky. Ever since the buff that happened to Laser Corpse, and now they can have everyone get a drone at 4 Laser Corpse, not 5. It's gotten really nutty at the early game. Same thing goes for Infinity Team Crest. It's just so strong ever since the start of the game until the end straight away. So I think Kevin Parker is just going to be easily win streaking if he wanted to push. Or did he push and lose? Oh wait, he pushed and lost.
Oof. That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
Going to be running the Infinity Team Rammus though. Love to see it.
Infinite Team Rammas, though. I mean, he has a Lucian outside. He's only waiting for the Pantheon and Shen? Or Pantheon and a Sivir. And, he has a Sivir. Oh, Pantheon and Shen, and he has 5 Infinite Teams.
Just waiting for it. We'll see if he's able to hit it earlier on. Would propel him right back into that win streak. Meanwhile, taking a look at Gobustor's board. Just picking up that Gnar. Has a Last Whisper already. So some strong direction coming out with Gadgettine already on the board. Going to make it difficult for Lelouch, though, as he was looking to go for that 100 streak.
I don't think Lelouch is going to be losing. That Ashe is too strong. She already had the Deathblade stunned on her, which makes her ability skill twice. Once, because the AD that bonus that she gets already stacks on it, and the basic attacks that she does also scales with that bonus AD. So she has about 260, 270 AD now, if I'm not mistaken. And he also has a Brawler Crest. Now, we could say that he's going to be playing Jax if you saw a Rapid Fire Cannon or if you saw a Rage Blade slammed on that Ashe. But he had the DB slammed on her, so I think it's going to be a Warwick game.
Yeah. Something much more heavily AD focused than a Jax. I will say, I'm happy to be wrong. 4 Brawler made that front line so unbelievably beefy.
Yeah.
Plus the Lee Sin on top of it, just gross.
Yeah, you cannot beat 4 Brawlers in the early game. It's just way too tanky. And the Brawler Crest makes sure that you can also get one of your units as your damage and still have 4 Brawlers, aka I'm looking at you, Ashe. So as soon as he gets that early Warwick, he's just going to be undefeatable, Matt. We just wish for another HP scaling augment, and maybe you could play Big Data, and that's it. GG, well played.
Big Data is so strong. We saw it yesterday as well, picked up a couple of times during one of the games, and it just does so much in these brawler-based compositions, gives you so much incredible value. Meanwhile, on Matt Black's board, we see a full loss streak coming out with that underground pickup.
It's lovely. However, I don't know what would he level. Like, what unit are you living for if you would be playing a full loss streak? Or did he level and just lose? Because I don't think that's the case, though, because he only has 0 XP. So I'm pretty sure he just leveled now, or he leveled before this stage. Because if he had level 5 already, he would be about 2 XP or 4 XP right now. So why would you level if you're playing undergrounds if you're losing anyway? That is quite confusing to me. Maybe he's trying to save more HP, like to try and kill more units. Must be trying to kill more units to conserve some HP. However,
because if you've got like 14 gold coming into this round, you might as well just spend it. You're not hitting econ anyways. If you think it's going to save you a little bit of HP, but still won't win you the round.
Oh, continue heist. Don't cut and run.
Yeah, I think you have to.
Yeah, absolute wogsh. As long as somebody's losing and just going full loss streak, you know everyone is just going to keep sitting at the top of their chairs for maybe a level 6 heist, because he already has 4 undergrounds. That LE Sona makes for a very good underground opener. You have that 1 extra vault opened after every defeat, so he's going to be able to hit 4 or 5 heists at a pretty good HP. 30, 35 maybe. That's about 2 or 3 lives. So that could be good.
And Matt Black's success is going to be determined by how well Lelouch does in this round. If he's able to keep up his 100 streak, then he's going to be putting a lot of downward pressure on the lobby with that extra econ. But if he gets knocked down a peg here, then it's going to be a lot safer to go for that loss streak, risking a little bit less of an HP loss.
Yeah, honestly, with the Laser Corpse, I think it's quite too hard to get rid of him. Again, with the Infinity Crest that Skipeus has, he has a very tanky Silas with a Jewel Gauntlet who deals a lot of damage. But don't worry, that Ashe with all of these Laser Corp drones as a brawler is going to be way too tanky, and the drones are going to do a lot of damage in overtime. So it's going to be Skipeus losing his 5-win streak, and again, Lelouch is the only one who survives with 31 gold, level 5, 5-win streak, 100 HP. Whoa.
Yeah. So only 2 people 100 streaking. Matt Black unfortunately won the prior round, so ruined his loss streak, and is now going to be facing some difficult decisions in the next couple rounds.
Yeah, now one thing we gotta do, please, Danny, is we gotta make sure we don't miss that cash out. Okay, whatever you do, don't miss the cash out. We love to see these underground players with 20 seconds doing super lighty moves in order to try and pivot and transition and slam all of these items and ancient archives and gold that you get from the underground. So I'm looking at you, Danny. If you miss that cash out, I'm gonna be quite sad.
we have faith in Observer Danny in this house.
Yeah, he just mentioned me and said, "Don't worry, we got it in our pocket, baby."
Perfect. Danny's got us. Danny's got our back. Lelouch now looking to pick up an item from this anvil. Will be a little bit telling about where he wants his composition to go. Probably a Last Whisper Slam at this point.
I think if he's gonna be going for the Warwick, a Last Whisper or a Titan's Resolve could make total sense. But a Titan's Resolve this early is gonna deny you the Sunfires, which is something that you need with the Burrow comp because you have nothing that goes anti-healing. He might level up here, maybe try to stun the Morgana for some more shredding, but you don't want to mess up your traits before the second augment and third augment because they're mostly wait, what's the word for this?
Catered, you think?
Yeah, exactly. Tailored. They're tailored before the second augment, so he doesn't want to add in the threat not to mess up his augment. Thank you, Matt.
Doing my best. Sometimes I know words. Often not, but sometimes.
Sometimes.
This Ashe is still pretty gross. As you were mentioning earlier, the Laser Core making her incredibly strong. Kevin Parker going to be taking the L on that one. As we can see, this Lulu is still going. Odessa hates me, so it's not going to be going Lulu reroll, but, well,
he doesn't hate you.
There's an extra Lulu on that bench. I'm still holding out hope, Morgan. I know it's wrong.
Think fast. Okay. He takes think fast right now. What are we looking at? What are we looking at, Matt? It's a 3-star Nori level 6, and he has to get all of them. He just missed one Poppy, and let's count how many he misses. Just another Morgana missed, another Poppy. But the think fast, he has to roll really quickly, but this is getting very intense.
Yeah, still at 50 gold, has not found much. He's not going to be going for that Morgana 3 is an option in this composition. There's going to be
missed an Annie.
2.
Missed another Annie. Missed another Annie. No.
Oh, this is rough. I think he's just trying to save Econ. He missed a Gnar.
He missed a Gnar and like 3 or 4 Annie. Another Gnar. Okay, what are we looking at?
This is the danger of think fast. You have to be able to literally think fast, and it's so easy to miss those units that you've been looking for.
Oh my god. The amount of... if I had $1 for every time he missed a Gnar and an Annie, I would be a millionaire right now. The fact that he rolls at a low 6, he gets some Annie, but it's so unlucky. So unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, Think Fast is one of the hardest augments to use, and we just saw why. Because it's so easy to just roll over something you're looking for because you're trying to get as much value as possible by getting as many rerolls as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's called Think Fast for a reason. And the fact that you took Think Fast and still lost another round, now he's almost playing down one augment because being down a Prismatic at this point in the game... Oh no! Why would you cash out the second?
Holding out hope still. Oh, looks like Matt Black was able to find a Spatula off Wolves, or sorry, off PvE, which was able to give him that Tactician's Crown. So gonna have a lot of strength in this board with the additional unit.
Come on, man. We wanted to watch a little bit more losses with that perfect 4 underground start. I mean, who starts with the 4 underground? Man. And he also got another spat, as he said, from that grab bag. So he's able to have a Tactician Crown almost at level 7 right now. So I think he doesn't want to risk it because that lobby with the Prismatics is just super high roll. So going for more and more losses here, I mean, technically and seriously speaking, doesn't sound like the best idea. So I agree on cashing out.
Yeah. Well, looking across the board at Odessa, going for that golden ticket looks like barely committed at this point to going for LeBlanc, which is not going to go great for him potentially because Matt Black in that exact same camp.
But another spat. Another spat. Imagine that he actually gets
double Tactician's Crown.
Double Fawn? No, I'm sorry. It's called Force of Nature. I'm a very old player here in TFT. Hey, I've listened to Sit 1. Allow me to brag, Matt. It's called Fawn and it's gonna be fun. And the Edge of Night is always gonna be a GA
just
for me.
going back in my day.
It's gonna be always a GA. I'm looking at 2 chat. It's not Edge of Night, it's GA. Okay, I'm just kidding. It's Edge of Night. Okay, double.
A lot of our players are always just like, it's GA. And then some are like, Eon. And I'm like, no, that sounds wrong. That's not right. It doesn't sit in my bones.
Okay, now for the 4 laser cards that Freaky has, I think it might be a DB Slam on that Ashe, because why not? A DB Hurricane Warwick doesn't sound that much of a bad idea for me. And he might be saving one of these blades maybe for a GA. But yeah, he goes with the DB Slam. Lovely.
Yeah. Give him a lot of power early on, as we saw from Kevin Parker, as we saw from Lelouch as well. Lelouch was denied that full streak. Betrayal, though, won off a full streak since stage number 2.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at 5 Infinity Teams. Finally, he's able to hit that board, that point where he finally pivots. for the 5 Infinity team. So he has 2 Ramesses on that board, Rock Rolling, putting some B-Blade on that board, being absolutely strong right here, Kevin Parker, hitting a very strong point with the Infinity team and the Ancient Archives. One of them, giving him double Renegades from that Ancient Archives he got.
Yeah, I have my tinfoil hat on, and I'm kind of wondering if a Jhin is going to make an appearance in this composition. Because there is the option to just Renegade the ultimate Ezreal, call it a day, give him that extra bonus AD. But we've seen Jhin make some appearances in the past couple of days and wouldn't require you going for a 5 cost unit as your carry. So I suspect it's just going to be straight Infinity team, but I'm curious. We'll put it that way.
I mean, that's looking quite scary, if I am mistaken, because how would you pivot from this? Again, trying to fit a Jhin in this, following up on your idea, trying to fit a Jhin on this board is going to be quite hard, because Jhin himself, without the Rift Walkers, is not really that strong, because they give him, and he's already one of the Rift Walkers. So fitting in a Pike and a Vex gives you 2 Renegades, and you have already 2 Spats. With the Lucian, for the Infinity teams, you have 5 Renegades, 5 Infinity teams. But that's gonna take away all of your front line, and you're just gonna be sitting with 1 Shen and 1 Rammus trying to protect you. I mean, 2 Rammuses, to be fair. One of them, which is a hallucination, 50% HP and 50% damage. I don't think...
I mean, you could get, like, Shen, Rammus plus Zac for a front line. Doesn't sound horrible.
Okay.
Oh. There we go. 3-star Rel. Betrayal going once more into the breach with Kai'Sa.
Yeah, he already decided to roll for a level 6. Because I think, if I'm mistaken, he's a little bit contested on the Kai'Sa this game, or quite contested on the quick draws. I was gonna say multi-shot, but I'm still stuck in the last game. Forgive me. So he has 2 Rels right now, just because of that Woodland Charm. And Woodland Charm for this comp, trust me, is so perfect, Matt. Why? Because this comp suffers from not having very good frontline. And look, he already has the more Dog Blessing without even trying to roll for the Kai'Sa. He just overall, and he just needs 2 more, just 2 more Kai'Sas.
Not going to roll for it, though. Feeling pretty confident in his chances sitting there at the top on that massive win streak we mentioned. And I'm with you, man. Woodland Charm is one of my favorite augments. It is so much power for your front line. And especially since you've got that Rel 3, that spell of hers increasing the resistances of her paired unit, really useful.
Yeah, and again, special thanks to Makes and Chad and everyone in the background trying to help us with the next hero augment. Thank you for the heads up. It's going to be 100% a hero augment because it started with a gold and a prismatic augment. So for the next one, it's going to be mostly 4 and 5 costs. I wish that it's not a 3 cost at stage 3 because that would just suck. And when it's a gold prismatic lobby, it's very much everyone is high rolled. Everyone has a lot of stuff on their board. So if it's not a 5 cost, if it's not something that can save you, and you know what's really good? Right now, we can see Kevin Parker with 7 Infinity teams because he might get the... Wait, what was the Ezreal augment called? It was called... Yeah, Accelerated Mentorship. If he gets that, it's GG for Kevin Parker.
8 HP for, or 8 EXP for free every single round that you field that Ezreal gets you level 9 pretty easily. And since it is on 4-2, you've got plenty of time to get there. There we go. Going to be picking up that Mordekaiser augment and going to get him extra laser core.
Yeah, having 5/4/5 hero augments means 100% that you're going to get your legendary hero if you roll for it. Just thanks to Mordog for giving us 4 rerolls. So if you miss it at this point, you just surrender and just go FF because the odds are doubled with the go next with the double hero augments being level 5 here. Now, the Warwick is still level 1, so I'm feeling a little bit scared about Freaky because this one is going to be absolutely high roll for the entire lobby. But he's bored with 5 Laser Corps and everyone being 1 star. Doesn't look so good.
Well, we mentioned it earlier on, Morgan. We were talking about Lelouch might be looking to dig for that big data in the late game. Was able to pick that up, so is getting bonus damage from the HP on these units with a massive brawler composition.
And it isn't just the big data, it's the Electrocharge 3. He's able to deal a lot of damage with that Prismatic, but just because, again, in this meta, you're expecting almost every single unit to have a lot of crit chance because of the Jewel Gauntlet, Jewel Lotus being absolutely meta. So that makes Electrocharge in some way sneaky, just absolutely strong. Because every crit that he gets, he's gonna deal a lot of damage in an area. And the reason Big Data works really well with Laser Corps more than the not so heavy metal, if that's the one he took, is because they have a lot of tankiness. So the drones have a lot of time to apply their damage. So 5 Laser Corps with Mordekaiser, if you would ask me, or 5 Laser Corps with Big Data is 100% a win for Lelouch.
Yeah. Now, headed over to Gobuster's board. We are able to see him hit Gadgeting 5 thanks to that Nunu hero augment. Still has not hit that Gnar 3, unfortunately. But look at that Nunu roll away.
I mean, every time I look at his board, I'm just gonna feel sad because I'm just traumatized from how many Gnars and how many Annies he missed with that thing fast. But again, the hero augment that we spoke about again with that Nunu giving him 5 Gadgetines. So that Gnar 2, again, just as Peter and the guy spoke on the analyst disc, it's, again, very, very stable. Gnar 2 with a full build with the 5 Gadgetines is very stable because the damage reduction that comes from the LiTiq and the extra damage that he can do kinda somehow tells you that, okay, chill, you don't need to get Gnar 3. We got you covered up with the damage reduction and extra damage.
Yeah. Picking up a belt. 5-cost belt. If not going to utilize the Syndra, we'll let him stick a Wormugs in there. Potentially just on the Nunu. A lot of itemization I've seen from Nunu is just make him beefy, let him roll. He's going to scale infinitely anyways.
Yeah, I mean, the augment is literally called They See Me Rolling. You know what's comes after that. They hate it because that Nunu is going to be scaling forever. And it's not going to be looking good at all, I think, as well for Odessa. Because he didn't listen to Matt and he didn't roll for the Lulu 3. So that's why you lose. Next time you listen to Matt.
That's true. That's 100% factual. Going for empowered reserves, which is going to be useful, giving you 40 AP at all times as long as you keep your bench full. And it looks like rolling for 3-star carries and support units, which is going to be the Morgana and the Sona. This kind of just looks like a Lee Sin composition without cleansing safeguard.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it, but even though the cleansing safeguard has been nerfed to the ground, I think that's not the case here. Again, they see me rolling, allowing the Gnar to finally... Oh, he also hit the Gnar 3, by the way, because of the... I missed it, my bad, but he actually able to hit the Gnar 3, so I don't think there is no way that he loses this one, finally being able to hit the Annie and the Gnar 3-star. And guess what? That Annie is so tanky despite the fact that she doesn't have 3 items yet, and the Gnar just has absolute BIS items. It's Last Whisper, BT Titan's Resolve, what else could he ask for?
Yeah, I mean, a great turnaround here from Gobuster as Odessa starting to struggle a little bit on this bottom side of the leaderboards. Close to the Sona 3.
Double Sona at a single shop. I mean, what the hell is going on with this lobby? People getting 3 Kaises and 2 Sonas and 2 Rels at the same shop? Is it just me? Or is this lobby absolutely high roll?
Oh yeah, this is really fun lobby for me. Scapea's playing some weird stuff over there as well as we check out Freaky's board at risk of dying here, only on that Warwick 1, running up against Odessa.
I'm a little bit scared about Freaky though. Again, just barely none of them hitting their 3-star unit carries. And again, for Freaky, that's not even the case. He just wants, I mean, poor guy just wants a 2-star Warwick. You see how... I don't know what to say. He was just so squishy. That Warwick got absolutely obliterated from that Sona. And he also dies of cutscene. He just dies of cutscene.
Insult to injury. And that really is the risk of Warwick. He is not a beefy carry unless you go for that vertical brawlers that we saw coming out across the board. So if you're sitting next to a carry, if you're at that 1-star, you are absolutely host.
Yeah, and this lobby is much stronger than the last one, though. You can tell, because a lot of people are win streaking, even someone like Gobuster, despite being on 21 HP. And I think last game we lost 2 people by stage 5, if I'm not mistaken. This time we only lost 1. So we're looking at a much stronger lobby. We're looking at a much higher roll lobby. This time everyone is sitting at very close HP. I'm not looking at you, Betrayal. You're the boss. I'm speaking about everyone else. 70 HP at stage 5 is kind of strong. And again, he has 27 gold, about to be 30, maybe increasing more and more.
Yep.
And this lobby is just looking too strong, Matt. Who are you vouching for?
I mean, we're checking back in with Matt Black here, who we saw, of course, with that underground opener you and I were hyping up so much in the early game. And now he's pivoted into this 4-admin composition, kept that LeBlanc on the board, hasn't even rolled for the 3-star.
Yeah, I want to check what admin effect does Matt have, because I think that he has just a lot of damage. But the admin effect that Freaky has, or had, was attack speed for both all of his units. I mean, first one was for the admins, attack damage, and the second one was attack speed, but it doesn't matter. He's outside anyways.
Yeah, Scoresheet now going to be showing off his board, running that Sivir 3 we've seen show up a couple of times, but she's nearly completely unitemized, just sitting on that last Whisper as LeBlanc gets to fire away into that backline, takes out Ezreal after Ezreal, and Ultimate Ezreal won't get a second cast off as Scoresheet takes a loss.
I mean, exaggerated reporting is just way too... I mean, not exaggerated reporting. What's the second gen augment called? It's Category 5. Category 5 is just too broken at this point because his admin effect and him putting the admin spat on the Janna, she gets 18 AP, and it's even more because he has 4 admins, so I don't know what 25% extra means, but I know I'm bad at math. You get it? She's doing a lot of true damage, and that augment makes her deal all of her damage as 100% true damage. So that forecast from Janna just makes her do a lot of damage with Category 5 admin effect.
Well, and the thing is as well, a lot of our pro players say Category 5 is a great augment, but it's useless until Janna is 2-star. The stability that you're seeing on this board with just a 1-star Janna is insane. Once that hits late game, she is going to hit like a truck.
And imagine that he only has her on a 1-star and he's still winning. Now, I'm finally happy for Odessa for being able to hit that Sona at 3-star, and Morgana's also sitting on a 3-star. And this items, he got some very good items with the Thieves' Gloves. Look at her slicing through everyone with that Quicksilver and the Rabadons, but the Orchid hits way too quickly, and it's gonna be the Brawler boy from Lelouch. So his units are too tanky, but again, the Sona just obliterates everybody, and the shredding that comes around from the Morgana and the healing from the Sona is gonna be able to get a win for Odessa because the Brawlers are just not doing enough damage at all, specifically that they're against ranged units, so the Electro Charge was kinda useless in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, oh, there we go. There's a Blitz 3-star. Odessa, if he had supers in right now, no, I'm kidding. One of the things I want to point out, Gobuster on the other side of the board, one of our other players at risk of dying in this next round, had great success. That Nunu is working so wonderfully for him.
Yeah, the fact that it gave him a, as well, like the 5 gadgetines again, it was able to get Cobra back again. But we're looking at Odessa's board. He's sitting on 13 HP, so I think that should be 1 life. If he loses with a lot of units defeat, he should be going out. And it's going to be either one of him or Gobuster going out this time. Now, Matt, say one name who you think is going to be losing this fight. Quickly, not cheating.
Gobuster.
Okay, why? I'm gonna say because he didn't get the Nara on the correct side, and the heart units are gonna be scaling infinitely, and the Morgana's just gonna be putting enough CC for the Sona to absolutely destroy them. And again, Sona also puts a lot of CC with her stuns, so that Nara is gonna be deleted, not having enough heal at all with that Nunu, who's absolutely got obliterated at the first of the ground. And again, Dies of Panda for Yuida this time because you didn't like Dies of Cutscene.
And Odessa, of course, has so much survivability with that Morgana. You pointed it out earlier, Morgan, but her being right next to that Sona, keeping her safe. You try and hit her, she's going to ult stun you for 1,000,000 damage, soften you up for that Sona's ultimate to follow it up.
Yeah, I mean, never better to you. The Sona can hear the Morgana, and she's a heart unit, so she keeps giving her AP for every cast. She has a blue buff, so she casts really quickly. And the Morgana stuns, and the Morgana shreds. So that's more damage coming again from Sona. So hitting both of these units at 3-star, having a very strong front line, such as Blitz 3 and Lethan's 3, is just a very strong point that Matt has, and I don't think he's going to be losing at all at this point. I mean, not Matt, I'm sorry, I mean Odessa.
Yeah, this is a really interesting board coming in from Scoresheet. He did pick up that accelerated mentorship, as we're seeing, thank you, production. So was able to push 9 without much use of gold, but is utilizing that Ezreal 2 cost with Parallel as his primary carry.
Yeah, think about Parallel after the recent buffs. The last time I looked at it had an average placement of 3.89. So it kind of gives you a lot of good units. And remember what I told you about 7 Infinity teams just before this broadcast? As soon as we started game 1, it almost feels like he's playing at level 11. He has 2 units, each of them which deals 90% damage and receives 90% of the damage. So they're just 10% extra. So at this point, he's level 9, and just special thanks to the accelerated mentorship, as you said, being able to get that
look at Ezreal in the lower left corner. He just didn't cast for like 5 seconds because he was stuck on the other Ezreal. And as a result, Scoresheet is going to take a loss in this round to Odessa. Just really unfortunate roll of the dice there.
Okay, no Dice of Panda this time. We're safe. We're safe from the cutscene.
I mean, surely Scoresheet moves this Janna.
Janna.
We just saw what happened when he didn't, because that Ezreal was stuck, not autoing, not casting, for a good 4 seconds of that fight, which would have won it for him.
And the thing is, he's trying to duplicate the 2-star Ezreal. I mean, it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But with the items that he just has no other option. Trying to duplicate the TF here would be an int. He has the parallel int, so that Ezreal does a lot of damage with the Archangel.
And the Chalice as well. It's just an impossible situation for him.
I mean, he has a lot of scaling, but just as you said, the unit placement was not the best. This time, however, he's going against the Lelouch again with the Electro Charge. One of these is going to be going outside after this, but it's kind of unlucky because the Urgot War plays just on the right side to CC his entire board, and is going to be Scipeus going out right now by the hands of no one else but Lelouch, and Scipeus will not even be top 4 at this game because Lelouch left for another day at 9 HP.
Yeah, yesterday, one of the big things that we talked about across the broadcast was the positioning requirements of this set, and we are seeing that really well demonstrated by Scipeus' situation. Having to deal with positioning the Janna, positioning the Chalice, positioning Infiniteam, and sometimes you're going to get stuck with that Ezreal in the corner, and you have to sacrifice something if you want to change that. But not enough regardless, even when the Ezreal didn't get stuck for Scipeus. He's going to sit in 6th place.
Matt, what's up? Look at his bench. Are we getting a Warwick 3?
I hope so, man. I need more 3 stars in my life.
Yeah, we need not just any 3 stars. Excuse you. We got Gnar, we got Annie, we got Lee Sin. We need more forecast 3 stars. And now we're gonna be copium mode on Lelouch so he can get it quickly. Lelouch. I hope he gets it. A 4-star, 3-star unit is absolutely wash to watch. But if he loses it this round, he might not have enough economy to get it while he's dead, because I hear that there are no rerolls at the graveyard. And Lelouch, can he make it? Can he make it? Oh, one more. And there he gets it! There he
Warwick
gets it!
3, baby!
That 3-star hacker dog initiated, baby!
Doesn't need the hacker to go into the backline. He's so beefy with big data on the back of it. That 3-star is going to give him so much more damage. Just watch him rip through these units on the right side.
Yeah, and with the Electro Charge and big data, he's going to be having a lot of damage with these Last Whisper runners, Hurricane and D-Bait. Look at him, just hitting everyone. This is not TFT anymore. This is a full League of Legends, fully fed Warwick 3 with a full build, having 20 kills, just absolutely wrecking everyone in the lobby. The 3-star hacker dog is not going to be defeated in this game. 8 brawlers as well, so he's really chunky.
Kevin Parker and Odessa knocked out in 4th and 5th, respectively. Lelouch on track to win the lobby. An easy 1st place from here, unless Matt Black has something to say about it. Both he and Betrayal sitting at the high 30s, low 40s in HP, giving them plenty of turns to try and find an answer to this 8-brawler big data Warwick 3.
Yeah, I wish my throat wasn't as, dry. I would have given him an for that Warwick 3, but
I got you, brother.
That was a good one. I love the voice effects. And again, against the hacker board, he's not concerned at all, because you know what? This is what happens when you're playing a brawler board. Gay gets shed. You don't play position against anyone because you're just ready to throw whoever against that LeBlanc, and they're not gonna be dying. They got a lot of HP on the Warwick. And again, he's a 3-star with a Hurricane, with a Last Whisper, with a DB, and he's staying in that game forever. So Matt takes another loss, and Lelouch gets bailed out 3 wins in a row. Ever since he got the Warwick 3-star, he has not lost a single round, and he's not.
This is demonstrating why we saw Jax so much yesterday as an answer to the hackers. This is that exact same principle in the extreme. It doesn't matter if the hackers get onto your Warwick, because he just has infinite HP, and he's going to be able to tear through the rest of your board while your hacker is stuck on a unit it just can't kill.
Okay, and you know what's scary? I just asked our production team, Kay and Danny, how much HP does the Warwick have? And they said he had 6.8k, and now he's sitting at 6.9k HP.
Oh no.
It's too tanky and it's too hard to deal with, but okay, leave us from the hacker dog right now. We're sure that he's winning. We're watching and committing a battle between Betrayal and Matt Black, who been playing the Star Guardian Rel, the guy that we all said about. Oh my god, he got more dog. He got the Kai'Sa 3-star as Elianikid, and with the Woodland Charm, he has a lot of damage being given through that Kai'Sa and a lot of front line to protect her for. And also with that Fiddlesticks augment, the Kai'Sa is able to receive and share the souls with the Fiddlesticks, so she has a lot of AP.
So, Morgan, I ran the numbers. Big data gives 0.75% increased damage for every 100 health. which means this Warwick has 517% bonus damage. He's doing 6 times the damage of a regular Warwick, because that's additive. That's disgusting.
Wait. Hold on. I got a little bit confused here. Does big data give your entire team bonus damage according to the collective bonus HP? Or say if a unit has 1k, he deals 7.5 bonus damage?
It's for each unit, so it's calculated differently for each unit. But he's got $8.
Yeah, that's too much. And he's gonna be at 7k now. I mean, he increases every time due to the admin effect that he has. So he's sitting at 7k HP, Electro Charge, 8 Brawlers. It's just disgusting to look at, but it's also fun. Because how many times do you get this? And again, with Absolute Corruption, Betrayal is gonna be having a lot of AP on that Kai'Sa, Matt. Look at him, with the Morello and the Gunblade. Let him cook. That Fiddlesticks is just waiting, but he might not even need to get him initiated. The Kai'Sa is doing more than enough damage with the Jewel Gauntlet and Static Shift with the Gunblade. And of course, Darrell with the Woodland Charm doing God's work, keeping her alive. The Warwick 3 might just lose his first battle because the Fiddlesticks is gonna be giving him enough CC for the Kai'Sa to do it. And yes, the Hacker Dog gets obliterated. I'm sorry, Lelouch, but the absolute high roll that Betrayal has is just far stronger than your board.
That's insane. And the key there was the CC. That Warwick was doing a ton of damage. It was very tanky, yes. But with the CC layered time after time after time, it just wasn't able to put out the damage. And instead, Kai'Sa got to free fire on it and take it down chunk by chunk.
Yeah, I mean, we love Kai'Sa, but maybe placement would have done him better. I don't know, I could be wrong. But if the Warwick could engage on a Kai'Sa pretty early, if that Warwick had a QSS, no. The outcome of this fight would have been absolutely different. But we're about to witness our last battle, just in case Matt Black loses it again, Betrayal. Both of them are playing AP boards. And again, with the Aurelion Soul and the Janna not being able to hit 2-star, just as you said, Matt, it's not going to be enough for him to deal enough damage with that category 5. And again, the MF casting is not going to be the main concern, but the LeBlanc stacking up that damage again with the Fiddlesticks, cooking right here with the Absolute Corruption, giving it a lot of AP according to the heart. I think it might be quite hard for Betrayal to win this one because Matt's board is just absolutely nice and superior.
Betrayal had some really clever positioning there. You saw the Echo in the backline is able to get that taunt, the Morgana just in case to get the CC behind it. The defenders in the front line, it was just a really, really good positioning attempt from Betrayal, but ultimately it was like the third target at which the LeBlanc turned on the Kai'Sa, so just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, the only thing that is about a little bit disappointing is that the Janna is still at 1 star. If it's able to get it about at around 2-star, that would have been perfect. And again, I'm sorry if I misintercepted the Fiddlesticks Absolute Corruption being given to the Kai'Sa, not the LeBlanc. I got a little bit confused with all of the action happening on that board. But what items are we looking at here, Matt? I think a Shroud would be good here. It's always better at the late stages of the game. Yeah, it's gonna be a Shroud.
Yeah, Shroud really strong. You've got your carries fully itemized. There's not a whole lot else you're looking for to cap out your board. Shroud is just good utility. We're seeing the full roll down as best as he can from Betrayal. We'll find Misfortune 2. I'm not sure if it's going to affect these fights all that much, though. I think positioning is the name of the game. Oh, frontlining the Kai'Sa and the Fiddlesticks.
The Fiddlesticks. Okay, let's see if that one works. It's gonna be the last battle between these two. It's either Matt or Betrayal, and who's gonna win it. The Kai'Sa's in a very safe position with the Fiddlesticks tanking a lot of damage for her. And again, the Aurelion Soul might not be doing enough damage at all with the LeBlanc right now, this time being cancelled the Hacker on the Kai'Sa, but she's not able to do enough damage. The Fiddlesticks finally kicking in, but again, with the Absolute Corruption, this time the Kai'Sa is able to live for some time, but again, not enough. Even putting her in the front line will not save Betrayal as Matt Black wins this and takes it with the Category 5 Janna, 1 cast maybe.
Really well played there by Matt. That was a great game. Coming in early game with that underground composition and then pivoting it later into that LeBlanc, sitting stable at LeBlanc 2, opting for the Category 5, and then rolling for that LeBlanc 3. Didn't even need the Janna 2 to take that W.
Yeah, I mean, Category 5 Janna would have been absolutely nuts if it hit 2-star, but it doesn't matter. I think with the amount of items that he had, the Shred from the Static Shift, the admin effect that's been giving him constantly, a lot of mana, a lot of AP. It's almost that if he had also Star Guardian effect on that Janna, she just casted way too much. So it was really hard to deal with. According to all of that CC, the Kai'Sa was not able to do enough damage at all. So yeah, that board was just absolutely hard to deal with. And the underground cash out, he literally has a lot more resources than everyone in the lobby.
Yeah. Really strong showing there from Matt Black. He'll be happy with that one. We're going to go to a quick break before we come back with round number 3 of the day, and we'll send you to a brief interview with Debbie. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm Tevi, I'm from Spain. I'm 28 and I've been playing TFT since the first day it came to the PBA. I was able to play in the European of set 5. After that, I think we started having golden spatulas on set 6, and I played quite a few. I played, I think, like 5 or 6 golden spatulas, but it was hard for me last year because I had some personal problems that made me play worse, but since November I moved back to Galicia with my family and friends, and being able to focus again on myself and being more happy than I was before is helping me get back on track and try to get again on my peak level. The hardest player for me is myself, to be honest. There are some days that you just get into the computer and you are playing just because you have to play, but you are not focused, you have music, you are thinking on other things. I think that's the answer. When I perform well and when I do well, I believe 100% on myself, and I'm my strongest opponent. Well, I don't have much people following me since I don't stream. It's hard for people to follow someone that just plays the tournaments and doesn't do much more. But if there are some there, thank you very much for supporting me. I'm going to try to be back on my peak level, and I'm gonna try to do my best this weekend.
And to quote one of our players, holy moly, this game was a ruckus. I don't even know what was going on there. We had prismatics, we had a lot of glitches, we had comps we haven't really seen in that situation before. And in order to justify what was going to come for us, we do have a key feature as well, and that is going to be the loaded dice that were picked up in that carousel counterfeit.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. I mean, this is one of the consequences of the glitch carousels. We don't necessarily see a ton coming through, but in this lobby, it was massively influential. I mean, for Gubbister, who was struggling to find Nar3, was able to put them on the map, and for Lush finding 3-star Warwick thanks to the dice as well, it really changed a tremendous amount for one disposable item.
Yeah, and I think that overall, when you have a lot of these free cost units as well being put into place, right? You have, like, for example, the Kaiser composition also really getting elevated by the nature of the loaded dice here. So that's something that you got to keep in mind. We got to see the Warwick freestyle off the back of that as well. So really just accelerate the lobby in, like, incredible fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I personally was so happy to see that Warwick happen, right? You got to give it a woo to really do it justice, but thank you guys.
We have different approaches to this.
He even had an admin where he gained extra HP on the admins whenever an ally died, so even more HP to go around with that big data. That was really, really cool to see. And I personally also was really excited by those hero augments that came in. Of course, when you have a gold and then a prismatic lobby, you know hero augments are going to come your way. In this turn, it was 5/4/5, so legendary, 4-cost legendary. And that just meant basically everybody picked up a legendary augment, one of them being Odessa, who went with the Syndra one. We don't get to see that as much. It wasn't quite enough for the top 4, but I really loved seeing more AP-heavy comps in this lobby.
For sure. I was really happy that we actually got to see Heart being played, because we've not seen it a tremendous amount. The Morgana as well being super, super influential. You've got that flexibility of how the team's set up. And of course, we know Morgana has generally been a unit a lot of people have been paying a lot of attention to.
And also the hard the hard composition, right, really is feeling the loss of cleansing safeguard as an augment, because the composition that you were much easier for you to play into back when that was a thing that you could kind of angle for, but now obviously the augment has been nerfed into the ground to a certain extent, no longer really prevalent, also wouldn't have been prevalent in this game, but it's a comp that is a lot harder to pull off here, and you can kind of see, even though he had the 3-stars in the backline as well as the least in 3-star, he really struggled to even break top 4.
Yeah, and speaking of struggling to break top 4, in the previous game it was double 61 with the Gnar comp. In this game it was Gobusta with the Gnar 3, and although I think there were maybe other factors that played into these comps not reaching their peak, so to say, I do think it's interesting that going into this tournament we kind of expected everybody to beeline for the Gnars, and now we're seeing lobbies where only one player really picks it up, and then it's not even as good as making it into the top 4, which is really surprising to me.
I mean,
I think a lot of our players were
right.
A lot of our players, I think, were really committed into their roots and pretty early on in this run. I think at least half of our players knew where they were going. I think maybe if we'd seen some gadgeting crests coming through on the initial roll, we could have seen a very different lobby.
Yeah, but also, like, this is a prismatic lobby overall, right? Which means the tempo is going to be higher, and when you commit to something like the think fast, and then eventually you end up not hitting your composition, right? Which is what it is. Like, at the end of the day, he didn't hit until he found that loaded dice from the carousel, meaning that he started spiking where he should have spiked a lot earlier than everyone else, but he spiked at around the same time as everyone else, and you can kind of see the top end in this lobby, which is much higher than what the Gnar board is able to produce.
Yeah, and with that, I think Matt was able to really find that win Turkey on top in round 2 with Matt Black and Betrayal, and I'm just so curious on how that translates to our standings. We're gonna hop on over. Ifora was yesterday in chat asking, am I in? You are in, but you kind of need to turn it around, my friend. Double 8th place is not going to cut it. You need to really step on the gas and make it happen here as we go through our standings. Surprisingly, double 61 still down there as well. 2 bottom 4s for our ex-EMEA and world champion, the only EMEA player to ever make it, as we say, and we are going to go into those top 32.
We are seeing some good names here towards the top of the table there as well. Of course, Capeus, I think, a little unhappy with how that last lobby ended up working out, but still doing pretty well. Volta also standing strong, but we have got a big name right at the top, undefeated.
Yeah, Campus obviously already qualified for finals here, but starting the day 2 off here with the double first place here. And again, he's playing in the top lobby, pretty much guaranteed for the rest of the day already now with those 2 first places. So he's on paper, he's facing the strongest players in the competition continuously.
Yeah, and I think someone is going to be very happy about that. Matt, our in-game caster, did pick him up for our predictions. I just saw him do this, so you know what that means. He's very happy with himself. But we have an interview lined up for you guys with Ukkkkko, and then we're gonna go into game 3. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Heikki Nikula. I'm from Finland. I am 32 years old and I work as a service manager in a building technology company called Overion. And I also play TFT and my in-game name is Ukkkkko. Rising Legend is a good improvement in the competitive scene in Europe because like set 3, 4 and 5, we kind of had only these EU finals. So there was no tournaments in the mid-set, at least in my country. Maybe some France and some other countries have their own leagues, but it's good that we have this bigger circuit system now. Where also I think that helps people to play the tournaments better. The strongest ERC is maybe France overall, because I think they have the most overall amount of good players in Europe. So I'd say France. When I play ladder games, there's not like anyone I'm afraid of. But I think there is many really good players in Europe, and the top ladder games are very skilled, and it's kind of tough to win the games at the top of the ladder. So I want to shout out to my family and friends for the support.
I've discovered a new look during the break. I've decided that since I don't have hair, I can accessorize in the head region. Morgan was asking what this is, and I told him it's called fashion. So I'm ready to get into Game 3, Wida. It's been a while since you and I got to cast together. My name is Niberia, in case you guys can't read. And if you can't, this is going to be a struggle for you to see what these players are called. But we can point out a couple of them. Wida, why don't you start us off?
I mean, we have Papi Chill from Lithuania, second Lithuania's player after Sponsorius, I believe, to make it to the Golden Spatula Cup circuit. Experience.
Oh, wow, we are going. We are rolling.
There was absolutely no time here, so I guess we could have told production to Papi Chill a little bit while we were trying to go for the lobby, but, I mean, it is what it is, Matt.
Well, we know why we're in this lobby. Production, you thought you were slick putting us in the lobby with Dalisum. You just can't help yourselves. Can't help yourselves. You love the guy. That's okay. We love him too. Always got to see some Spanish representative. But we've also got some players that we've been following throughout the tournament. Ukkkkko shown up in multiple predictions. Drai as well has shown up in multiple lobbies. Really needs a strong performance today. And of course, our former GSC winner and co-caster, Experian.
Yeah. Also, in case you are wondering who Larry Fish is, well, that is gonna be Ogi, who is a Polish player.
I was curious.
Because he's been renamed this on the ladder for a while, and I always have to like double check the note that I leave on like specific people on my friends list, right? Like this is Ogi, who won, I believe, one of the first seasons of the Ultraliga. Might even been the first one since they transitioned into more casting aspects in the Polish scene, but it's a big figure in the Polish scene here. So It's going to follow Ukkkkko, obviously, Matt. We talked about him at length here, going all the way back to Galaxies, back when we were doing full days of TFT, and we were doing checkmate formats and all types of fun stuff back then, right? He was in there, but kind of took a break, kind of has now come back, and really has been performing quite well so far over the course of these 2 days.
Yeah. Vontaker as well has been having some really strong performances. We've gotten to see him on stream a couple of times. So this is definitely a lobby full of some strong players with consistent performances. We've got a 1 to 2 cost hero augment pool. Actually, all 2.
All 2, yeah. Triple 2s here. So we get a golden... Does that mean we get like a golden or like 2-star 2 cost augment, something like that? Like combine them? No?
Yeah, I'd like that. I DM'd a dev last night in my sleep-deprived state, and I said, listen, Blue Cove, what if we had oops all hero augments? And she was like, go to bed, man. That's a horrible idea. I still stand by it.
All right, then. So we saw cleansing safeguard again. Not really. We talked about this briefly on the desk. No longer really a priority. But however, something that can still be played is Adaptive Defenses Camille here. We're much more likely to see the Hector Retribution, the support one, because it's a little bit less. Well, speaking of, it's right there, right?
There we go.
It's a bit more straightforward. It's not as rigid in where it's going, whereas Adaptive Defenses is pretty rigid. So interesting to see where this is going to go. Because I haven't seen an Adaptive Defenses game so far this set, honestly.
No, and we definitely haven't seen it in the GSC, and it's been something that I follow Solo Kasang's comp lists pretty religiously when I'm playing solo queue, and it's been on there for a while as an alternative to Warwick, but I've not seen it in high-level solo queue, not even seen it in my own games, so definitely curious as to how this is going to play out. The double BF sword probably played a big role in the decision-making there for Vontaker.
Vontaker is also a player that religiously swears to playing Draven. It is his fun fact on the sheet is that every game is a Draven game, and when you have a double sword opener that is looking primed for IE plus Bloodthirster, you also can kind of expect him to try to lean into that, but didn't find any of the Draven augments and has to go with the next best choice.
Explains why he dug so much, especially. Usually you don't see players dig all the way to the 4th role. But interesting spot coming out here from our German player. Curious to see what's going on across the rest of the board as we see Poppy Chill. Vitality the Ox. We haven't seen this one in a while.
No, we haven't, right? We haven't seen Duel List as a whole in a while, which to a certain extent is a little bit annoying. I feel like also something we haven't seen, something that can kind of pop off given the correct circumstances, the Grand Challenge Fiora.
Yeah, I was really hoping for that.
Because I saw the Fiora up and I was like, are we seeing a Grand Challenge Fiora game? And I was like getting so hyped and so ready because I've been
it's the boring one.
But what do you mean? Grand Challenge Fiora one is the cool one, right? Like you get the ultimate from like League of Legends where you get X amount of HP back after you proc 4 times. It's super fun, right, Matt? But I think that the not frontline defense, that was the old carry one. But Vitality Deluxe pretty decent as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to work really well. Already has the ship slammed, so likely going to be going into a Twisted Fate carry, and it's going to work well for TF, means you might not have to run that Gunblade. Instead, can look for more AP, more attack speed, whatever you're feeling. We've already seen Ukkkkko's board early on going for that Hextech Retribution, really strong, just going to give you bonus % damage as units die off your board, using that GP as an early item holder. Unfortunately, we're not going to see any flaming ricochets today.
No, that would be quite difficult because it was 2-2-2, honestly. But again, maybe later. We know Barry wanted to see that yesterday as well, and I think it's one of the more interesting competitions to watch, especially when that comp was at its highest peak, where we're just like one-shot boards pretty much by itself there. And that's actually a really big one as well, because if the GP gets the kill there, I think this is a win for Ukkkkko, and the streak is maintained.
Yeah. Unfortunately, GP not going to get that final auto and ultimate off, so Ukkkkko going to be taking a loss just before Carousel. We'll get him down to second pick from first, but not worth losing the streak.
Another egg here, right? So the players that might be struggling a little bit for economy, not really too happy about this for now. I believe this is a 3-round egg, so there will be a nice little gold boost coming in very shortly, but not getting that initial free cost you can sell off to just generate that economic breakpoint.
Yeah, Wida, do you want to break down for some of the players who don't understand the implications as much of getting these eggs versus like a unit or an anvil for this early game?
I mean, I feel like specifically, right, the glitched out carousels here, they are a great addition. They do offer a lot more decision making when it comes to figuring out where you want to commit, which items you need in the earlier stages of the game. But, for example, right now, look at Papa Chill's situation here, right? He pre-leveled to 5, or level to 5 at least. If he had gotten something along the lines of a, let's say, like a random free cost, he could have sold that, made 20, and just played whatever unit on his board. He did find an Aatrox in the shop, so a bit of an awkward example, but there's still a case in point here. He could be 20 gold had this not been an egg.
Yeah. Instead, going to pick up the Aatrox, which will be pretty strong, really strong frontline unit, as we have seen throughout the day. Running into a Raider split with Nasus item. All right. Pop off, King. I mean, Experian, of course, definitely one of our less traditional players in previous sets. Gone for that fast 9, really prioritizes that late game.
Yeah, and I think Nasus as an item holder is generally being a pretty solid option. Not a lot of boards include mascots in the later stage of the game, so it's a unit that is very interchangeable on your board when you finally find the units that you'd rather play coming into the later stages of the game here. So, gonna be interesting to see where that is gonna be going. Obviously, Raider spoils can go in pretty much any direction, but it could look like he's contested here by Papi Chill, unless Papi Chill wants to go into the more Oxforce duelist, Twisted Fate way of playing this composition instead of sticking with the Kaiser.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's gotta be that Twisted Fate angle, because otherwise you've kind of got a dead Fiora just kind of chilling there, don't you?
I mean, there's definitely less overlapping now with this tree now that Vayne doesn't have the quick draw trait, which was Recon of Yonder, right? I think that's something to keep. Oh, this is like such a gift here as well for Papi Chill, actually. The fact that Varai here is trying to guarantee this loss, because you can look at what Ukkkkko is doing at the bottom of your screen as well, down to just 69 HP, nice, down to 60 now. So right here trying to make himself the weakest player in the lobby to guarantee his loss streak.
Papi Chill, I'm going to have to ask you stop walking over the board and moving the camera. I think I might vomit. This is too much movement for this early in the morning for me. All right, we're good. Here come the egg pops. And it will be an extra component, so that's nice.
Yeah, and the anvil here is pretty big, right? Because it gives you that extra amount of decisions you can. Like, you have a choice here in terms of being able to know, would you like to go for, let's say, any other defensive component, offensive component? And I like the fact that most people are probably going to be waiting here to see what comes from the Croxy. And I think that also the line that this seems to be taking now is going to be leaning more into the Twisted Fate setup, more so than the traditional Star Guardian setup, right? Because you can kind of see that he's picking up the Alistars, and we really haven't seen a lot of over the course of the weekend so far.
Yeah, I feel like Aegis hasn't really been prioritized. It's sort of falling into that same category of frontline being deprioritized in this, backline access meta. As we see a Hand of Justice slam. I feel like Hand of Justice has kind of raised up in terms of valuation from players, at least on this tournament, compared to what I've seen previously.
Oh, and this is why Ukkkkko is on that loss streak here. He's trying to guarantee himself that Lucian freestyle here. Just being on 3-1, you will see players rolling down to just a 30 gold. Obviously, if you can kind of chase down even deeper, that can sometimes be beneficial for you. But because he hits all of his 2-stars now, he might just sit at 40, but decides against that for now. Should sit here at 30. He has the blue buff, which is the biggest item here. The lack of rods, however, is going to be pretty significant.
Yeah, really needs that AP to get rolling. Giant Slayer is a fine item, but you really need that beefy AP behind it. And it looks like he might be contested by Dalasum. However, more likely that Lucian is just going to be an item carrier for Dalasum.
Yeah, Gunblade obviously not a bad item by any stretch of the imagination here for the Lucian, but more likely going to be an item that's going to be put onto that Kaiser further down the road.
Let's take a look at the state of the lobby. Papi Chill has taken his first loss, so not going to continue full streaking into our second augment choice, but Larry Fish and Dry will be able to successfully loss streak all the way to this augment. Oh, that's brutal. No.
Oh, if you're
all
right
AD
now.
items for an attempted Lucian carry game.
I mean, you have to commit to a Giants then now. There's just no two ways about that. But the issue here is that there's a lot of power in Death Cap. It's actually a really good item for Lucian, just due to the sheer amount of cast that he pulls off. That sometimes you need to have, like, you would like to have Death Cap plus JG here. Now he has to make a decision. Do you want Death Cap? Do you want JG? He should be pretty likely to find at least one rod naturally throughout the game, but it's not guaranteed for now at least.
Hold on, Wida. Is that build different from Experian?
I mean, we did say that he was a bit one of the players that tend to look outside of the traditional compositions here, so super excited to see where that's going to go.
Yeah, usually you'll run something like a Jhin plus Misfortune carry or similar. Lots of options, but definitely an underutilized augment this set. I feel like its prominence was highest during Dragonlance. But
yeah, also this is one of those augments where a lot of the traits here has so much power put into them that there aren't that many units that in of themselves are strong without their traits in like set 8, for example, right? So that also means that you will less often see something like the build different because you have to think so much outside the box for that to really shine through. But so far, so good here for Experian.
Yeah, keeping it easy, has some strong frontline units, still going to be using that Nasus as the item carrier in the back. Looks like potentially holding those items. I was going to say for a Misfortune, but he can't. That would be quick draw. He would lose the built different bonus.
He'd also lose his value from his augment, right? We did see some players yesterday, Wojtek included, right, being like, I don't care about my hero augment, I just need to get a stronger board overall, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. This win could be ever so important when you look at what Ukkkkko is building up to right now. Has that Axiom arc for the LeBlanc, so once the resets start rolling through, this LeBlanc could do a lot of work, but not for now.
Yeah, just getting absolutely murked by that Ezreal, so won't be able to get her next cast off. And Ukkkkko going to be taking another loss, but like you said, Axiom Arc plus that Hextech Retribution, really strong start for that LeBlanc composition.
Oh, another glitch out carousel here. That's a Twisted Fate, however, with a rod, so that could be a bonus. Okay, Ukkkkko deciding to take a tier here more so than a rod. Leaning for potential, let's say, Hand of Justice then, or what's going on here? I'm a little bit confused about where he's going, but it could be he's found a Misfortune and can then build a Shogun on MF, and then that's kind of his way to relieve the pressure on him right now.
Well, I'm interested looking across the lobby as well right now. Dallasum picking up that Twisted Fate means I suspect along with Hold the Line, he's going to be potentially going for that Spellslinger Star Guardian composition. Still using that Kai'Sa as the item holder, so no hard committal just yet.
You know, we did see Ukkkkko picking up the Blitzcrank free here, man, and I'm kind of wondering, like, what are you expecting this game to kind of turn out to be right now? Because we have a player in Ukkkkko that is going to go out very early on, most likely.
Yeah, that'll speed up the lobby. People are going to be taking a lot harder hits generally, so these earlier game compositions are going to be doing well. This is interesting from Poppy Chill. This, to me, says that is not going to be the final item holder, that Kai'Sa, because she's holding that Oxforce spat. So, giving a lot of credence to the idea that this is going to become a Twisted Fate composition late. And in the meantime, it's just a incredibly strong front line.
Yeah, and you can kind of see why someone like Ukkkkko here might be struggling a little bit to hit, right? Because a lot of players in the lobby are contesting these units, like Delusion, for example. Finds that 3-star Pantheon alongside here. He's gonna dip out of the Renegade here, says you would rather have the extra frontline more so than that bit of damage here. The bonus from the Hextech Retribution kind of alleviating some of the damage loss from the Renegade.
And this is interesting to me because normally with this composition, there's two variations. You're going to be looking for the either Infiniteam variation, which doesn't utilize the Silas, or the Renegade variation, which doesn't utilize the Pantheon. But Ogi's kind of stuck between both of them right now, having hit that Pantheon 3. So I'm interested in seeing how this develops, especially since he was forced to slam that Guardbreaker.
Yeah, Guardbreaker, not necessarily a bad item, though, when you think about how many shields that can kind of come out and just like generally the amount of consecutive hits that the illusion provides. So it's just that one of those items that can provide a lot of damage, and he is going to break his loss streak now. Experience build different board, taking a massive hit.
Yeah, built different, not quite delivering for Experian, traditionally considered more of a win streak augment in the early game, as it tended to scale poorly into late. But I'm going to be honest, I've seen it so infrequently this set, I'm not sure if that's still the case.
Yeah, I'll have to make the same. I'll have to make the same confession, right? Like, I haven't even seen a lot in my games. I haven't been offered it once, I believe, even. So I haven't really had the chance to kind of make a run for it and try to figure out like where I would actually go with it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Papi Chill on a win streak map, that's kind of the opposite end of what's going on here for our Polish representative at the bottom of your screens right now. Vandherger is also contesting these Camille's, right? Again, that's also another thing that's kind of working against what Ukkkkko is trying to do right now, and you can kind of see him paying the price for it and say, you know what, I'm just going to push levels instead.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem, though, because without Camille 3, this augment is pretty dire. Has both the BF sword items you want for best in slot for Camille, but rolling on 7, not where you want to find yourself.
I mean, rolling on 7 here is going to be fine as long as the 2-star Camille can kind of be somewhat stable, because you're trying to get stronger units in and around the unit instead. And also is still lacking that ever so important potential time to solve. It's going to go for the Edge of Night instead.
Yeah, more AD, scaling that shield that she's going to get. 500% AD, I believe, is the exact scaling number. So she's going to have incredible tankiness. And like you mentioned, Wida, it looks like that is an incredibly stable Camille. Until LeBlanc gets her hands on him. Or her, rather. That is brutal for Vandherger, because that's about where this composition's going to sit until he finds that 3-star.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you look at the bench here, it's a 3-star Silas and a Misfortune here. Like, Ukkkkko has kind of been just paying the price for what can somewhat end up happening when you are playing this composition here. The Quick Draw Soul, probably a pretty big pickup. All things considered, he's going to be going for something else, though. He is going to be going for the extra gold because he needs to find something to keep him in the game here. Well,
Renegade would be a good pickup. I think this bails him out. No, Infiniteam instead.
He can get 2 3-star Blitzcranks. That's a pretty big hit, right? All things considered. Second go around here. Emblem. I think Brawler is just better, right? Because that's another one of those frontline sure-offs here instead. So he has this duo carry setup with the Kaiser as well as this Lucian too. But is it going to be enough to even try to break off the HP difference? Because look at Dalsum. He's 32 HP ahead right now.
Yeah, I mean, this beefs up his front line, and we were saying with some of these front-to-back compositions, especially like Lucian, Infiniteam, Kai'Sa, you actually do need that front line as opposed to a hacker composition where they're kind of just there. But that is perfect positioning there from Vandherger directly onto that Kai'Sa. There she goes, and it's up to Lucian now to deliver the damage for this composition, and the front line is strong, that's true, but the Camille might be stronger.
There's a lot of HP to chew through, even for a Camille that has 80% extra attack damage at the start of combat, but I think that for now, this might be as stable as Ukkkkko is going to get for the rest of the game here. Probably just going to try to see if he can econ up and then kind of figure out where he's going to be going from here.
Oh, he's just full rolling down. He's donkey rolling. I'm not sure what for because he's so far away from other options.
Oh, okay, here, Papi Chill. There are a lot of interesting situations you can look into here, because again, he is floating a Twisted Fate on his board right now. Keep that in mind, as this TF can just be swapped out for another Infiniteam unit, and you can pick up the emblem, or you can go for a Prankster emblem instead, try to bolster up that front line.
Yeah, tons of interesting options. Could have gone for Star Guardian to go that kind of AP route. Will end up opting for the Prankster, like you said, going to give him much stronger defensive abilities on that Echo, on that Fiora, at least for the time being. And Oxforce Twisted Fate. I actually kind of like this in a hacker-heavy lobby.
Yeah, I don't hate it, right? It's one of those more natural inclusions. The big thing for me here is the lack of a Rage Blade, for example, right? So you are going to be limited in what your TF is going to be able to do damage-wise most of the time. And that's something to keep in mind here, as we are going to be approaching the later stages of the game here. Going into the stage 4 carousel, and it looks like Larry Fish, aka Ukkkkko, has kind of stabilized, and Dalsum is facing elimination as well now.
Yeah, I think he really just needs to find that TF2, because if he's not able to find it, he has no stability on his board. That's where all of his damage is coming from. Clearly, it's not been enough so far. So unless he's able to find it on this turn, he may be our first player going out. As Ogi, like you said, has found stabilization for now, but I do believe he's mostly going to be playing for 6th place.
So Aleph here can just make a warm-up to once open on his board. We can see that from the lovely overlay that kind of provides the information here. The trade sector player in Dalasum is struggling. There's a lot of contesting going on these units, right? The Kaiser, for example, really contested. Just in general, one of the most contested units here. He's even starting to pay the price here by selling off the Kaisers, trying to find just some extra things for this board that can help elevate this composition.
Nico 2 plus the Kaisa for the time being. That 4-star Guardian is going to be the option here. Has to be careful in case there's a hacker coming into the back line. It won't be, but there will be a Shroud directly onto the Nico. Brutal.
Yeah, with no Spear of Shojin as well, that means that the mana gain is going to be a little bit slower as well, even though it does have the 4-star guide to kind of set off that a little bit, but the damage here has to come in massive. And again, look at the board here now. We're talking about that Oxforce Twisted Fate. Well, it has been found, Matt.
Yeah, and it is just ripping through this board. TF2 with those items is enough to take down Dalasum. Our first elimination, you can see head in hands. He is not happy.
Yeah, and keep in mind, it's round 3 of the day as Augie just about survives here. And we can kind of see why Dalasum is struggling, because yes, Augie might have like 2 copies of Kai's, 3 copies of Kai's or whatever. Meanwhile, Fry is on this exact same contest, but he has the golden ticket. So he's just been rolling when he's getting those rolls for free. So a lot of meanwhile, Experian here. This is also the board we're talking about. It's been kind of
What happened here?
Well, Build Different happened, Matt, and we always know a low-cost reroll with Build Different is a thing that you can kind of pay attention to. So we're talking about the Sivir 2 being a strong unit as well. And keep in mind with the Woodland Charm, there's just a lot of units on this board all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's going to be doubling the Sivir as well, so she's going to be getting quite a bit of damage from this. Not going to be able to utilize Sure Shot, of course, because she is on that Built Different. And it looks like struggling to deal damage through these front lines that we highlighted earlier for Augie. Having such ability to stall the game, even the Zonia's not quite enough to give time to take down that Blitz.
Yeah, and we were kind of a little bit confused about why he picked up the Tome, right? But I thought initially it was for the gold boost, but his way of understanding how to make use of these emblems really kind of shines through why this comp has so many different facets to play from. So he is down at 2 HP, so one bad fight is going to see him taken out and removed from the game, but even the fact that he managed to turn this game into a 7th more so than an 8th could be a massive thing come towards the later stages of this tournament, because keep in mind, amount of 8s is a tiebreaker, so avoiding that 8th is a big bonus.
Every point counts, every placement counts. Coming into day number 3, which is where all the Golden Spatula points are. All these players trying to get through it. Obviously, we are about halfway through the day, so these rounds are starting to get tight. Once we start getting to round 4, round 5, we're going to be looking at potentially the shape towards that final leaderboard. I think Experian just keeps rolling at this point. You just got to keep digging.
You need those upgrades here. I think especially also getting this vibe to 3-star, so you have a 3-star frontliner on top of what's been going your way so far. I think it's going to be the real big thing that he's probably looking out for, but it's not going to find that for now. So has that Raider Spoils as really going on here. And I believe that the copy that isn't the one from Woodland Charm is going to provide the bonus coming through from the Raider Spoils. Obviously, it's your strongest Ezreal, so he doesn't get 2 artifacts here, even though that would be pretty broken.
Yeah. Be a nice treat for Experian, who's been in a little bit of a bad spot. Looks like Augie was able to hit the Lucian 3, frankly, miraculously, given how little gold he was working with. But it will turn around his game considerably. But not able to find the damage on the LeBlanc. The risk we were talking about early on in this game with his itemization, unfortunately, has become reality as Augie gets taken down in 7th place.
Yes, and now Fry is kind of the only player left that is going to be on these quick draws. But look at the power level of the Oxforce, never mind. But again, there's a lot of gold to work with here for Papi Chill, who has just been chilling out at the top end of this lobby, and Neela free as well on top of this. Just the power level of the golden ticket, Matt.
Yeah, golden ticket does so much, especially in these lower cost compositions. You're looking 2-3-3 is where those 3 stars sit in the cost scale. So that's plenty to get those 3 stars. And Experion was able to find that Vi 3. We flagged it earlier as his next stop, but I don't know if he's long for this game, frankly.
Well, we're going to get that answer right now, Matt, as he's going to be facing one of the, if not the strongest board in the lobby. The Vi 3 has been found, providing some more frontline for these backline carries.
It's working out so far. Those shields doing a lot to tank that Misfortune ultimate, but now Kai'Sa starts to fire away, and Sivir just not doing enough. The stuns from Jinx will help, but won't save Experience round. Down to just 7 HP.
Yeah, but I think that getting a 6th place here is probably acceptable to a certain extent, right? He is at 9 points, so at 11 points now with 3 games to go. He's looking at generating around 16 to 18 points, so that is definitely doable as long as he just continues to stay within those top 4s for the next couple of games. So keep that in mind here as we are going to be looking towards that. Ukkkkko, but we haven't seen a lot of as well all throughout today. We have all throughout this game, rather, sorry, should I say here. So again, he's just kind of been chilling with that spell sting situation here, probably with a LeBlanc in the mix, you can see with the hacker, so a lot of interesting things going on here.
Yeah, Poppy Chill's board once more is that Twisted Fate Ox Force. And that is going to be a problem for Experian because he doesn't have much that can answer this. The Ox Force will keep Twisted Fate alive, but Jinx doing her best now that she has that Mana Zane from Raider Spoils.
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough here. The board is just way too strong, right? And again, it can kind of be seen as somewhat unfortunate matchmaking, but in reality, I think there are no boards in the lobby that Experian realistically has a chance to beat. Maybe outside of Vantager, but even then, there's still a 30 HP difference. Completed item anvil as well as another item on top of that here. So some of these units, some of these compositions that are using those duo carries, Matt, really getting thrown a boon here.
Yeah. We're going to be looking at seeing how those compositions fill out. I think Poppy Chill is going to be happy with as many items as he can get his hands on. We'll see how this lobby is shaping up. I'm curious to see what Ukkkkko's board is because we haven't checked in on him in a while. As Poppy Chill, of course, just going for the 6 Ox Force board. Okay, it's LeBlanc. I get it now.
But it's double Shojin Spellslinger Morgana, Matt, okay? So he has the anti-hacker tech in the hacker composition, okay? So...
Alright, fair. It's actually going to work really well for him. It's going to slow up the enemy front line as well, so his LeBlanc is going to get a little bit more time to dig through the opponent's board, but not exactly ideal items on her as he runs into another hacker board.
Yeah, again, it also has that shroud from that round of items there, so just another way of slowing down the enemy compositions as his LeBlanc will be ramping up into the fight, trying to take out as many targets as possible.
And you're seeing that double Shojin work out there as the stuns come out hard and fast. LeBlanc, though, on the side of Athedes, just looking so strong.
Yeah, and it has that Edge of Night that is not present on Ukkkkko's board, right? So he doesn't have that defensive targeting reset that is ever so important, especially in these head-to-heads, right? So Ukkkkko is just trying to at least alleviate as much pressure as possible, as he is also trying to farm gold from the Ukkkkko to go level 9, and then kind of just create this incredible board afterwards.
Heading into this PvE round, nobody at risk of being knocked out. An incredibly close lobby here in this top 5. So there will be time to cap out these boards as we see Dry leveling up to level 8, trying to put in one more unit. Now 4-star Guardian, 3 quick draw, plenty of damage for this Kai'Sa 3.
Yes, and look at this positioning here from this LeBlanc coming through from Ukkkkko. Is probably going to take out this Misfortune because again, she's not going to get tacked up on this initial angle here. So a lot of good stuff to start off with, but this Kai'Sa 3 should be way too strong, just in combination with the Ox Force on the front line as well. I feel like this board from Fry should just be win streaking from here on out.
Yeah, it does feel like it is going to be the strongest board in this lobby. Has a lot of ways to cap out. Using that Ox Force emblem is helpful as well. Keep the Neela rolling.
A lot of admin in this lobby, Matt, right? Like, I feel like that's just a lot of... I mean, maybe they're just like very they just enjoy doing like administrative work. I don't know. Like, you know, sometimes people they just like live out fantasies.
Look, sometimes what you need is just a nice little spreadsheet. Sometimes you just need to have a bunch of numbers, hit enter, click that little box and drag it to a bunch of cells. That's always satisfying.
Yeah, I mean, I spend a little bit too much time playing some of those spreadsheet games myself, so I can relate to the feeling, you know? Consistent gaming experience all across whatever video game you may or may not enjoy. But right now, it's about this team fight tactics here, as we are on Vanthaga's board. So we have 3 hacker players going around here so far. LF, Ukkkkko, as well as... well, Vanthaga's probably just saw, so still a lot of positioning mini-games to keep in mind. Fry on that Kaiser reroll as well as Poppy Chill on that more traditional Twisted Fate situation as well. But Freestar Camille finally found Matt. That could have huge implications.
Yeah, that's what he's been waiting for the entire game. That is such a huge boon. Gives a ton of base AD alongside some tankiness, which is exactly what you're going to need to keep a melee carry alive. And Alet potentially on his last legs. Oh, running into a newly 3-star Vanthaka.
3-star Vanthaga, is that like 3,000 games per set then, man? Like...
yeah, I think so. I think you just need a couple extra games per set. You know, I don't think he's putting in enough. He only has the most games of anyone in TFT. LeBlanc. It's going to be now LeBlanc versus Camille, but that Warwick putting in a little bit of damage. The adaptive defensive shield is huge, but LeBlanc just refuses to die.
That is the power of the Edge of Night, even though the Camille has the Edge of Night as well. It's just like not enough time for the lockdown to come through, and well, LF is going to slowly but surely starting to pick up these individual copies of the LeBlanc as well, so this could potentially be a LeBlanc free coming through the pipeline in just a second as well. So even though he is contested.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, though, he's got to lock this shop. He's down to 15 HP, running up against Ukkkkko. Ukkkkko not at as much risk of getting knocked out. So Alet has an out, but it's still far away. Ukkkkko running the same composition.
Also keep in mind here, Poppy Chill on his second Twisted Fate 2, I believe, so Twisted Fate 3 could very much be an option to keep an eye out
with Oxforce, no less.
And that could be the X Factor needed to take out this Kaiser board from Fry, right? Because Fry is just chilling at the moment. Nobody has been able to touch him.
Yeah, and we see Ukkkkko will finally take down Alet, which will give us our top 4, Poppy Chill, Dry, Ukkkkko, and Vanthaka, who will be, looks like, taking a win here against this Echo.
Yeah, and that's going to be big here as well for Vanthaka, because we were talking about how untouchable Fry has been, but he was able to get that Camille onto the backline as most likely, right? And with the fact that Recon no longer exists, it's no longer possible for the Kaiser to kind of dash away.
Yeah, no extra safety from that unit. Looks like Dry just waiting to go for that level 9, sitting on that 50 gold. Has the HP to tank a couple more losses. Vanthaka not given the same flexibility, though.
Going up against Poppy Chill here, has to figure out what's the best unit to get into the backline. And it's going to be that Warwick, actually. Just has better options of trying to alleviate the pressure, it would seem. But that's a fully itemized Mordekaiser as well. There's so many carries on this board.
Yeah, incredibly strong. We were talking about it earlier. Poppy Chill just has a ton of options with this board, lots of flexibility. And even though the Twisted Fate is going to be targeted next by the Camille, that Oxforce is going to do so much for him to keep him alive as the Mordekaiser, like you mentioned, working on that backline. But Camille might be able to turn this one around. Oxforce gives her too much trouble, though. Looks like Vanthaka will finally take the last loss of his lobby, but turning that into a 4th, genuinely impressive.
Wait, that's another Oxforce emblem, Matt. Are we looking at the famed 6th Oxforce game coming through from Poppy Chill? Never mind, Fry is going to be beelining for it, but this is actually a pretty poor carousel, all things considered, right? Because there's like 2 open traditional spats, a lot of components, and then there's just like some emblems and a Rage Blade. Like, that is just what's happening there. So none of these items really have a lot of impact in terms of helping out other comps here. Obviously, this is great for Fry because he can start leveling and start angling for a potential both Oxforce, where he has the Viego on the bench ready to go. So a lot of good things for him here.
Poppy Chill, we saw, just feel like, screw it. Just give me a Mordekaiser, whatever. Not great selection, as you said, but Poppy Chill, of course, lobby leader, 49 HP. Plenty of space to go.
Janna 2 now as well for Ukkkkko, who is slowly but surely transitioning this board into much more of a traditional level 9 board. But again, this LeBlanc is going to be the primary carry.
Gonna get stuck on this Oxforce Fiora, giving a little bit of time for this backline to fire away. LeBlanc finally falls. Oxforce doing its job there for Twisted Fate as Ukkkkko takes the L down to 4 HP.
And keep in mind, the board produced by Poppy Chill, yes, it has a lot of Oxforce going on, but it's also kind of secretly a lot more tanky than you might expect, just because of the fact that he does have that vitality of the Ox present as an augment. So every single unit essentially has a lot of Omnivamp from the attacks.
Yeah, and now looking at this board from Ukkkkko, one of the rare situations where you don't mind sunny weather. Since you have that hacker, you're sending your DPS into the backline with a little bit of extra safety.
I mean, in general, I quite like sunny weather, man. It's been anything but sunny for like the past 4 months in Denmark. Yeah. So, you know, you got to take the sunny weather wherever you can get it.
Ukkkkko going to be relying on this Janna to knock up the opponent, give that LeBlanc time, and it looks like she has done that successfully. Ukkkkko's LeBlanc firing away into that backline. The Oxforce will stall for quite an impressive amount of time. That may be the X factor for this game, but no, Fiddlesticks gets the CC, gives the LeBlanc the space she needs, and Ukkkkko survives another day.
Poppy Chill loses the battle here to Fry after Fry did go up to that level 9, but keep in mind that the upgrades here are still massive in terms of what they can produce here. We're still searching for that Twisted Fate free. That's a non-consistent unit. You have a casual 2-star Fiddlesticks on the bench. You can kind of try to slot in somehow, depending on what the outcome of this Urgot is.
I mean, you've got the Syndra on the bench, so like worst case, you just throw in a massive amount of CC, and that's going to make you happy if you're Poppy Chill. That's another way to cap this board. Which is what we were saying. There's a huge amount of ways that you can creatively cap this, and Poppy Chill is just feasting.
Yeah, another thing that's also kind of interesting about this late game here is that we're not seeing a lot of traditional combat augments outside the hero augments, right? We see a lot of crests come through, and that's also like just a way to like kind of play stronger boards, more creative boards, but sometimes something like a Thrill of the Hunt, for example, can come in and be a massive game changer.
Yeah, if Ukkkkko had Thrill this game, he'd be even more dangerous.
Wait, are we going to go chasing Nico free as well? I feel like Twisted Fate free is probably the one we're invested in, right? Yeah, that's going to be the decision point here from Poppy Chill. Has that Shroud as well, which could be a huge game changer this upcoming fight.
Yeah, I really like the choices he was making in terms of what to do with his economy as well. Ukkkkko potentially last stand once more. We see that LeBlanc going into the backline. She's the one who's going to decide this fight. Kai'Sa getting targeted by that LeBlanc. This 1v1 will decide it. Kai'Sa, 1 HP, and LeBlanc retargets Kai'Sa, safe from the only damage threat into that backline from Ukkkkko, who will fall into 3rd place. The 1v1 between Poppy Chill and Thrai to decide the lobby.
1v1 action going on here. Keep in mind, on the left side of your screen, keep an eye out for any Twisted Fates in the shop. Currently 2 copies of that off here. The Janna is going to be a massive upgrade as well. So there's a lot of HP as well to work with here for Poppy Chill. Has 2 more lives. We are at stage 7. Keep that in mind. So the hits are going to come in. They are going to be absolutely massive.
Going to be brutal. Any losses either player takes, it's all down to how many units you can take down to see how many lives you've got left. But I could survive if the round goes well enough for him. And it's a front-to-back composition. Kai'Sa going to have a chance firing away at that front line. Misfortune, a huge ult into the front as well. And it's all up to the Oxforce backliners at this point. Prankster going to go off but not save a lot of time. Twisted Fate doing his best as Syndra summons the other Fiddlesticks into the backline, but Kai'Sa has not been threatened once this game. Takes down the Fiddlesticks. Oxforce TF does his level best, but will not be enough. Poppy Chill down to 17 HP.
And this is likely going to be the last fight of the game here, so I expect the Papi Chill probably throw everything and a kitchen sink at trying to find that, but it's not going to be the case here. So at this point in time, you might as well try to sacrifice these TF2s on the bench to see if you can find just an overall better unit, maybe like another CC unit that you can throw in after the Fiddlesticks has been thrown onto the board here, because getting that Fiddlesticks 2 guaranteed onto the board here should be your biggest priority.
Yeah, the Syndrome really is his X factor at this point, but he's just going to keep with those TF2s. We're starting it off. That Mordekaiser in the front line will be able to shred through, and that's going to be the opening for the damage units in the back for Papi Chill. But this Twisted Fate not doing anywhere near as much damage as this Kai'Sa. Absolutely massive Misfortune supporting with that AoE damage. The front line untouched here still for Dry. Finally goes into the Ox Force, but it's too much damage for the board of Papi Chill to handle. No longer chilling Ox Force procs, but it's not enough. And Thry will be the victor of lobby number 3.
And just again, we just see the power level of Kai'Sa. It was a comp that we didn't really talk enough about, I want to say, going into yesterday, really, on desk and stuff like that. But we can really see the power level of it now and how it's shining through and just being like the premier carry of this patch, pretty much.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how well that was played in the later stages of the game. Like you said, I think the big takeaway from this is the creative ways all of our players were capping their boards with non-combat augments. It was all about the emblems and the ways they were able to play around that, but that Kai'Sa board was just unstoppable in the later stages of that game.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, we got to see a lot more Ox Force, something we haven't seen a lot of over the weekend. Was taken down just a little bit, right? And that's like the overall power level of the composition. Ox Force as a whole, not really touched too much just yet.
Yeah, lots of surprises coming out that game. We'll see if there's more as we go into round number 4. In the meantime, check out this interview with LiTiq, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
So my name is Chung. I come from Prague, Czech Republic, and my IGN is LiTiq. And I've been working in esports full time for 6 years now. Yeah, I actually love the TRCs. I used to compete in Hearthstone before TFT, so we've been doing a lot of offline events there, and I've been kind of missing that out in TFT. So I've been very happy to attend the offline events. I think it would be great if we had some more international offline events. That would be nice, but overall very happy about it. Yeah, so I think the best strategy to climb on ladder in general, one of the biggest mistakes I see my students doing is just not playing aggressive enough. Tempo is the name of the game, you know. Best is flawed is fake, just slam what you get. Play aggressively, you know. Yeah, so I play on the East server, and the guy that I like playing against the least is actually probably my mate from Czech Republic, Trey. He's consistently, obviously, on the top of the ladder. He's the contender for the most ladder points from snapshots, and I always get such terrible luck against him, so I guess that would be him. Yeah, so I would like to shout out definitely my supporters, my family, my girlfriend, as I mentioned. And then also mainly my students. I've always been sharing my competitive plays with my students whenever I play a tournament, and they always tune in, they cheer for me. We always go over the votes after, so definitely big thanks to my students. I couldn't do this without you.
And we're back here at the analyst desk. My name is Mix, and I'm here with Counterfeit and Morgana.
Hello guys, it's Morgana. I was there last game and I heard you talking about the thread flicks, so I decided to come and say hi.
Oh my gosh. I mean, maybe there's a reason why Morgana wasn't really necessarily turning up in the top 4 there. I don't know. We'll have to send him back to, try over again.
Yeah, sometimes she shows up and sometimes she doesn't. We have seen her quite a little bit more this time around with 2 Shojins and a Spellslinger emblem, but there was more in this game going on with Dry taking that first space.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be something a little bit unusual, particularly for Pappy Chill, who had such an interesting approach. I think, one of the big stories came out of this game, of course, as was talked about on the cast extensively, is that Oxforce proved to be a really good answer to so many different things. We saw Dre using it as a front line, we saw Pappy Chill using it as basically guardian angels for the back line. Worked extremely well.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the build diff that Shreddin had, because it was really interesting for me to see someone pick build different finally. Now, there are 2 ways you can play this. Either you play for the late game with the aces, as we know, for the Samira and MF to be able to cast quickly, blah blah blah. But he decided to do something very nicely here by trying to reroll for Lucian, Vi, Ezreal, and everything. Now, the only issue in that composition was that the Woodland Charm absolutely messed up with his comp every time he 3-starred a unit, because he could not copy his frontliners. Soon as the Ezreal got into a 3-star, it got copied. So initially, you kept losing some of your frontliners, that in addition to the itemization that was not doing him so well.
Yeah, and something I thought was really interesting next to experiences built different, which I was really excited for, but the reroll didn't really hit all the right spots. Pappy Chill, from the very beginning, finding that Fura Augment, finding that Ox Crest, being able to kind of get to the ceiling of what Spellslinger and Oxforce can do for you with those 2 Oxforce crests, and getting to those 6 Oxforce in total, only taking 2nd place against Traviscwat. I would have thought this bar could go even higher, but I think the Kai'Sa 3 was just a menace to deal with, and Dra being able to hit that so early kind of put a stop to that. But it was a beautiful round for Pappy Chill, and I did want to highlight that.
Yeah, and this was definitely, one of the situations we've been talking about in our recent games, how the Kai'Sa players, even though we're contesting each other, would tend to do pretty well. Didn't work out well for Dalasan, though of course Dre did take the top one. Of course, something we haven't even mentioned yet is, of course, all the Camille's being contested with each other. Honestly, it really impressive Van Herker managed to get a top 4, given that he was having to fight an uphill battle to just get the 3-star at all.
Yeah, and there was more going on in that lobby, of course, with everybody kind of beelining for those Camilles. There was a little bit of competing on those Renegades. It just didn't work out, but hopefully it'll work out next time. I was kind of here for seeing a Camille 3. It didn't really do enough, I think.
Yeah, and people getting the early duplicators or Nikos or whatever you want to call them made him able to hit that Camille pretty much early, but except that the itemization on her again was not the best. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me that a LeBlanc 2-star is able to win a 3-star Camille with a hero augment with very good items. Okay, not best in slot, but she had some very good items. I mean, him hitting the Camille that late was already a bit over, specifically for the fact that hacker units were highly contested, so by the point that he could get the trait in, it was really late for the Camille to be useful. And I think I agreed a little bit when Wita and Matt spoke about it a lot, that the Hextrick Retribution would have been better if it was not the adaptive. At least more flexibility, no?
Yeah, for sure. But looking at our standings, just keep in mind, we are at the halftime. We have 3 games down, 3 more to go. And if you're in a position like Ephora, you kind of need 3 wins now to really make it through. It's looking super rough for some of those players that are at the very bottom of our standings right now. I'm so sad to see some of our big names here. It always, I know we have to send half of them home, right? I know that's how a tournament works. it still upsets me. There's nothing I can do about that. I want everybody to go through.
I mean, this is, these 2 pages here, these are the ones we're paying the most attention to at this halfway point to see kind of how tightly contested everything is. And if you see the points totals on the side, they are super, super close together. So as we head into the back half of the day, a single points difference could be what puts you across the line or keeps you here in day 2.
I'm happy about my man Kevin Parker because he's been doing very well, and right now we saw him in the second page. But you know who I'm a little bit concerned about? Actually, wait, that could be a little bit more exaggerated. I'm very concerned about Solo Gesang. I've seen him at page 3 at 37th.
Okay, I would say Zologesang is somebody that I can kind of trust to get through on ladder points. I'm not sure completely how the standings are right now, but knowing him, I think he might be safe. I'm really excited though for Ging making it to that page 1 of the standings. I picked Ging as a winner for this tournament, so hopefully that is going to work out in my favor and I can say I was right. But before we get ahead of ourselves, our in-game casters, Wida and Niberia, are ready for us to take us through game number 4. So here they are.
Thank you, Max, both of us. Remember to smack that mute button before coming back to live. I was so proud of us, Wida. We're truly learning and growing as people.
Yeah, I did it during the course of a game yesterday as I was taking a drink, right? And that kind of was like, okay, I'm muted during a game, forgot to mute on the drink. That was a new one, right, for me, but some new names here as well, you can kind of say, right? I think Miku Chibi is a player for a lot of people that they are not that familiar with. Rubik and Betrayal, we've kind of seen in and around. Betrayal more so throughout today. Then you just have a list of pretty well-known names.
Yeah, I would say that Betrayal is definitely one of the players that has really impressed me over today's games, and including yesterday's Threat Level Maximum game, which was very fun. They have been consistently strong coming into these games and have shown off a wide variety of strategies. So I'm excited to see what they bring to this one.
Absolutely. I think that TFT Mark is a player that we also talk about quite a lot, right? One of the newer and bright names coming out of the German TFT resurgence. That was quite tough to say there for a second. And Marx was a very avid Jax reroll gamer for GSC number 2. So this early Jax may or may not be an indication for him to try to lean into that. You never know.
Yeah, we've seen it played quite a bit throughout the past 2 days, so there is the potential for it. 3 brawlers available. Often you'll see players sell that 3-cost unit in order to accelerate their economy. Not going to hit any breakpoints at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on it, see if he is still angling towards that Jax.
There are a lot of valuable units in the shop, actually, right? You're looking at the Ashe, looking at the Poly. Both of these are actually pretty valuable when it comes to their own right here. It's going to give up that Lucian instead, just pick up the Ashe. Laser Call units online now as well with the pickup of that Yasuo, so you can cut the Blitzcrank and then play Jax, Renekton, Yasuo, and the Ashe if that's what he wants to do on level 4.
Yeah, a couple of options here. Saving the Sona, which is interesting to me because doesn't really have an AP angle available.
Underground.
Oh, true. Just hoping for it, hoping and praying for a kill in Ezreal.
I have a theater background, right, Matt? So I'm trying to be the guy that like tells people like what their line is after they forgot their line.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. Underground. Oh,
just like whispering away. But we do have a call focus. I guess that's how you could say that. Call the League. We've seen this be combined with a lot of the Jax rerolls that we saw from LiTiq yesterday, right? So if that's the line you want to commit to, well, that's an option. Or you can try to roll for a better 2-cost augment. But with the opening line you're taking right now, I think Call the League might be a very interesting take, actually. I think he's going to be looking around the lobby to figure out whether or not that he might be contested. I think this is a very educated pickup here from TFT Marks.
Yeah, you can see that he was in the tank for a while, just trying to figure out what exactly he felt was the best combination of units. Opting for that Cull the Meek, and looks like opting for a potential loss streak here. Not going to level, not going to sell any units. Just wants to hold all of the components to his composition.
Yeah, and when you look around the lobby, if you hit a player like Orc, for example, has that Blitzcrank hook alongside a LeBlanc already, right? So has the admin ready to go. If you go to level 4 here, you're giving up potential economic breakpoint coming forward. You're also just leveling to lose.
Now, already we see it's a LeBlanc! Woo! But Og, of course, has been, I believe he was third place in the standing, so performing incredibly well today. One of our Greek players, we've seen a real resurgence. That region has been talking among themselves clearly, and all of the players we've seen in these tournaments have been very successful as of late.
And here we have the overview. A Hyperbolic Time Chamber, which is like my favorite augment name, being picked up here by Miko Chibi. So if he can keep on his win streak while also accelerating that XP count, that could be a real interesting spot to follow later down the road.
Yeah, but one of the things I'm flagging here is I'm seeing Petricite chains, which, at least to my mind, is very rarely picked up, because generally if you want to run a composition that is playing into that, you pick, you know, a Renegade. But it looks like Armatruck going for Vayne without spread shot, which I have heard from other players that is compositional suicide. Wida, give me your take.
But to be fair though, if he is going to be going into an Anima squad lean, which we haven't seen a lot of, to be honest, right, recently, Vayne, generally speaking, doesn't make those final boards. It's more if you want to focus more on the misfortune aspect of that, and Vayne is actually a pretty decent holder when it comes to something like the Spear of Shojin, right, kind of showcased by her spreadshot build. So as an item holder, she is pretty much going to be really strong, has a lot of really interesting additions, like let's say that Armatruc goes to level 5 after the carousel, finds the Fiora, well, all of a sudden he has Oxforce and Duelist online for a strong board that can start to build up those Anima squad stacks.
Yeah, and to follow on to your point, that is very valid. If you can get this Anima squad stacks going early, that makes the composition infinitely stronger. And additionally, he knows this line is not contested because nobody wants to play Anima squad this patch.
I think saying no one is a little bit dishonest,
It's
right?
hyperbolic. Not quite time chamber hyperbolic, but, you know, hyperbole.
But it's not a sought-after line, that's for sure, right? And also your misfortunes, they tend to get taken away by all the Kaiser players all of a sudden, right? So there are a lot of things to kind of keep in mind when it comes to what is really going to provide the power level of that. And Matt, we're going to see lesser champion duplicators coming out of this carousel here. So these reroll compositions are going to be feeling way more enticed to maybe pop that early and get stable.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly ideal if you're going for that 1 to 2 cost hero augment. A lot of those tend to transition very well into reroll compositions, but the ones that we've seen so far are tending towards support for the late game. That Cull the Meek, the Petricite chains, those are prepping them for later game augments or compositions rather.
Yeah, so TFT Marks did go for the bow off of the carousel, which means that he will probably be slamming an RFC right now. An item we don't see a whole lot of can kind of go on to Belbeth Warwick as well as Jax, which I feel like is going to be the more predominant option for him right now, obviously. Betrayal, Matt, yet again with a strong stage 2 involving a Kaiser. It seems to be kind of his bread and butter.
And why not? It's been working for him every single game that he's run it. He's found a ton of success with it, so just keep it rolling.
And we can kind of see here that the importance of that streak to him. He commits the Let's Champion Duplicator to get a 2-star rel going, but look at this double hook from Orc here alongside that level 5. Just going to allow that LeBlanc 2 of all things as well, Matt, to just absolutely annihilate those backline carries. And Betrayal at the end of the day here uses that Duplicator for naught. Potentially.
Yeah, but that Dragon Claw is putting in so much work for the rel. A full LeBlanc ultimate. Oh, the Zonias! It's going to be enough. It takes down the LeBlanc. Betrayal keeps the win streak going and ends Augs.
Well, that Duplicator was put into good use. I take my words back, Betrayal. You made the correct decision. I very much apologize.
I mean, it was a high-risk tempo play. It was absolutely high risk, but with it, he secured himself so much gold over the course of the next couple of rounds.
Now I'm interested to see, because he's the only player with the Rocket Grab was, well, the person he just faced, right? Orc here. So I was interested to see whether or not he was going to be removing that Rammus out of the corner where he just sells it and picks up the Poppy instead to get some more boosting for this rel now that has the defend attack online.
Yeah, that'll help her out really with her ultimate as well, giving those defenses to other units. Rubik starting off attempting a Lucian reroll with that Hextech Retribution. So shouldn't be a composition that proves problematic for Betrayal, who has this incredibly strong Kai'Sa.
Yeah, he's playing more for tempo, but it might be problematic that he's holding on to 2 copies, right, for Rubik, because the thing is that when you're holding on to these Lucians, I think that what we kind of been seeing all throughout the weekend so far is that these players that are holding these early Lucians, well, because they're playing Infinity Team, or they're just playing these quick draw openers, have kind of been a thorn in the side for all of these reroll players that really just want to spike as hard as possible, as early as possible. And yes, there are plenty of copies to go around, but you can only hit so many of them.
Yeah, and especially because Rubik doesn't even have the Lucian 2 yet. Unsure if he's going to decide to roll on 4 because there's 2 arguments. 1, you don't have a Lucian 2, you need to roll to have a chance to win the games. Or 2, you don't have a Lucian 2, why would you roll all of your gold for more copies when you've got none?
The general pattern here is that you roll to 30, and then when you reach 30, you can kind of make an assessment. With the Lesser Champion Duplicator also being in place now, that does give him a couple of options when it comes to potentially upgrading something as well. So he could reach stuff here. So another thing that I'm kind of a little bit annoyed about, I know that theoretically speaking, it does improve the odds of hitting specific units, right? But it's the fact that we see a lot of players kind of wasting a lot of time by picking up these units, like the Kale here, for example, right? That's kind of not really doing a whole lot for your board in terms of like the actual situation, but it just requires you to put in more mental APM to figure out like how deep are you actually? Like, what do you need to pick up here?
No, that's a really good point. I mean, there's a reason that the units you already have on your board are shiny in the shop, so adding more that you have to sort through makes your roll down slower. It risks you not being able to get that roll down in time. Meanwhile, Kingdanzz already with the 3-star rep. Huh.
He's level 6, 0 gold. Again, we can kind of see the power level of these early duplicators coming into play. So some of the other players that have been duplicating for that, for example, Betrayal is a big issue. Like, again, he's not going to hit that 3-star rel at any point. Soon, I don't think that necessarily was something he was angling for, but Kingdanzz could just be starting a win streak. Okay, Rubik. Pandora's Bench, Future Sight, or Luden's Echo. I could see a reroll here. I could also see Luden's Echo be a bit of a nice little damage boost here for this Lucian composition. Otherwise, it's S tier as well, but how do you feel about
for Tiny Titans? Because he knows he's in trouble.
Okay, one more. Is all it takes. One Lucian is all it takes to, I don't know.
He also hit Misfortune at level 5, which is very funny to me. He might just use the duplicator here.
But he has a duplicate, that's true, right? But again, you need to find some of the other costs around the Lucian, right? You need to have the front line of the Blitzcrank, for example, so you much rather use them for that, potentially.
Yeah, Lucian 3 now going to be a huge boon to this composition. Armor Truck, we can see, we were talking about him earlier, has transitioned those items onto a Jinx, very good AP item holder for this Anima Squad composition in the early stages. But Rubik, newly minted Lucian 3, doing a lot for him. And I gotta say, Wida, also, having that HP increase from Tiny Titans could not have been timed better.
No, I think Tiny Titans overall is a really strong augment, right? It on average, it saves you a lot of placements here. I was more looking at it because Featherweight's 1 is actually one of the best augments for this composition because you just get so much power and value across your entire composition with it. But I can see taking the safe HP and trying to play for better placements, right? Because this is the first lobby overall, right? We are in lobby 1. These are the players that have been doing the best all throughout the day so far.
Yeah. The name of the game for the players who have been consistently succeeding through the first half of the tournament is just top 4. You don't need to get flashy. You're looking to get to day 3. That's the name of the game, so you don't have to go for these super first or 8th compositions.
Yeah, just say again, and if you can just place top 5 from here on out, you're going to be pretty happy about your performance. You can get that day 3 berth guaranteed. And that can kind of be reflected in the way these comps are picked up here. But look at this setup from Marksman, right? Has that second win as well, which is one of the best augments for these brawler compositions.
Yeah. In case anyone in the audience is curious, it's because they have so much damn HP. It's like, I don't remember how much 1 is. I think it's 40% HP. So it is a massive boon.
40 or 30, I believe. So that is a massive increase. Yeah, I like how I put out the last game as well. I feel like no one said boon on this broadcast until this weekend where I just started saying it, and I love that we just like kind of.
It's a good word. It feels good to say.
It's a really it's a good word because it's just like you just like have the boon. You can kind of like put the pressure on it in different ways.
And it feels kind of piratey, you know. I can't explain why. That's just the vibe.
Boon, bouncy. I mean, they're kind of close.
Yeah.
BO is the same starting syllable that's kind of put into place.
There's something there. Wet Jungler, though, is our legally mandated Gnar player for the lobby. Has that Deathblade plus Titan's Resolve. So strong on the AD side, probably looking for a unit. So he takes a lot of incidental damage in progress of trying to carry. So healing does a ton to keep him alive and keep him putting out that damage.
I don't know if it does. I mean, he does it in bursts, right? That's the thing. That's the big thing as well to note here is that like he just has the absolute humongous ability to. And he has some healing from the hacker as well, right? But again, you need that little bit extra healing coming through from, let's say, a BT to get that shield going as well to prolong the fights to ensure it doesn't get burst out. It's such a prominent combination alongside the Titan's Resolve as well. So another thing to keep in mind here. As we are going to be going over with Mikuchibi, a play we were talking about earlier on, is we're able to use that hyperbolic time chamber to really accelerate their game plan, but it looks like he has not really found himself that lucky so far.
Yeah, really running out of gas at this point, it seems. Trying for that 5 Infinitine composition, putting both frontliners there, even though the spot is in the back. I like it. Give a little bit of extra tankiness for your backline to do damage, but I gotta ask, Wita, what damage? You've got a Sivir 2, you've got a Misfortune 1, and a Lucian with 0 items.
Yeah, but as long as his frontline can stall, you're looking at 2 Shens obviously coming through from the Infinity Team. You're looking at the Garen as well, and the damage coming through now from the MF. It's not going to be quite enough because of the Prankster and the second wind, etc. coming through. So, is it going to be enough? I think the Stinks can kind of just end up one-shotting these other units now. Never mind. It's going to be just enough here as he's going to be level 7. Armatruk still at level 6, but has that extra gold to work with, so not feeling under any pressure right now.
And Arma's probably happy. He's been loss streaking pretty much the entire game. So on and off, because his composition has been weakening as the game has gone on. That Jinx 2 is going to start falling off during this stage 4. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Miku on only 6 gold, though, is a little bit concerning. Doesn't have a Shen 2 just yet. No Garen 2. And as we mentioned earlier, the backline a little bit suspect.
But that gold coming through there from the orb might be just about enough that he needs to get those full upgrades coming through here. And speaking of full upgrades, well, Armatruk rolling down, trying to find that MF2 is on the pair right now. But as we have seen already, quite a lot of these MFs are out of the pool, but it doesn't matter. It is picked up here.
And we'll find the Riven as well. So one of the stronger frontliners. Is that going to replace the Nasus in this board? Or the Vayne?
We are on 5. It replaces nothing. It's just there in the bottom right corner, I believe, right? It was there for a second, never mind. Not yet, at least. And I think that there's a lot of things to talk about here because of the way this board is situated right now. There isn't any other brawler or defender in play here, so the defensive trades coming through in terms of the mascot as well as the Aegis. And the Prankster just has so much more value, which is why this Riven is just going to stay on the bench until at least 2 start and probably won't enter play until level 8 if there's found an Anima Squad emblem here.
All right, now heading back over to Kingdanzz's board. We highlighted him earlier, hit that rail 3 at stage 3, the very beginning of it. And since then, has been having a very successful game, 8-round win streak.
And it is going to be those gold augments here. Kingdanzz, you're talking about 8-round win streak. Instantly takes the Jeweled Lotus as well. So maybe after all, Kai'Sa is a recon again, right? Like that's kind of the big thing here. We didn't really see this unit can combine with this augment in Monster's attack before it glitched out because, well, you had the built-in crit chance from the recon trait, but big pickup here because it means he can kind of be a little bit more flexible with his itemization, stuff like that. So keep an eye out for that going forward.
Armatruk will be putting in that Riven finally, running with that 7 Anima Squad, has found the emblem, sticks it on the Echo. This is the strongest variant of the Anima Squad. Previously, before it was nerfed into the ground, Anima Squad 7 was the single strongest synergy in the game. And while it was nerfed, it's still pretty damn strong.
Look at the positioning on this Lucian, by the way, Matt, here. If the targeting goes the way it wants to, that could have been absolutely detrimental, but the Misfortune at least get the first cast off here. That's going to be massive here. And it's going to mean that the... Ooh. Holy moly, I think that we're still going to be just about fine, but that could have gone so much worse.
Incredibly close. Rubik will lose his win streak. Has been streaking since we last saw him with that Lucian 3. And Armatrook has turned around his game. So the lobby starting to change shape.
The lobby is starting to change shape indeed here, but for Armatrook right now, the ever so important aspect of this is going to be to try to get to that level 8 so that he can put in this Alistar again. And keep in mind, he doesn't need that much gold on level 8, so I think that the second he can kind of just push level 8, he's going to do it, because he has his next unit in, he has his upgraded forecasts already, bar the Echo.
Now looking over to Augsburg, who had quite the auspicious start with that LeBlanc 2 on Archangels early on in Stage 2. But once his win streak got shut down, he started having a little bit of trouble. You can see now economically in trouble and on a 6-round loss streak.
An Auga player that also had a good performance in GSC number 2, actually, a player that has actually had a pretty strong season overall, I'd say, right? Like, a player that the two of us obviously knew about going into this season because of his previous escapades in the likes of Fates and Galaxies, but a player that in the post-Rising Legends era still has really been lacking that massive breakout season. It looks like he's about to have that now.
Yeah, looking really good, and did pick up the Axiom Arc, which explains the absolute turnaround that round. It is such a strong augment for LeBlanc. But now, heading into the Stage 4 Carousel, compositions and items are going to shape up pretty heavily here.
There's a Nico with a rod, right? There are lobbies where that would be the hottest commodity on the Convergence, but not really been the case. We had one of those lobbies the other day, yesterday, right, where we just saw like 4 Nico players out of like nowhere, and it was like such a weird out of body experience for us. But this frontline might be one of the single strongest setups you can have here. If there was this mech, like this Garen was a mech as well, but Aatrox 2, especially when itemized, is an absolute beast and is really hard to push through.
Yeah, this is what we were concerned about earlier on. We were saying, all right, cool, really strong front line, a meh back line. But now, with the Rageblade, with the Last Whisper on that Samira, not quite a Samira 2 yet, things are looking up, and with this Aatrox 2, that front line has become even beefier.
Yeah, it's also worth noting though that Rageblade is not necessarily the greatest item on Samira, because Samira is much more of like a caster AD carry, more so than like an attack heavy focused AD carry like the Aphelios, for example, from previous sets, as it's just absolutely annihilated by the quick draw proc off the Lucian here. So even though it looks ever so good for just a moment in time there, catching strays from across the board does mean that we are going to be seeing Miko Chibi go down to 12 HP, but on the other side of things here, our designated player of the Gnar, Matt, well, he's been going out in 8th place.
Yeah. Unfortunate, just, I assume, wasn't quite able to hit that Gnar 3, didn't have the strength in this lobby. So he will be taken down as we see Og hits that LeBlanc 3, already was having a great time with that 4 admin, with that Axiom Arc. I expect this win streak to continue for quite a while longer now that he's hit LeBlanc 3.
And I think that's also worth mentioning here, right? Looking at the augments that you talked about, the Axiom Arc, but even more important, I'd say, is the Pandora's items here. Look at the LeBlanc items. They're absolutely best in slot.
Yeah. A lot of people still feel that a lot of people will falsely assume that LeBlanc still needs mana items, but it is more useful to have that AP to get those resets, those extra sigils, especially at 3-star, especially if you can pick up that Axiom Arc. And you can see here the power of that combination just absolutely brutalizing Armatrook's board.
Yeah, the baseline, generally speaking, is going to be Edge of Night, blue buff for Shogun, and then Archangels plus. But again, when you have the Axiom Arc, you do not need that mana regeneration, because most of the time, especially at the higher tiers of the Blanc, she is going to one-shot that backline carry.
Yeah. And we've seen even without Axiom Arc, some players just opt into that full AP. There's a one trick somewhere floating around like 1400 LP who usually doesn't go for a mana item. So always interesting to see how those builds adapt over time. And taking stock of the lobby, Mikuchibi struggling still without a strong backline damage threat, whereas Kingdanzz still staying up at that top of the lobby.
And keep in mind here, there are not that many players actually streaking outside of Orc, who's like slowly but surely building a win streak here.
Yeah.
Kind of off the back of that LeBlanc, so that kind of makes sense, right? But 1-1-1 across the board here. No one really either lost streaking or win streaking. Just can kind of tell a picture of the lobby being very close, and that everybody right now can kind of beat anyone depending on the matchups here. But Marks finds another Jax too. Is that going to be a Jax free? It is indeed as well. Oh, ever so close. Do you sell the Sivir 2 here? I feel like you kind of do. I feel like the Samira 2 spike has to outweigh the Sivir 2 spike, right? But the thing is, oh no, man, Sivir 2 is only 5 gold, man. It's only 5 gold, so cannot pick up the Sivir in the shop.
I feel like it's still worth it. Oh,
right, that's 2 gold. I'm sorry, that's 7 gold. I cannot do math. Never do math on broadcast, kids. Pro tip out there: don't do math on broadcast. Obviously, can't pick that up. I am absolutely miscalculating.
It's just enough. So instead, probably going to have to lock this shop. Hasn't done so just yet, though. So we can see the damage not quite enough. That Rel surviving for a while. Yeah, maybe for a little bit. Miko starting to finally pop off. And will just completely brutalize Mikuchibi. He is now 7th place.
Dice off Panda. Right, so that's the big one here. And keep in mind, all continuing his win streak, he's going to be able to take out a lot of players here slowly but surely. That's going to be the big one to follow here. Kingdanzz reaching level 8, finding some upgrades left, right, and center as well. So positioning here is going to be really interesting as well, because keep in mind, the Blitzcrank hook here is going to be hooking opposite of the LeBlanc. You obviously do not want the corner carry that you're trying to target with the LeBlanc to get hooked.
And I think what's fascinating about this lobby is the only person who has a board that's fairly catered to the admin is going to be Marks, but with this LeBlanc 3 with Axiom Arc and full AP, I'm not sure the tankiness is going to help that much.
I mean, we just sit back and enjoy the show here, right? Just, well, there goes the Kai'Sa. Well, there goes everything else on this board. Goodbye and good night as Kingdanzz, despite his newfound power spike, will take a loss to this absolutely absurd board from Orc.
I feel like we've already found our first place and everyone is just fighting for second. Because you can see, even with that Rel, even with the Dragon Claw, even with her ultimate, just not doing anywhere near enough to survive.
I mean, the saving grace here potentially could be the fact that Marks might have enough HP on this Jax potentially, right, to withstand the power level in terms of just the sheer amount of AP. But due to the nature of those Pandora's items, there are double chalice of power as well being shared to that LeBlanc. So there's just the initial burst just so big that it's really hard to withstand.
Yeah, and I'm checking in on Aug's admin. I'm going to read it out loud with an incredulous voice. To admin, on kill, the killer will gain 20 AP for the rest of combat. For admin, and gain 20 AP for the rest of combat. So 40 AP plus the 25% boost, so 50 AP per kill for that LeBlanc.
I don't know about you, man, but that sounds like quite a lot.
Yeah, fairly significant, I think it's fair to say.
But maybe, for example, this Sonya's Paradox on Betrayal's Kai'Sa, when the Kai'Sa reaches 3-star, if he can stay alive for long enough, could be the saving grace as well in some of those matchups. So there's a lot of things to still keep in mind as this Jax is going to start hammering away, but the Sonya's Paradox has still not been procced, so it's going to be an easy win for Betrayal.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to that Jax is exactly what you would hope would happen for Betrayal against Aug's board. Oh, boy.
You see the shiny gold thing here?
Sure do.
That means that there's going to be an Ornn artifact. So maybe we're going to see a couple more paradoxes coming through here as we continue to break the time and space continuum.
Well, what I'm fascinated by here is what does Aug do from this point? You kind of got your full board. I guess you could bolster it with something like a Janna. It's sunny weather, so probably not.
I mean, you just leveled and then add whatever kind of floats your boat at that point in time, I would assume, at least here. As you can see, Rubik, unlike a lot of the other players we've seen play this composition focused on the illusion aspect of it, kind of actually being stable for a while and kind of actually just staying in the game, whereas other players we have seen have kind of struggled to do that so far today.
Yeah, this is a nuts increase in damage here for Canvas. Picking up that Mana Zane for the Nico is going to do a lot for the AoE damage in this composition, especially against Marks. Look how clumped that is.
Yeah, the Randy and Sanctum, though, right, really providing those extra resistances to the entirety of the team is going to make it so much harder to push for the absurd amount of HP, even though we can see that Campus's board is doing its utmost.
Yeah, the problem is the stuns. Jax is so weak. Any melee carry is super vulnerable to CC because they're going to get immediately targeted down, and that's what we're seeing happen to Marks round after round after round. It's Jax having to walk forward, it's Jax getting stunned, and we're seeing the holes in this composition as he's rapidly approaching a potential 6th place finish.
A Betrayal now finding that guarantee on top of that as well, so we can see we got a little screenshot from one of the fights here for the board of Orc, where LeBlanc got just a chill little 610% ability power map. That's,
what?
That's a lot.
That's disgusting. I hate it. Thank you.
It's great, right? But keep in mind here that we have a lot of contesting going on these Kaisers and just quick draws in general. We have Campus, we've seen other players on that as well, so it is not going to be as straightforward for a lot of these players to try to finally find their free stars, because they've kind of been aiding Orc in the process by taking out all the other free stars from the pool, as it's LeBlanc, which is easy to hit.
Yeah, and now looking at Betrayal and Marks both at risk of elimination, and Betrayal will survive by the skin of his teeth, and now Marks looking to find success with this Jax finally will land directly onto a carry, and that will save him for another round.
Well, it puts a good chunk into Armatruk as well, and Armatruk has a lot of gold, but hasn't really been able to invest it. I assume that level 9 is going to come through after this Morgana round, and just really be what he can kind of do to put himself into the best position to kind of close out this game and secure that top 4.
Now, items could change the shape of this game, but frankly, I don't suspect they'll do a whole lot. We've got mostly capped out items from all of the tanks, all of the carries across the board for these players.
I mean, more frontline items, more utility items can always be nice in terms of the fact whether that's a Seeks, or it's a Cone, or it's another Zephyr, for example, or another Shroud. Like, there are options. Even as a Rot Portal, for example, to pull some aggro for a moment in time could also be a beneficial thing to look out for. And that is going to be the choice here from Armatruk, who is going to go level 9 and just add in a Leona, most likely.
There's going to be 3 Aegis. That's going to be very helpful against most of this lobby, especially against Og, who is in the pool here for Armatruk. That would be very unfortunate.
All weekend almost, right? Like, it's the first Aegis friendly we've seen all weekend, Matt. Like, to a certain extent, I feel like we haven't seen it a lot.
Yeah. We haven't really seen Aegis 3 slotted in. We've seen a couple of 2, but not a lot of people, like, intentionally opting for an Aegis frontline. Here we go. Rubik's board with this Lucian we've seen since very early on, finding success for him, finding that win streak, but looks like just getting absolutely brutalized. The CC is too much for him to deal with. Zonia's as well. Takes Rubik down to just 7 HP.
And the battles here for both Armatruk as well as TFT Marks are going to be absolutely pivotal. And we see the battle, we were talking about this for a while, the battle between the LeBlanc as well as these brawlers, and is it going to be enough? It is, and it's going to be
way.
Win streak broken. And look at the damage total as well. All down to just 12 HP. We have 6 players remaining, stage 6-2, and outside of Campus, everyone is at 13 HP or lower.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. How did Rubik hit a Silas 3? Isn't he like level 8 at this point?
I mean, at some point, you just gotta go for it, right? And he had a lot of copies, so sitting at like 6 or 7.
Oh, he's still 7, okay.
It was sitting at 6 or 7. I mean, the best thing to do is always hit your your one cost free star at level 9. That's always the best feeling, right? Like, if you finally hit it, it's fine pushing the levels, no impact here. But speaking of impact, this Zephyr in the front lines should at least provide some access.
Yeah, and there we go. Hooks on the left side, on the right side. We're going to be taking a look at this Lucian board once more for Rubik. As you can see, the Misfortune blocked out by that newly 3-star Silas. Buys quite a bit of time, but Lucian, so slow to ult, will fall. And that means Rubik will, as will Betrayal on the left. Aug's board just too much to handle.
Yeah, the two Turkish players here being eliminated alongside each other. As well as TFT Marks taking a dice off Panda, but I believe that he should at least be in that top 4, and he will be. So from 6-3, the player field put into half, and now it is all about figuring out if anyone can take down Campus.
Yeah, I am really impressed by Marks this game. It looked rough for a while, but thanks to some really careful play, able to get that top 4. That's what you're looking for when you opt into this Jax competition. We've seen it throughout the weekend. Top 4, maybe a third is what you're looking to eke out, but it is not going to find you a first or second.
Look at the amount of lockdown there is on this board here. Look at a Mana Saint Pike. You're looking at a Blitzer. You're looking at double Shroud. There's just so much control here.
Yeah, and double cone on the LeBlanc as well. So once she gets her first kill, she's looking at something like 100% bonus AP. And that Axiom Arc really showing how valuable it is as she just keeps firing away. Aegis is actually doing a lot here in this fight, even though it doesn't quite look like it. It did stall for quite a while, but not long enough. Armashuk changes boards to avoid his fate for as long as possible.
No longer works though, as the lights will guide him home because he tried his hardest and didn't succeed, right? But top 3 is still gonna be a very good finish for him in this game, right? Keep in mind this is our top lobby so far, so any sort of good placement here from these players pretty much guarantees themselves a spot into tomorrow, that ever so important day 3 we've been talking so much about.
Yeah, I also want to highlight Aug did the exact correct thing there, saw the declaw, immediately beelined for it, because that is the one thing that is a danger to his composition this game.
And also keep in mind that Campus is on an AP comp as well, and he has plenty of time right now, Campus, here to figure out what he wants to do on level 9 to try to really figure out how he can counter the board from Aug.
Now it's going to be all up to LeBlanc diving into that back line. Kaisa gets hooked into the middle of the composition. Nico, first one to be targeted by this LeBlanc, and she is popping off to the races. The Rel will survive one battery from this LeBlanc, and Kaisa somehow in the middle of the melee survived. LeBlanc will do her darndest, but it won't be enough. Kaisa takes Aug down.
We found the anti-hack attack, Matt. You just let your carry with Edge of Night get hooked away from the LeBlanc. It's genius, you know? It's that's the insane highest mechanic play ever, right?
Well, frankly, it kind of is, because she's got an Edge of Night. So once she gets hooked in and takes enough damage, they all target someone else. So she's sitting there and free firing. And if you look at Aug's board, there is no AoE coming out from it other than maybe Pike.
You have the Morganas, but that's the thing about these LeBlanc boards. They are very solo carry centric, so when you can get your carries away from the LeBlanc, if you buy enough time, these carries will tend to ramp up over the course of the fights like this Kaisa. That could be the value you're looking for.
Yeah, look, she gets hooked into the middle again. We're going to watch for the EON to proc. There it is. Nobody targeting her at this point. LeBlanc will turn.
Oh, the Leona.
More auto will do it. And there goes the Kaisa. LeBlanc has popped off officially. No tanks in the way. And that's one more round taken by Aug.
But if this is going to continue to be just a 1-unit loss, even in stage 7, we're looking at potentially 2 or 3 more fights here. So Campus has a lot of time to try to see if he can roll that dice and get that result in the right way yet again.
Campus has plenty of opportunities to adjust his board, adjust his positioning. Remember, Aug only has to mess up once. He only has to lose the positioning mind games once in order for this game to go to Canvas.
I mean, again, Zephyrs, we talked about that, could be coming in, it could be impactful. Any more frontline items as well, just trying to look for other ways to kind of start boosting. Another chalice as well, for example, could be massive for the likes of Aug, another Leona item as well to get that secondary carry. There are just so many different things to think about here that it's going to be really interesting to follow.
Well, and here's a crazy thing that in any other game I would never consider saying. Do you position the Blitzcrank to intentionally not hook the Kaisa? Because that's the only way that Campus has won this 1v1.
It is. Wait, he's on level 9. He's just casually almost just rolling his way into a free-star Kai'Sa. Can kind of just sit for now. He's picked up 4 copies of this Kai'Sa on level 9. And also finds that Garen too just gets a little bit more beefiness to work with as well.
And Kai'Sa will be safe regardless of where that Blitzcrank is focusing. And the LeBlanc, it's all up to her. Fires away, finds the Neeko, finds the Kai'Sa. But Kai'Sa pops into the Edge of Night. Just as it expires, LeBlanc finds a new target. Down goes Rel, down goes Twisted Fate. Kingdanzz takes the L. And one more will spell his doom.
Yeah, now it's all on to see if they can find that 3-star potential, maybe, for the Kai'Sa. Yeah, I don't really know, like, how much extra work this Syndra is going to be able to do here. It's kind of like a really awkward, like, mini-game when it comes to this anti-hook positioning, because, like, how are you going to bait it in? Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? Like, was it a one-off thing?
Is it better to get hooked? Like, a question never before asked. I like this, though.
Anti-hacker positioning out in full force here from Kingdanz's side of things, at least to start off with.
But LeBlanc directly onto the Neeko once more, will fire away, get one volley down, take her down. Edge of Night popped once more for Kai'Sa, but LeBlanc takes her out one more time. Everyone but the Rel has been taken down, and Og barely takes down Kingdanz and finds first place in game number 4.
It looked promising there for a second for Kingdanz with that singular fight. And again, it kind of speaks volumes about how matchmaking can really impact the game, right? Because if Marks had a matchup against Og at an earlier time before that LeBlanc 3 was found, for example, that fight that they had where he won potentially could have been the one that knocked Og out of the game, and the game would have been completely different.
Yeah, no, and it was really played by everyone in that game. I think Kingdanz really did his best to take that out, but it is so hard to position against the LeBlanc that can just kill your tank and then immediately start focusing on someone else because she got her ult refreshed. Not just an extra sigil, but a full volley once more. So really well played by Og and Kingdanz, taking that first and second place respectively. Coming out of round 4, you're the top of the leaderboard, and you can start relaxing because you're going to make it to day 3. Unless you have the most disastrous game possible.
Yeah, and also start building that tiebreaker for tomorrow, that overall tournament points. Also super important in terms of securing those GSC points in day 3.
Yeah, and we will be headed into round number 5 in just a few minutes. In the meantime, enjoy this interview from Nettlemidge, and we'll see you soon.
My name is Georgi. I come from Russia. My in-game name is Nettlemidge, and I'm 21 years old. I really like the new format of the Rising Legends. I think it's a great idea to have such regional qualifiers to attract more players from different regions. And I only took part in the Golden Spatula Cup once before through the ladder, and now I have a chance to do it once again through the qualifiers. Well, I think that the strongest TRC is probably the French one. I know a lot of players from this region, and all of them seem to be crushing it every time. So I think French community is the strongest one. My goal for this set is rather low. I honestly just want to make it to day 3 of this Golden Spatula Cup. But of course I would love to make it to the regionals finals or even to Worlds. So we'll see how lucky I will get. Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to the Russian-speaking community and to all the players who have been supporting me and the scene overall. And I really hope to see some of the Russian-speaking players succeed in this tournament.
always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life will be perfect anyway.
You know, I really believed there was a chance where this was going to go the other way, where that LeBlanc wasn't going to be the queen of everything. I believed in the dream of repositioning, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. My name is Mix. I'm here with Counterfeit and Morgan, and we're going to break down that game that you just saw. Let me start off by saying it was pretty low impact augments, right? We had early hero augments, we had silver augments coming through. It was all kind of like easy breezy, then a golden augment to follow up. But man, oh man, the boards themselves, they were pretty intense.
That's to say the least. I mean, I think having the Lesson Champion duplicator in the other game, particularly in Cambizz's case, let that otherwise slower start really accelerate massively. Had 3-star rel for most of the game, but oh boy, what a game it was.
Yeah, he really rolled on that rel a little bit early in the game, so he was able to get that very strong front line in the early amount. Now, you would think that with a board like this, he would be able to start playing with the Kai'Sa, but again, Kai'Sa and MF were heavily contested in this lobby, so going for Kai'Sa and rel reroll in this lobby was not the smartest idea, and it did pay off. He decided to go level 9, he decided to play for the late game, and his decision was right, Mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Something else that was right was the comp that Aug built together, and there was so much that went into it, right? First of all, we had a Shroud being built. That already adds a little bit of difficulty. Then we had the augment on Blitzcrank that hooks someone, more difficulty. Then we had LeBlanc with Hacker going into the backline. And then on top of that, the admin on that LeBlanc just completely going, I don't know, I don't have any words for it. I would say stonks. I don't know how else you describe where this LeBlanc was going. It was just going crazy and even higher and higher in AP. And Aug was just, he was chilling. He looked at that LeBlanc and thought, no, yeah, this looks good. This is fine. I'll take it.
I mean, this was definitely the nightmare version of LeBlanc, because they were saying on the cast, all of the pieces were in place there. You had to have the best itemization for the Pandora's items, the Axiom Arc as well. She just never stopped casting the entire way through there. And we ended up in this really amazing late game situation where you're trying to put together the puzzle of how you could possibly take down a LeBlanc that strong was ultimately found without answer.
At this point of the game, at this very, very late parts of the game, I don't think that it's all about being addicted to re-rolling. I don't think it's luck or RNG anymore, as much as it mechanical. And the mechanical part of TFT is purely positioning. So how do you position against a Shroud, a Rocket Grab, a Hacker that goes into the backline with whatever targeting that comes into its mind, and later on, another own item, another hook, maybe, who knows, which we'll get into in later, but this part of the game, specifically for a comp that has heavy backline carries, something like, not like the Warwick that would love to dive deep in, it's kinda hard to position against these boards in late.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, before we get ahead of ourselves, I kind of want to talk about something that we didn't, at least on broadcast, we didn't see as much, and that is the Anima Squad board that we did see from Armored Truck, being able to unlock those 7 Anima Squad. I think the casters were mentioning that as well. Used to be very, very good. not as good anymore, but good enough to bring Armatrook that third place. And I was really happy to see it have a little bit of showtime. Of course, you would have liked that MF maybe a little bit earlier, but other than that, it was really, really good with those Anima squads stacking up quite early in the game.
Yeah, I love to see it as well. I mean, normally we're expecting the Misfortune in particular to be very heavily contested by all of the other Kaiser players and the Lucian players as well. So hitting up the 2-star that early on is definitely the best case scenario. I just think this was the kind of lobby, the kind of environment that having backline carries was always going to be very hard to make work.
Yeah, and for a lobby that started off and kicked off on the wrong foot with just 1-star and 2-star hero augments, again, the second one being grey, the third one being gold, there was no room for prismatics, there was no room for high rolls in this lobby. I think that this lobby was very high roll for what's given. Again, and the Ornn Anvil carousel coming in the middle, and this is one of the very newest features introduced to us in the mid-set update. Anvils being available in carousels, starting from component anvils, full item anvils, and now pretty much an entire portable forge augment given to you for free on stage 5 with the Ornn Anvil carousels. Now, if you needed a front line, you would take the Randuin's Omen or you would take the Spirit Visage. Something for like Kingdanzz, for instance, he had a Mana Zane Nikos, which allows her to cast pretty much thrice soon as she does her first cast. So the Ornn Anvil asks for a lot of variety in these boards, and you can take whatever you want.
Yeah, that only works if you make it there though. And unfortunately for Wet Jungler, it didn't really work. It's the third time we're now seeing the Narcomp fall off. And we've been thinking about, how does this happen? Because generally we expected players to really go for that Gnar, to beeline for it and have it be a comp that was going to be competed. However, with everybody else kind of playing for more tempo, the Gadgettine players fall off even more. And before they can hit their spike, before they can get that Gnar 3, they get knocked out. They just bleed too much in the early and middle game, not really being able to bring anything online. And how that can look is what Wet Jungler experienced in that game here, unfortunately.
I think it's going to be very tough for Wet Jungler long term as well, with the LeBlanc being in play. When you've got the hackers exchanging places with each other, I think in Gnar's case in particular, you really need to be ripping it through whatever backline there is almost immediately and getting your comp ahead that way. And if the backlines move to your front line, that's going to be tremendously harder to do.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it there towards the end of those highlights, the positioning. I was so happy to see Kingdanzz do what he did and try to get out of it. We've mentioned it before as well. It just wasn't enough. But here are our standings. Ifora apparently heard me after I said, you kind of need to turn it around, mate. Now got a second place. I hope there's 2 more first places that can follow that to save my German companion here and get through those standings as we move along. Remember, the top 32 will be the ones moving to day 3.
I'm a little bit proud of Solo Gesang right now for being able to finally get a good rank in his last game. We saw him being in 37th, I think, in the last standings. But now that he got top 4 in the last game, he's actually able to get back up. And I'm betting on Solo Gesang with all my money. He can make it, and I'm pretty sure that he qualifies to tomorrow, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, there's several really good names up here. Kingdanzz, of course, has been putting out a very, very strong performance. But Ogg has been doing amazing stuff. 3 first places in a row is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you gotta respect, right? And I cannot wait to go back and see if they were maybe all LeBlanc games. I don't know. But really, really cool to see that happen. Of course, France going really strong there right behind him as well. But for now, we do have an interview lined up for you guys. And after that, we'll go into game number 5. Don't go anywhere. Here is one of my favorite players, Traviscwat Meow Meow.
I'm Travis, I'm 20 years old, I'm from Poland. I'm also known as Traviscwat. If I speak, I'm in big trouble, I think. Not a fan of the mid-set. I think removing mid-sets in set 10 is a big hit if they add champions during the set, like they used to in set 1. I'm not sure if they're gonna do that, because I think it wasn't announced. But if that happens, I think it's great. Otherwise, 4 months, same champions, it may be a little bit of a problem. My goal would probably be to get lucky and go like top 5 in the Spatula and get to the EMEA. That would be really nice. I think I deserve it after the low rolls in the first set, since I think I was one of the best players on GST1. Okay, so the best strategy to climb on ladder, I think, is finding one comp that you can trust, like not forcing it, but playing different comps and playing one comp like 10 out of 20 games or 9, something like that. Like you need to have a comp where you have a bad spot, you can pivot into it and you know it well. So I'll shout out our Discord, of course, Lelouch, Simply Watchtech, and all the other people. I'll also give a huge shout out to my org, Zero Tenacity. They're cool guys, love them all. And I think that's about it.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash?
Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. On day number 2, we are on the bubble. Our players fighting for their tournament lives to get through and play on day 3. My name is Canfin, alongside Wita and Morgan for these final 2 games. Guys, it's been pretty crazy so far, and things are only going to heat up further.
Yeah, I think that's worth noting here as well when you start looking at that. These players, they need 2 really good results to be guaranteed that day 3 berth. And for some of these players, they don't have the points or any other means other than winning the tournament or finishing top 4, top 3 tomorrow to make it to the finals. So really important for them that they have a good performance here.
Yeah, I mean, when we started today, we said that Game 5 and Game 6 are we going to be seeing the craziest stuff. And I hope right now that some of the players that have already gotten themselves qualified for tomorrow, why don't we see more and more crazy stuff? We only got one build different today. We only got one person today playing like... what comp was it? I think it was the 3-star Warwick. So I want to see more crazy stuff since it's the last 2 games of the day. So why not see more and more build difference?
I mean, for these players, they need something that's going to be super stable to play, right? Because they need to have those like good performances. You're looking at 16 to 18 points. So in realistic terms, you're looking at a 27 to 28 point breakoff. So you're looking at 2 top 4s, and they could be pretty stable top 4s, and you might be qualified for tomorrow.
Yes, it's worth reiterating that everyone in this lobby is pretty much on the same point total. I believe 14 is the lowest here, and only 1 player has it. So this is going to be immensely important as to where they end up. So based on what we saw in our previous game, we are expecting to see at least 1 Omega level strong late game board.
Yeah, so build your own gadget team setup here, and keep in mind that you have this tier opener. A lot of players are going to be on this tier opener, which can have pretty big implications for how these late game comps are going to shape up, because blue buff all of a sudden becomes pretty common.
And you can force pretty much the blue buff on so many comps. You can play it on the LeBlanc, you can play it on the Sona with the hard comp, you can also play it for the Lulu, either whether you get the 4-star growth or the overgrowth one. So you can have a lot of damage coming up, and there comes a static, so that might also be transitioning towards either Kaisa or Twisted Fate. And he really has a good opener for so many comps right now. And here comes the Lee Sin pair as well. So would you rather go for supers with that double GP, double Lulu, or is it gonna be the Lee Sin pair?
It's a little bit of a shame, isn't it? You know, when you've got this kind of opener here that in other circumstances would absolutely be the way to go. I think this is going to be the difference maker. So when we see this first augment come in, really locking down our players. I mean, we've seen this throughout today. So many of our players choose their path early and pretty much stick to it.
You're also giving up some of the strongest pairs in the game to pick up a Lee Sin pair that, in all honesty, is not very sought after. So I think this makes perfect sense. But he's going to give up the GP pair instead.
Uh-oh.
Prismatics!
The Prismatics right here. Prankster Crown, not necessarily as high price as you might expect. Living Forge can always be interesting. But Woodland Charm, and you talked about this augment earlier today, and you really like it.
Yeah, I really like it, but I don't think I would go for Woodland Charm on stage 1 at all. The stats for this augment are absolutely bad. And the thing about Woodland Charm is you're not really sure if you're going to be playing a back-to-front comp or not. I mean, what if he got items that are really good for brawlers? You know, it doesn't make any sense to go for a Woodland Charm if you're playing something like a brawler comp. No, you only take them because they serve the same exact use as something like the phony frontline. You have one more frontline unit that gets copied, and you cannot place items on them. So copying a carry unit, and there goes Cruel Pact. Okay, now that's an interesting board to look out for. I love this man.
And so Bogsu spent a whole bunch of HP converting that into XP to go straight up to level 6. We'll be regenerating HP slowly during the game, but I imagine we're going to be seeing some huge surges forward in the lobby tempo, but just because of having Cruel Pact here.
Yeah, and Cruel Pact would generally speaking facilitate quite a few different reroll aspects. You have that continuous healing. You don't really have to use your gold to level up, and you can just kind of sit there and just roll for free. But keep in mind that before you have these really strong and really synergistic boards, you can still take losses, and each loss here will impact your ability to hit those higher levels further down the road.
Yeah, now this is what I'm concerned about when you go Cruel Pact and you just decide to stop at level 6 and not level 7. This is one of these augments that lock you to reroll at a comp at level 7 because you initially cannot push 8 at all unless you get a secondary augment that maybe gives you HP, and I don't think that... is that even possible? Can you get Tiny Titans after Cruel Pact in the second stage? I think the chance for Grey Augments after Prismatics is little, almost non-existent. Not sure about this one, I'll have to check it out. But Cruel Pact, taking a loss with it is almost as bad as losing with Cursed Crown. You just cannot lose with this augment.
Speaking of Cursed Crown, very nicely slid into the conversation there, because Skipes is also going all in on this game with that Cursed Crown augment. So you've got two different ways for two different players to take a lot of HP damage in a hurry.
Yeah, and Cursed Crown kind of just allows you to do so many more different things in the earlier stages of the game. Just put so many players under pressure. You're dealing a lot of damage over the course of the stages, stage 2, stage 3, even going to stage 4. You start pushing those levels. You can kind of play some of the comps that are a little bit more limited by what units they want to include, right? We've seen Skippy play some of those Infinity Team boards early on today, and those comps really tend to take off. You can start including something like the Parallel.
And you know, the Cruel Pact Cursed Crown combo could be traded or compared in one simple aspect, is that Cruel Pact allows you to get level 7 early so that you can get these high cost units. Maybe with that 1% you can make a crazy level 9 board, even if you don't want to reroll and you just want to play on high cost units early in the game because you initially hit level 7 really quickly. But you can have easily like almost a 10-win streak with Cruel Pact because you can save economy. For Cursed Crown is different. You have the option whether you want to reroll, whether you just want to keep and save an economy, but a single loss with Cursed Crown hurts far more than Cruel Pact because Cruel Pact heals you after every round, but no, Cursed Crown punishes you as in double damage after every turn.
Yeah, that double damage is massive here. We can almost see Skippy closing out and actually taking one of these hits here, but I do believe this Lucian should just be about to do the hurt here for Spatula, who was looking like this may or may not be a Vex game. We've seen Vex kind of pop off in our off-screen lobbies a little bit, like 1 or 2 top 3s per day so far from it, so nothing too crazy just yet, but something to keep an eye out for.
let's take a quick stock of where we are in the lobby then. Of course, Boxy is going to be throwing off our normal estimations by having spent that HP to go down very low as well. Sappho currently up at the top along with Scoresheet remaining undefeated. And we do of course remember Scoresheet on that cursed crown. We have a few players who have committed in their paths early on. Sacred Norris, Admin, LiTiq, the Gadgeting crown, and Sappho picking up the Pranksters. So again, most likely heading down the Gnar route, which we can see is going to be contested.
Yeah, but Slams, JG, and a static shiv here, so Gnar probably not going to be the primary lookout in this comp right now, right? Like, this could still go into something like the Kaiser reroll angle as well. Keep in mind that then you can kind of easier slot in the Echo because you get the Prankster for the extra frontline when you move into that. So this is not necessarily a full-on commit to Gnar, for example, but there is options here.
Yeah, and the AD per kill is what he chose here. 25% AD for the killer. And that makes a lot of sense. In the Gnar comp, you want to get any possible damage additional given to the Gnar comp if you're playing on him, as the Gadgeting comp allows him to deal a lot of damage. So it's either this or something maybe like the Knife's Edge paired up with the Hackers to get into the backline. So this is the thing when you're playing with an admin effect for the Gnar. Despite the fact that it's not in again, and he decided not to initiate it because he needs the Pranksters in and he needs the 3 Gadgetines, so who's the admin effect really gonna be given over? With the Lulu items that he had, there was no way that he was gonna throw it, and then Derrico was able to get the 4th win in a row just because of that. That was such a beautiful ramp here.
Yeah, it's a small hit onto Scoresheet, again doubled up because of the Cursed Crown, but that's going to be a pretty big derailment in how Scoresheet was going to be approaching this early game. Presumably, he was intending to win streak all the way through stage 2.
Yeah, and again, it's interesting because we've seen a lot of Gnar players really just kind of saying, you know what, we do not want the Prankster in play, right? Because of some unclearness around like how the interaction with Prankster and Gadgeting really works right now. So something to keep in mind there as well. And he also is going to be contested because LiTiq picked up that Gadgeting crown. It means he can pick up that 5 Gadgeting much earlier on, because it's already in play.
Now, honestly, in a lobby like this, I would not want to lose my 100 HP and my 5-win streak. 100 win streak, imagine. 100 HP and my 5-win streak. So maybe he would level to 5 here, I think, if he thinks he would lose though. But however, with that Lulu and the Sona added in for the heart, I think he doesn't need to level and he still will be able to win against LiTiq. If he wins, that's so much better than leveling though. Okay, now I don't think Sappho has any issues with saving up for much more economy than we expect. But Peter, I think it's time to level 6, because in this lobby with the Prankster crown, him getting a priority on Gnar and other units for the Gadgetines will be really helpful.
While we might not be seeing a Lulu reroll as much as Meg sort of tried to wish it into existence, which I would have liked to have seen as well, I think Lulu's doing a great job as a 2-star of carrying those LeBlanc items for the time being. Win streak is good, the gold in the bank is good. Note streak as well. We've got a couple of lost streaking players in Sparta and Freaky towards the bottom. Boxy, of course, as expected, going for that second dive into the Cruel Pact, pushing their HP down just a little bit more.
Oh, Jinx.
Yeah, can get that free Prankster in play here, but you will not very often see players that are committed to these more reroll-centric lines go for these more aggressive levelings, because the gold that you gain from continuing your streak potentially might not outweigh the gold that you lost here, right? You're looking at 16 gold invested, but he is going to be staying close to 30, which is going to be my next point here. As long as you can aggressively level and stay at 30, the continuous gold gain from the interest is going to be enough to see you over.
I find the Double Titans a little bit too aggressive in order to try not to lose your win streak here. Like, he could have gone maybe for Gargoyles in one of his frontline units, because you might need that on the Annie. But I don't think the Double Titans is bad, okay? But I think there are better options. Like, you could have gotten anything other than just the Double Titans, okay? You get a lot of stacks, you're tanky, but we spoke about this 2 games ago. We said that if the Gnar is not able to one-shot his enemy with either a Deathblade or a Last Whisper, the comp pretty much loses its strongest point. The Gnar one-shotting units after units. So I think the Double Titans does not allow him to do that.
Just to touch back on what we've just seen, hold that thought, actually, of course, we've got augments coming in, but they're going to be more veered towards the early game, so a 3-2-2 setup won't be maybe the same level of power injection we'd expect otherwise.
Ooh.
But Reconnaissance Team is one of the best augments here because it's just going to allow the Lucian to kind of don't have to go into something like the Jewel Gun. Just give them that extra crit chance. And you can see the immediate level coming through here. Just going to try to finish that Blitzcrank on level 6. Instead, has the golden ticket, so should be no biggie.
I love Reconnaissance Team here. Again, just as you said, it gives him the additional quick draw unit, it gives him the crit chance, which is pretty much more than he would have gotten than the Jewel Lotus. And again, with a 3-2-2, you don't want to risk that you can get any other hero augment for another 3-star unit than Kai'Sa. So I don't think that there is a better option than either this or the Rider Spoils. And the Rider Spoils is no way in hell, in his situation, better than the Reconnaissance Team. Again, for the reason we mentioned. Very good catch, by the way. And a good cast as well.
Have we catching with Bogsu here? You can see we saw him on screen taking a loss before. Every time Bogsu loses, they're effectively losing XP at the same time, being unable to spend their HP to go up any further. Currently making up to level 7 after the last big spend, but puts themselves in a position where maybe 1 or 2 more losses could knock them out extremely early.
It's also worth mentioning here when you look at the board now, he allowed himself to get to level 7 way ahead of curve here and had a lot of gold to roll with. And you can kind of see his focus here on just putting whatever strong front lines he could find into play. Has the All-Star going on, has a 2-star Samira as well, and that's kind of the benefit that you get, because this is actually not as unlikely as it seems, because he's been rolling a ton of gold on level 7 due to this gold that he saved from that Cruel Pact.
Yeah, at this point he does have to duplicate the Shen because he doesn't have any other option. Initially, you heal 3 per round, so you gotta be win streaking with the Cruel Pact, just as we said. But sticking on 13 HP against the Hacker and the Samira is gonna be the first target. At least the Shen might be able to protect her with the Stand United if he can cast it on time. And yes, he does get the cast, and the Samira will live for another day, all thanks to this recursion matrix, and of course the MVP of all time, Shen.
Shen's such a weird unit in that he's both the best friend and worst enemy of hackers at the same time. The thing lining up there was so incredibly crucial. Bogsu said down to 15, but fortunately now the Giga Sparta is in sight. Only on 35 means that there's a little bit less risk that Bogsu's going to take an early 8th.
Yes, and again, just like getting those frontline items ready to go now, because he does have his backliners fully equipped out here. We did see that the Samira is a free item Samira, 2-star and free, so that should give him a lot of value here. Moving over to Sacred Norris perspective, no Edge of Night here most likely, as this tier probably is going to make a Shojin, which we've seen kind of come back to bite some of these LeBlanc players, especially if there is going to be another LeBlanc player kind of showing up. For example, Safo could lean into that as well as a secondary carry, so this LeBlanc could get one shot at some point in this game.
Yeah, exactly. One of the best, I mean, I don't know, Wita, you keep stealing words out of my mouth. You're so good at anticipating whatever I was going to say, so salute on that. And seconding what Wita said, again, we had almost seen the hacker augment and, I mean, the admin effect for the LeBlanc BHP in about Game 2 or Game 1, I can't remember exactly today, and it proved to be so worthy because that makes the LeBlanc survive. And you see, right there, she would have almost gotten one shot from the Lucian, but the admin effect giving her HP makes her survive, and being able to heal in a very disgusting manner just because of that Hodge and the aim assist. LeBlanc has gotten to full HP already and kicking right off behind that comp, and she might as well win it.
Yeah, it was also more about the timing of the pike here as well, right? Peter, you saw that coming just about the last second because the Lucian was on full mana and was ready to cast.
Yeah, I mean, I really love the setup here for Sacred Norris. I mean, we saw in our previous game how powerful this can be. It does feel like the Edge of Night is on the horizon as we take in Giga Sparta, who's actually gone deep into just a straightforward spell slinger. We've been seeing, of course, the Oxford spell slinger being used a lot more, but this time trading survivability for just raw damage.
An early Jenna, level 7 Jenna. That's 100% legal, Wita. Don't you think?
I mean, it's a 1%, right, at the end of the day. And if you are rolling for those amounts of gold, as you can see here, he has gone very deep. He's level 7 on that early free 5 hit to try to save the game, because the HP is kind of fake right now. Because keep in mind, Bogsu, he's going to continuously heal. He's essentially on a incredible metabolic accelerator right now, and Giga Sparta effectively is going to be 8th after this round, unless there's another player in the lobby that can match Bogsu's board strength right now.
Yeah, when you see that board having 6 spell slingers alongside the early Jenna, you would accept You would expect it. Okay, Bogzu takes another L. That's not pretty much good to see on your screen. But again, getting back to the 6 Spellslingers board, having 6 Spellslingers with a Prismatic Luden's Echo is not the best, because most Spellslingers tend to have some high mana costs, so they're not going to be utilizing the Luden's Echo to maximum, I want to say...
effect?
Potential, yeah. So I would rather have Luden's Echo maybe with 4 hearts, because they're able to cast much more with the blue buff. So I don't think the Spellslinger is reaching its maximum cap just because of that Luden's Tempest.
Well, guys, let's switch back to Bogzu for a second, because it feels like this is still a big moment for them. Morgan, can you lay out for me, where are we with this board? What's the potential cap out here? How can Bogzu get stronger and stop these occasional losses from stripping out the HP pool?
Well, this is one of those ways here, trying to get this online, the portal here with the Infinite team here. The Ashwell itself will not produce a lot of damage as of right now. It's still 1 star, it's not itemized, etc. But if you can pick up this Garrett in the shop as well, and maybe get an Infinity team Spatula from this final augment, something could really start cooking here for Bogzu.
Yeah, remember what we said earlier about the Infinite team? This pivot was very smart again for Bogzu, because having 5 Infinite teams or 3 Infinite teams is like almost getting a free level. That one more unit tanks a lot of damage for you, and if it's a carry, it can do and apply a lot of damage. So him giving the 3 sure shots for the Samir and the additional unit might make him able to win this round, and yes, it does. That's why pivoting into the sure shots and Infinite teams was one of the smartest decisions Bogzu has done, because initially he cannot go to level 8, and it's time for 5 Infinity win that Ancient Archives.
There are decisions here, right? Because you say Ancient Archives to find that Infinity man, but if you look at the left side here, his current setup when it comes to trades is very inconsistent. There's just way too much going on. And a 2-star Aatrox is going to be a very decent frontline addition here. I think that I'd prefer to have the Wukong over the Vi, just because Defender is probably a little more valuable for our Shen, but Admin Emblem here for Freaky really going to help him when he can start pushing to level 8, for example, get that 4 admin effect online.
Yeah, you say that, I say risk it for the biscuit, Wita. Just take the Ancient Archives. You get an Infinity team, you win the game. You gotta risk it. You're already at 17 HP before that round, so why not?
Dual Lotus gives you so much combat power. That's kind of the counterpoint to that, right? As long as you have enough combat power to really fight out and stave off some of these other players here, and you can kind of see that Scapeus, he's been cooking a little bit too much with that hard composition you've been talking about, right, Morgan? And he's carrying it down at 26 HP, but he has that Cursed Crown, so effectively he's 2 lives.
Scapeus in a very high pressure situation here going into the heart board, and may have the heart torn out of their chest. Just like that, Scapeus has been annihilated. That is astonishing.
And that's why I dislike Cursed Crown at the early stages of the game. It's too risky. Specifically in a prismatic lobby, you might take it if it was a 3rd prismatic, so you can add more Spellslingers, more Infinite teams, more Ox Forces, but Cursed Crown at the first stage is just too risky. You can get your RNG, mess you up, and you play against the strongest guy in the lobby who just recently hit because he rolled down, he donkeyed and went down to 0. And just like that, boom, you're 2 extra bad units, because I don't want to say the other word. They're just going to get obliterated, and you're stuck with just 2 extra units, literally just for your trade bonuses.
Bogzu now pushing up the table, is no longer the last remaining player, so it's going to keep getting stronger and stronger as we check in with our Gadgeteen friends here. You can see that the double Tysers now are going to be a very tough nut to crack, as well as a Gadgeteen LeBlanc on the back line for Zepho. A double threat composition that's incredibly hard to put down.
Keep in mind, the top end of the lobby standings right now, we do have both of those players that are leading to the Gadgeteen tier, but that final CC from the Morgana just buying enough time for the drones to do the work here. LiTiq also on time, the same tree here as Sappho is, so that is going to provide a little bit of insecurities about whether or not they are going to be able to secure that top 4.
And honestly, I think pairing the Morgana with the Gas Giant Slayer with the Laser Corp comp is absolutely smart, because the additional damage, I think, does work with the drones. So the magic damage that comes from these is really good, and it helps with the scaling. So if you want to flex in a unit, it's going to be either this one, or if it was a 4-cost unit, it would have been Aurelion Soul, maybe with the... what was the other one than the extension event? The one that does the stun. I think it was called
Velocity.
Impact Velocity. Yeah, if you want to pair one of the threat units with the Laser Corp composition, none of these are better because either you put more damage or more CC, so you give more time for the drones to apply their damage.
Biggest Sparta moving up to level 8. Is very aware of his current position in the lobby, way behind anybody else, including Boxer, of course, who's been spending his HP to try and get online. Across the rest of the lobby, everyone's around the 30, 40 HP mark. LiTiq up at the top at 67, but we are, I'm sure, very close to getting our top 6.
The good stuff for him means that the LeBlanc is actually just gonna land now, and right on top of that one, he starts casting. And I was talking about how Sacred Norris was gonna go for this early speed of Shodian, but has just been keeping the sword open now instead, and will just be angling for that Edge of Night here.
Yeah, and at this point we can witness the damage being given over from that Nico with the Jewel Gauntlet and Giant Slayers. The makeshift armor sadly not giving enough value for him again. The Luden's Echo, we did say that it's not that strong. He only has 4 units that the makeshift armor doesn't work on. One of them is which is the Syndra. So initially he just has 3 makeshift armors the makeshift armor being given to 2 of his units with the Ox forces. Yes, they're quite tanky, and luckily it's sunny weather, so that shield does make him survive, but he only played against a weaker board. I think if he plays against LiTiq or Freaky, it's done for him, Wida.
We'll see here, right? Because now he has an extra unit to put onto the board here with the Syndra, so at least it's not exactly the same type of dot here. But you're talking about this matchup, Morgan. LiTiq coming into the frame here. This Gnar having to push through some of these more tanky frontliners here to try to push to work.
Yeah, Diggerspanner knows how close to the edge he is right now. Again, as you said it, Morgan, the lack of casting item really slowing down the DPS, but the tankiness is coming through. LeBlanc left on the backline, still alive, but there's so many targets to chew through, there's just not enough time.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Gadgettine LeBlanc at all. I mean, I would rather put that Gadgettine emblem on someone for the front line, give more time for the Nord to be able to apply his damage. And again, him having these items does not help him to one-shot anyone from the back line, and that's the issue we spoke about earlier. Now, we get back to Sacred Norris again with his admin effect, just in case anyone forgot, it was HP and AP.
Yeah, so I would like to refute that point there for a second, right? Because the common consensus around the pro players seem to be that the Gadgettine crest on the LeBlanc is actually the best way to go, because it's kind of an extra item for your secondary carry in the composition here. It provides both damage and damage reduction, and when you have a LeBlanc that gets that much healing, her being a little bit more tanky when you can't get an Edge of Night, for example, onto her, it's going to buy enough time to kind of finish off those targets that the Gnar might not be able to, and kind of free him up as well.
Yeah,
maybe of course, the events are going to be contested for this game, so it's going to be a little bit harder to get to that 3-star and make the most of it. Diggerspanner down on 5 HP. We're seeing a lot more players dropping down to around 20 as well. Our top 3, the only ones who are feeling remotely safe.
He's still looking for that LeBlanc. If he can get it into a 3-star, but again, in a lobby where hackers are highly contested, I don't think that it seems like a good idea. Wait, about what would be a good item to... Okay, never mind, yeah. It goes to the Edge of Night. You can go ahead already. I was just gonna ask, but he went and straight away threw it with the Edge of Night. And again, Pete, looking at this, it's going to be a 3-star Blitzcrank with a double Warmogs and a Sunfire. And look at the backline damage given from this Lucian and MF being stacked together.
They are stacked together, but they're also clumped together, which means they all get blown up by a friendly little frog coming in to say hello. Diggerspanner holds on for one more space. Sappho dropping down to 7, just above them.
Yes, and this is what I was talking about, right, when I was discussing early on that both Sappho and LiTiq are kind of on the same tree, and it's really hard to play this tree fully contested right now. So Boxer, again, keep in mind, yes, he has a lot of gold, but he cannot spend that to go into that level 8, because that would cost him all of his HP, and you can end up eliminating yourself from the game by making use of that Cruel Pact here. Keep that in mind. So you can just sit on 7, roll for some of those more, some of those units are going to sure off his board later down the road.
And right now we're about to witness one more time that Gnar player that we spoke about so many times, Sappho, who's had one of the best starts in this lobby, by the way, with that Double Titans Resolve, Gnar Slam, and the final item being the Bloodthirster. Again, goes on the back line, but he's going to be against that Prankster enemy, so it could be a little bit hard. And the gas translator again being given from the Morgana is gonna make the entire board deal a lot of damage with the laser corpse, and the Nunu still doing its best to try to put his CC, but that CC is not gonna be effective at all against the QSS given to the Mordekaiser from that Thieves Gloves. But again, still that Fiddlestick's trying to do God's work there with all of these drones, and he might just do it and give him one more chance. And yes, it will give him one more chance in that game with these drones, and the Fiddlesticks barely able to win 7th round.
Taker and Norris will get no more chances though, out of there in 7th. Sparta holds on for another place, looking to try and overtake Sappho. Larry Fish, aka the player just above them, still holding on as well. We're getting to a very tightly contested lobby right up to the tail end. Do bear in mind again that we are coming too close to the end of day 2. Our players need to be hitting around top 4 or better in this lobby.
Another board where it comes down with the hackers, and this time it's going to be the better Gnar, in my opinion, with the Tantrum augment again, and this time he has a very BIS items. The BT gives him a lot of sustain, and that's the one shot coming from the first unit, able to heal again and hit his backline carries in a perfect manner, obliterating the entire Spellslinger board, and the Janna might not be able to make them survive at all. At least the Orcs forces are going to be buying a lot of time for the front, but that's not going to be it, and Gnar can still heal from that Bloodthirster while the Annie buys him more and more time, and we're going to say goodbye to 2 players at this round. One of them is going to be Digisparta, or because of Digisparta.
Sappho is going to be the other one. We say goodbye to 3 players now, having the amount of players in the lobby here. Looking at this potential final carousel, I can't necessarily make out, not necessarily the final carousel, but it is going to be one of the more important ones here, because for a player like Boxu, yes, he is continuously healing, but there is a lot of backline threat from the likes of LiTiq, where he needs to ensure that his Samira is going to be kept away.
Oh boy. I mean, all credit to Boxu, managed to navigate this cruel pact angle very effectively. I mean, we're even seeing the edge roll who was hit on that 1% from before getting itemized as well. But it still feels quite far away from Boxu being able to move up. They're currently on, let's see, 27 HP to try and turn into XP and get to level 8.
Just sitting there rolling for potential 3-star Samira and 3-star Garen. Knowing you'll do that on level 8, level 9, but again, cannot reach those levels as of right now.
Yeah, a push right now comes in from the north, and that happens resolved with the Bloodthirster again. His items are so effective with that. One DMF does cast, however, before the Gnar can get his ability to be cast, so she's done more than enough with that damage again on the Kai'Sa. And she's trying to make her best time to buy Lucian as much time as he can, but the Nunu does give him a lot of CC. The Darkening, however, messes up the Gnar, and he will not be able to kill the Lucian on that final cast, as one more time, Freaky can contain and continue with his win streak.
Edge of Night really coming in massive, kind of seeing why it's such a high priority item for a lot of these carries at the moment.
Got the Morgana upgrade coming in as well. We know, of course, how effective she can be, but no, Freaky actually tosses that in the bin. Having some big decisions to make here towards the tail end. Currently on that win streak, needs that win streak to stay in place.
Goes to 4 admin here just to get a little bit more power put into it as well, but really going to be interesting to see how this is going to line up here. Potential massive fight here. If you can continue this win streak going into the neutral round, that could be a lot of goal. Could be the difference between the first and the third place.
There's a massive stun from our good friend Garen that's been so defining of so many rounds. Of course, the shots absolutely blitzing through the backline. Boxu going to take a major loss here and push them further and further away from hitting that level 8.
I think the Garen died way too quickly before I even anticipated that he would die. Maybe because I'm used to the set 8 set when he was able to get a lot of shields. And you know what? Set would have survived here much longer than the Garen, but that's a very long forgotten unit. I don't think anybody remembers him anymore at this man. Like, does anybody remember Set? Anyways, or is he too long gone?
It wasn't that long ago.
I mean, it is what it is, right? Keep in mind here when you are looking at a board, this is not going to be the admin for LiTiq, but the admin for Freaky is actually at the start of combat. His team is going to gain 75 AP when you consider all the bonuses, etc., that are going to be accounted for. So, a lot of team-wide damage being produced there. It is always a nice little bonus to have.
Okay, starting now. Place your bets. Who is your money on, Pete? Is it going to be Freaky, LiTiq, or Boxu? Who is able to get top 2? Say 2 names.
I feel like I think Freaky has been spending pretty aggressively to try and keep this win streak going. And with the amount of HP left on the other two remaining players, I think they're going to run out of gas at some point and then have to drop down to settle for a top 3. But Boxu, I think as well, taking more L's than he would have liked is also just not as powerful as we'd like. Again, can't get up to level 8. It's going to spend the money on just re-rolling instead and hoping for something big to hit.
Yes, now lacking those. He's trying to find those final 3 copies of Garen as well as the Samira here. So that could be the deciding factor to the end of this game here. But now, as long as he gets away from that Gnar, and that's not the case here, this could be a really rough fight for him for sure.
Yeah, thank God at least the Gnar is on the correct side this time. Goes right on the Samira, and one-shotting her immediately will make the Garen and his comp have 0 damage as soon as she dies. Because again, it's gonna be 3 short-shot composition, but that Israel has 0 items. But guess what? She's still alive, all thanks to the Shen unit in the front and the Recursion magic, so the Gnar was not able to kill her on time. Slides right onto that Israel, who's gonna be able to get a second cast thanks to the Peter of Trojan, but not in time yet. And the Gnar might as well be able to give Boxu one more punch in the face with that Garen being able to buy a lot of time, but the hacker does not buy this, but Boxu barely gets to survive.
And
I think looking pretty damn good.
Peter. Right, like...
Oh, sorry, what you were saying?
Freaky is actually holding on to the Samiras on the bench here, right? Looking at that, like, Freaky knows that he can go level 9. So just holding Samiras with that... with the golden ticket here, right? So he doesn't have to commit a lot of gold to chain rolls together. And this is super smart because he knows that he probably wins the matchup against LiTiq 10 out of 10 times, but he knows that the one matchup that really has an X factor is going to be the one of Boxu.
I mean, that is kind of smart, but it's also kind of nasty to just hold whatever units that your enemies are building, don't you think, Peter?
Oh yeah, I mean, hate drafting doesn't really come into TFT until pretty late in the game, but that's exactly where we are right now. On the bubble for our players to survive into day 3. There is no strategy that's too G-gen for our players to consider.
Yeah, and at this point, with the quick draws, it's just as soon as DMF casts, whoever against her just gets obliterated. So I think Boxu might not be able to survive because he's playing against his shadow. Yeah, exactly, just like that, Boxu goes out. And it's really smart. My board is stable. I have a Blitz 3, I have an MF2, I have everything that I want on board online. So what do? I just hold whatever units that they're building so they don't build it and I win. It's just so smart from Freaky right here, using the golden ticket for one of the most offensive ways I've ever seen someone use it in.
It's super smart, right? Because look at that right now. You see that, like LiTiq has given up on trying to find a Gnar too. In reality, not for even in reality, right now, Freaky actually holds more copies of the Gnar, and it's a really nice and really creative way. Making use of the golden ticket, right? So now, whether or not this matchup is going to come through, is going to be the biggest one to follow.
And the Gnar one more time goes up, but we're not going to be able to see the HPs just because of that. But I can see the great damage going huge in numbers again. He's able to delete all of them, but the Warwick getting hacker dogged into level 2. LiTiq mainly get to survive again one more round on 2 HP. Will he make it or not, Peter?
It's all about this carousel because that last round was so close. Just finding something that pushes it across the edge. The Thieves' Gloves, of course, we do know agrees very well with Gadgetines in general, whereas Freaky picks up a little bit more armor to try and make sure that Gnar won't do everything. Well, the final insult being delivered here, as we might even try and 3-star that Gnar by the end of the game, just to make a point.
No
that would be content, right? That would be. I'd try to do that for the content, but obviously you gotta play for the win here. So trying to find that final item that could really help alleviate some power here. Getting that spell crit onto the MF, so you don't have to consider with the positioning of the reconnaissance team for the Kai'Sa as well. It's going to be a massive bonus to follow on top of that.
All right, LiTiq, give us one more chance to see if those sleeves gloves make the difference. Will be a little bit more time bought with the Shroud of Stillness to lock down a few more extra spells and allow that Nunu 2 to get rolling through the board. The Gnar gets blown to pieces. If only you were a 3-star, maybe this will be a different setup entirely. But this is over. The Gnars all belong on the bench of Freaky. And LiTiq will have to settle for second place.
Yeah, now whose fault is that he was not able to hit the Gnar into a 3-star, huh? I wonder, where did all the Gnars go? Where did all the Gnars go, Pete?
That's the question for the ages, isn't it, gentlemen? I mean as I said, hate drafting, it's the best.
I mean, it's a strategy we don't see a lot of because, well, to be honest, that's not a lot you can do normally, right? But here it's very apparent it would be super powerful. And he had so much gold. He was like so stable. He was hate drafting 2 people at the same time. And honestly, you gotta respect it at the end of the day. That is an absolutely insane thing to do.
I could kind of complain that I get unlucky at some times, but you know what? At least losing, knowing that someone else was holding my Nars, I would just not be mad, because I know that there was someone else, getting these on the bench. You know what the TFT community would say about that, but they can say what they want to say, because all that matters is he denied him the 9-3, and as you said, Pete, the final insult was him stacking the 2-star Nars on the bench, doing absolutely nothing with them, but just showing him that, you know what? I got your Nars, so I'm looking for them all. They're right here on my bench. You're not getting any.
Well, every weapon in the arsenal must be deployed when you're on the bubble. Gentle friends, we are about to go to our final game of the Golden Spatula Cup Golden Spatula Cup 3, day number 2. We've of course got analyst desk before that and an interview with Swellertiger. So stick around. We will of course be coming back to the bubble again for our final game to see who will be progressing to day number 3. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with our analyst desk soon.
Hello, I'm Davide. My nickname is Swellertiger. I come from Italy. New format is better for people that don't play ladder. So people that have no time to play ladder have the chance to qualify from a national tournament. But for people that play ladder is sometimes more difficult to qualify, because personally in Italy I qualified 2 times from tournament. 1 time I didn't qualify. From the ladder is more hard to qualify. I participate a lot of the Golden Spatula Cup and I play previous Super Brawl. This set I miss the first Spatula Cup, and the second Spatula Cup I lose to the 2. But set 7 I reach 4th place at 1 Spatula Cup. I finish 2nd place at Super Brawl. So previous set I play better in tournament. Hey guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone to watch the stream. Thank you everyone to support me. I hope to make a good score for me and for everyone that support me and think that I can do well in Spatula Cup.
And we are back here at the analyst desk. My name is Mix, and I'm here with the coolest, with Mr. Niberia. Now, Matt.
No one's ever called me cool. Thank you, Mix.
Oh, well, I'm sure your mom did before, but we are going into our post-screen lobby looking at the comps that were played in this game, and there was a lot going on right from the get-go. I have to kind of say sorry, okay? In the previous analyst desks, I've been saying, where's the NAR? The NAR players are not competed, and they still got bottom 4. What's going on? This time around, LiTiq saying, like, Makes, I got you. Going in right with the Gadgetean crown and getting that comp to second place was really nice to see. Of course, a little bit competed as well, Sappho, and I'm not really sure where Scapeus was heading, probably also in that direction, then drifting off a little bit to the hearts. Speaking of Scapeus, I am so heartbroken about that cursed crown. It just, it didn't give me anything. It didn't work out. It didn't give him anything. Unfortunately, in 8th place, and I think that was it. I think he's going to be eliminated on the back of that. I think if I did the math, and I don't trust myself with math, then he's not going to be able to come back from that. However, another really, really important prismatic augment being picked up, that Cruel Pact map.
Yeah, it worked out really well for Bogsu, able to utilize it in order to push a couple of levels early, get some tempo going. Obviously, the drawback is, during the later stages of the game, you're kind of stuck on 7 unless you've had a massive win streak. So, was stuck rolling for 3-star 4 costs on 7, which is pretty much game suicide, but by that point he had such a strong showing, such a strong board that he was able to secure a top 3 out of it, and you've got to be happy with that. If you're stuck on 7, you secure a top 3 with no 3-star units, that's a win. Every single time, you will take that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the Prismatics really shaped that lobby a lot. Not just those two, but like the Gadgetean Crown for the NAR composition you mentioned, Golden Ticket in order to get that Lucian 3 composition going, everyone's favorite comp. You know, Prismatic lobbies are speedy, and those early Prismatics that give you that kind of tempo, like the Golden Ticket, indirectly, like the Gadgetean Crown, those ones are the ones that you'll see float to the top pretty quick.
Absolutely. And then towards the end, you kind of mentioned it. There was a golden ticket involved. And the last time I checked, you know, maybe I've been playing this game wrong. I'm not saying I have. The last time I checked, use that golden ticket to find your units. However, a little bit of a different approach on Freaky's side, using that golden ticket to find someone else's units.
Yeah, I mean, it is a strategy that we've seen before. Obviously, if you don't have any other units to roll for, the best thing you can do is prevent your opponents from getting their win condition. We saw this previously between Dasic and Volterix. Dasic was on 2 Aurelian Souls back in Dragonlands, and Volterix had every single other Aurelian Soul in the pool except for 1. Dasic did end up getting it, but it was literally like 6 turns of donkey rolling in order to get it. He rolled like 120 gold. It was insane. So that's the kind of strategy you have to utilize when you're at this top echelon of play, when you know, okay, this is the only composition that can beat me, but the only way they can beat me is if they get their win condition.
Speaking of this leaderboard here, before we go to the next place, quick note, if that production is trolling me. Ifora on that very low end of that leaderboard, unfortunately will not be able to make it, but did tag me in chat saying, sorry for disappointing you, but I will come back as set 9 EMEA champion. Just trust. We're trusting, Ifora. I see you down there, 62 with 11272. You were just collecting those lower numbers. I get it. I do that too, so no shame here. We'll see you at the next one, but here are the players that could still technically make it depending on where they place in that very last lobby that is coming up. Looking at Drai, who's in there, looking at Kingdanzz, who we spoke to this morning. Volterix has to be a player that we're mentioning here, somebody that has made it to those finals again and again and again, and might not make it this time. We'll see how it goes. Sologazang also clawing into those top 20, and here are the top 16 currently in this leaderboard, most likely already safe. A lot of Germany, I'm not complaining.
There sure is, and I really want to do flag on that previous page. We saw a lot of Italian players. You know, we brought this up yesterday. Italy had some strong showings in like the early sets, but kind of fell off in terms of competition as of late. But seeing 3 people there in that top 32 on that second page is a really good sign for that scene. Very active scene with Super League, and they're a really great group of folks. I've talked to them a lot, so it's great to see them finding success, as well as Og, who we mentioned and we saw earlier on in the day, and really getting to see some newer players excel, and that's always exciting.
Yeah, and I think our in-game casters are ready to take us through that last game. It is round 6 of 6 coming up, so make sure you don't miss it. We will know who goes to day 3 after that, and for many players, this is the important step. They're still collecting those golden spatula points, and they only get them on day 3. So for them, this is all that matters for now, just getting there. Sometimes the journey is the way, or the way is the journey, or however that goes. Here are in-game casters to get you through game 6.
Gentlemen, we arrive once again on the precipice. As was noted before, if you go to day 3, all your sins are forgiven, but you must get there first for it to count. Our players in this next lobby will be on that bubble again. If they can just claw their way in by a single point, they will get the chance to fight for the crown here at the Golden Spatula Cup number 3.
Yeah, we look at this lobby, right? So keep in mind the points breakup that you normally will be looking for is 27-28 here. So for players like Fifek, Odessa, Aki, as well as Broken, first place is really all that counts right now, and even then they might not make the cut. And that's going to be the same case for pretty much every other player than Kingdanzz, who can maybe sometimes make use of a second place.
Yeah, looking at the players against us now, this is the final game of the day, and some of these might not be able to qualify if they don't get top 2 or top 3 in this lobby. So this is one of the most intense games that we're gonna be watching. Again, wait, did we see Kingdanzz on the screen today? I think this is the first time that we see on screen. I mean, we had an interview with him at the start of the day, but we have not been in any of his lobbies. Or what was he?
No, well, yeah, I don't believe so. And for anyone who's coming in late, this is, of course, our last game of the day. But Kingdanzz, the winner of day number 1, bringing out a more unusual approach, bringing the heavy threat focus rather than everybody else's more Kaiser and spell focus.
So, again, looking at here right now, Volta, a player that we all know and love for his really deep tournament runs, but not really been the case so far. Really not do so well in terms of like this event itself, but has what could be potentially an underground opener or even like a duelist opener with the belt, not necessarily too indicative of that.
Yeah, looking a little bit early right now at the start that Voltarex has. I think he has no correct approach for anything right now, so he decides to go for the Ash. He has no pairs of anything, so he just decided to go right now for the maybe looking for Laser Corps with that Ash, for the Brawlers with the Volley and maybe a Renekton, and that's when the Yasuo appears, and I think he might go for this. He only has a Malphite pair, so it could be Mascots with the Nasus or a Supers built, I think, Pete.
Well, wait, talk to me a little bit about Volta as a player, because I know he's been around for an enormously long time in the TFT scene, but hasn't ever really managed to capture the spotlight in the same way that other players like Double have.
Yeah, so I think that Volta has, I believe, 2 championship appearances on the global scale, right? Back in set 3, where he finished 4th place, and then also had a pretty strong showing in one of the other ones. And this is gonna feel bad for David, right? Because David right now, he's probably sitting at home, and he's probably really happy about the fact that we finally get to see a rock solid. This carry, Malphite, might be what is gonna take Volta through this game.
I'm a bit worried, specifically that it's a 3-star hero augment start for most of the players and most of the comps, and specifically that Rock Solid has not been doing good recently at all. It's been doing very bad at 4.95 average placement if you take Rock Solid at the start, specifically that this augment was only good for the Vex reroll compositions. But Pete, who do you think is the strongest board from all of our guys so far, specifically that it's a 3-cost start?
I mean, I'd love to see players manage to get into Underground, as we saw being flirted with briefly there, because as noted by Waiter at the start of this lobby, this is a lobby where you really need to be hitting first. So I think that's why we're seeing some of our players, in this case, Oggy, rolling all the way down to the bone, trying to find the best possible augment. Because if you can't get first, likely you can't get to day 3 at all. You need to have a board that can go the distance.
So we have 2 players here in the lobby that already from the start will be leaning towards potentially these gadgeting hacker reroll lines. We do have Sappho on the Temper Tantrum, as well as we have the aim assist onto Kingdanzz. So clear letter of intent from those 2 players have been delivered to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and looking at the Temper Tantrum right now with Sappho, he's the only one who chose a reroll augment for the Nars. So as usual, I think, how many times did we see Sappho playing Nars today? Is this not like his 3rd time playing Nar on the stream, or am I tripping? And this
I
time,
can believe it, honestly.
Yeah, he has maybe at this time he actually has a Lost Whisper star, so he's not gonna be forcing 2 times resolve on the same unit. So thank God, I think we finally got a good start for him, and he's not being contested. And this time, Freaky's not with him in the lobby, so no one is gonna be taking those Nars. Don't worry.
Minor correction as well here. It is not Kingdanzz. Kingdanzz is obviously Kamigod 99. It is going to be broken on that aim assist, as the graphic correctly showed, in case there was any confusion about that out there. So, as you're talking about, Sappho really has taken a shine to this Gnar, and I feel like it's a tendency we've seen from a lot of Spanish players in the Spanish scene as well, where we saw it in set 6 with the Nidalee reroll being ever present, then all of a sudden towards the back end of set 8, all the Spanish players were really hyped on something like the Lulu reroll, right? So they are really just, like, a lot of these Spanish players and their practice group tend to really hone in on one comp and really practice that.
Yeah, and the thing about Temper Tantrum is that it's almost a reverse recursion matrix, whereas enemies take more damage. But Pete, who could be winning this combat?
I mean, Larry Fish is looking pretty good with the setup here for early Infinity, but I think just being able to, having the 3-cost hero augment come in, I mean, we've seen this from our comps before, that just being able to accelerate things is a great way to get through. I suppose for all our players, if you're looking for a top 1 or 2 finish, you want to make sure at least that if you've got a strong start, you've got to lower the probability space of hitting a bottom 4 at least.
Eggs! Do we need eggs at this point, Rita? I don't think that getting eggs at this early in the game is really good for the players. It's good for those who are win streaking, but it's horrible for those who are loss streaking. Don't you think?
I mean, not necessarily, right? Because it kind of delays the power from a lot of the players as well, because sometimes you get a good unit as well off of the carousel that they can utilize. I've hold on about this point about the gold breakpoint so much that it really isn't worth bringing up here, but it will have some implications about how the stage is going to proceed, but overall I don't think it's going to be that big.
And we'll have the eggs hatching in just a little bit, so there will be a small gold injection. As Sappho decides to go in pretty hard on the early Gnar items, does have the initial win streak in place, wants to make sure that he keeps it all the way through stage 2.
I'm never a huge fan of the Gnar Hudge. There are way better items that you could add on him other than a Hudge. Again, the ability that Gnar uses is the fact that he can actually crit enemies, so he deletes them. So you need Last Whisper, DB, maybe Infinity Edge for that extra crit damage, maybe Bloodthirster to be able to survive, and a Titan's Resolve. These are all good, but the Hudge, I don't think that Hudge is going to be so useful going into the late game. Yes, it might help him to be able to win in the early stages of the game, and here, right, this might even be the case, because he's playing against Odessa's Burning Spirit. So despite the fact that he mashed that Hudge, he still loses his 3-win streak. So that is kind of a horrible position to be in if you were Sappho.
I don't think, again, I think that a lot of it is about making use of those items that you have at hand, right? Because, sure, in a perfect world, you want to have the best in slot item, but he was win streaking, he did not have the carousel priority, right? So he's not always going to be able to, like, hold the line to get those best in slot items here. Speaking of holding the line here, Fifak looking at the Lucian here as well. So another one of these lines, but he's playing this without a tier, so that's going to be a bit of a rough one here, just guaranteeing the loss streak.
We'll keep him going all the way through and make sure there's a good amount of money in the bank, but Fifak who has currently playing the double LeBlanc setup here with aim assist and the Archangels as well. This is going to be a big hitter player here.
Yeah, Karma goes brrr with that aim assist augment, doubling up both of them on the stage. And one of them has an Archangel, so that makes it a little bit worse. Moving on right to Odessa and Kingdanzz, who's been lost streaking ever since we spoke about him. You just say Kingdanzz once, and boom, Weeda cursed him. He has not won a single round. You owe him an apology, Mr. Weeda.
I mean, so this is actually an interesting spot to talk about here, right? So I've been talking about how I would like to see some duelist action all throughout the day, and one of the best ways to kind of get extra value and extend whatever limited resource you have when you play duelist is by picking the gifted augment that we see in play right now. It means that she will, Neela, will duplicate one of her items to a nearby unit. So often this is used with aura items for the likes of, well, we've seen it with, primarily with the lockets, for example, right? Just spreading that healing all across, and that early belt slam kind of is going to be counterproductive to that going forward. So whether that's going to be a remake or what the situation is going to be there, time will tell.
Well, guys, talk to me, in this bigger picture here. Why have we not been seeing duelists being played? Is it just, the augments haven't lined up, or is it something about the way the meta is right now?
Okay, what is the best item you could copy with gifted? Let's have ideas. Weeda?
Well, the Locket of the Iron Solari is the traditional one that is copied most of the time, but if that's not going to be the case here, well, there are a lot of other fun things you can do. You can do like Warmocks and get like super tanky units. You can get like some of the carry items you can kind of copy around. But to kind of pivot back to your point here, Peter, it's a composition that has a very low ceiling compared to a lot of other comps most of the time, and therefore we'll see other players sometimes just not touch the comp because you have some prerequisites that need to be met. Like you need to have an early fought duelist opener that you can kind of use to tempo all over the lobby, and that kind of hasn't even been that successful for Kingdanzz, right? He's at 84 HP, hasn't been able to put together a streak just yet.
I'm a little bit
Let's bring the conversation around to that again. You talked about duelists, and we've talked about brawlers, of course, as well, being a top 4 comp. This is a lobby where we need to see the top ones coming in, and maybe one of those top ones comes courtesy of an Infinity emblem.
Yeah, I love whenever anybody just gets an Infinity crest, they don't think. It's like this augment and think fast, get picked in the first second soon as you see them. Infinity crest, they just don't think, they just take it. And this is how good Infiniteams are in this lobby. Now, I would love to know and see what Kingdanzz is going to be taking and what options does he have according to his gifted. Because, again, just as my colleagues here said, if he's not able to get a locket early, it might be very hard to pull off this duelist comp. So, what did he get?
I mean, he had the locket available around him, and Triforce here is always interesting when it comes to these free cost reroll compositions, but the most important aspect for LeBlanc specifically is pretty much just the starting mana. The attack speed, not necessarily super relevant once you start going into machine gun mode.
We do know how powerful it can be to put more and more resources into that LeBlanc, though. You will be, of course, able to pump out an enormous amount of damage at the start of the round, and as the round goes on as well. Right now, not being hacked into the backline as we check it with Odessa, who's currently doing pretty well, but I think they're still going to struggle against this LeBlanc.
Okay, but with the Gadgeting crest and 5 Gadgetines, and you're already contested with the no reroll comp that is being played again by Safu, what would you be expecting if it's not going to be a reroll comp with the 5 Gadgeting crest? Who do you make your carry if it's not the Nor? Or will he contest with Safu?
I mean, again, that's going to come down to again, I was talking about the Spanish players have a tendency to lean into the same type of compositions. And you can kind of do multiple different things with it, right? We were talking about the LeBlanc secondary carry as an option as well, but already there you have players that are contesting you on that line. And that's kind of just the handshake that you accept to make when you lean into these guillotine comps in the game right now. You just know that you are going to be contested pretty much whichever route you end up taking, and that's not necessarily a go-to secondary carry outside the LeBlanc setup.
I don't know what happened with Kingdanzz's board, but he's gotten like a Bramble Vest and he has Sunfire activated. So that means he had 3 Chain Vests in which he, with the component grab bag, when he got that needlessly large rod, he did none of these. A locket. So I'm a bit confused. Am I missing the bigger picture here, or is his item slam a little bit weird, beard reader?
I mean, he's trying to just like duplicate the Zephyrs, and that's also another way you can do like these utility items. You can kind of just try to outpower your opponent in different fashion here, right? So you don't like try to overrun your opponent in that regard. So that is also another way you can kind of utilize this augment here. But I also think like this might not have been his like preferred choice, and I think his roll down for the augments might have been a little bit rough here. Potential Twisted Fate with a Ginsu's Rage Blade attached to it here. That's an interesting one to follow for sure.
I think deciding instead to pick up what could turn immediately into a two-less Spatula if you wanted to. Of course, I think we haven't had a chance to talk about him a ton as of yet, but currently down towards the bottom, those are the players which are attracting my attention the most, because again, we're looking for players who can turn this into a first or second. Taking a big loss streak seems like a decent way to make that happen.
Yeah, right now we have another hacker contested board. This time it's going to be the Camille roll with adaptive defenses, but it's not looking good at all for Vivek, as he just gets the third Camille on stage 3-5, and he's not even win streaking, he's not loss streaking, he's able to finally put the Infinity Edge Titan's Resolve, so he has kinda some of the best in slot items for her, but him getting the third Camille on stage 3-5 with 45 HP is a little bit concerning for me. I'm worried about Vivek a bit.
Oh, I am as well. It's, we've talked about before, the Camille reroll has been a little suspect at the moment, given that Camille has been such a high priority kind of throw-in unit for so many comps. In this particular lobby, it hasn't been so much the case, but we still really need to see that 3-star coming in. And Vivek, even when that happens, he's going to need to do a lot of work with that Camille to recover.
Yeah, we saw this earlier on today with the adaptive defenses, where we kind of saw Vantager take it into at least a top 5, a top 4 spot, but Vantager's spot was also a lot better than this, so it's going to be a rough one to follow for sure. I believe it was Vantager at least, but we have seen the adaptive defenses today do a little bit of work at minimum, but we're starting looking at the lobby here. Volta has kind of been sitting pretty at the top, and we can also see the fact that Broken has continuous win streak to the surprise of no one. And we kind of see like the power level of this Malphite, because the Malphite just becomes this super tank in the front line most of the time. He can solo and can kind of let them clump around him, and he just like takes out an entire team by himself.
It's one of those things that's very confusing when you first come across the Rock Solid, which, as Morgan, as you mentioned, has been nerfed repeatedly. That we'll be seeing the Malphite casting again and again, getting more armor each time and turning that straight into AP. You can see, with the Dragon's Claw, it's proving to be a pretty damn strong front line, denying even the Shred.
Yeah, it denies the Shred, but here the Malphite takes things into his own hand. You're not going to be relying on a backline, something like the Vex, as we said, which has been repeatedly nerfed to the ground. Now it's the Malphite who's able to tank, and no, it's not enough, because Dan LeBlanc with the aim assist, with the Archangel giving her a lot of AP as the combat goes on, and the Jewel Gauntlet critting, as well as the Tree Force, which allows her to attack faster, thus she can cast faster. That LeBlanc is way too strong for the Malphite, and that's my issue with the Rock Solid.
So, I mean, this must be so in the last encounter. The backlines were unable to stay alive, even if your front line is extremely good. I kind of want to open up the conversation here about, we know now that LeBlanc is going to be a major part of this lobby, thanks to Karma God going all in on that. And we've seen people position around denying LeBlanc later on. But what do you do in the mid game when presumably that kind of position would mess you up against every other opponent?
You just gotta flip it, right? And you kind of just accept your fate for the most part here. But that's just kind of how you have to do it at this point of the game, because there's just not a whole lot of other things to do here. That's a big pickup here as well, picking up that Nunu. And that allows him to put in the Vex, and as a 6 mascot, this healing is going to be absolutely incredible. And with this early Nunu in mind as well, there might be some itemization choices made, but he is going to focus on the Vex, as we was talking about. This is not going to be that supers aspect here. I expect him to roll down to at least a Vex 2, unless he feels stable enough right now.
Yeah, I would love to see a Vex 2 at least, and I would love to see what his third augment is going to be. At this point, you would expect something like the Axiom Arc, so she can cast more, or Ascension with this combat, or the First Aid, since it allows them to heal a lot. Anyways, what's happening right now on the screen is that there's a Rel, and there's the Kai'Sa back here with some of the 2 best items that you can put on her, with the Static and the Rage Blade, with the Celestial Blessing, so she almost has 3 items. She's able to survive the Nunu and the damage, and also the Static and the Rage Blade make her stack and reach her maximum attack speed, which is 5.00 so quickly. And if you cannot kill her, and you will not, just because of that CB, she's gonna be putting an immense amount of damage, specifically because she has Quick Draw activated because of that Ezreal being in on the board.
And Volta was so dominant before it started to drop off a little bit, short of having Malphite 3 coming in. Our last augment joining the field, so we are seeing things staying mostly golden here in our final game of the day.
Yeah, the action mark is a big pick, as you were pointing out, right, Morgan? Just going to be some of those. Okay, the block really wants to be put onto the team, but he's just holding off on it for now, just to ensure that he can kind of just block it away from other people. Probably looking for that. Like, would you even need the Jhin here? Because you have the 6 mascot just naturally due to the emblem, right? So do you want to go into Riftwalker? There are some considerations to be made in that regard, for sure.
I think if he rerolls for the... yeah, the Axiom Mark was really good, but at this point, I think the Jewel Lotus might also be very effective, but he already has the Jewel Gauntlet slammed on the LeBlanc, so it would make no sense to take Jewel Lotus when you already have Jewel Gauntlet slammed. The Ancient Archives now give them another Hacker Emblem, so that's more healing for the LeBlanc herself. There's gonna be a lot of Omnivamp, so we could consider this maybe being... a thrill of the hunt, I guess.
No, absolutely. That's a ton of Omnivamp, especially when you're scaling up through the Archangels. The hackers just go right past each other here, and that's always going to be a bit of a disaster if you're trying to get that Camille to take out the high priority targets, and those targets just aren't there.
You can see 5-Fic down at absolutely lowest amount of gold possible pretty much here as well, right? Like, he's just been rolling and rolling and rolling, and nothing has been sticking around. He still lacks those final 2 copies of this Camille unit. And meanwhile, you can see Kamagot here, aka Broken, just holding on to Camille because it might go into his board at the later stage of the game. So there are a lot of things to kind of look out for, a lot of contests around the block as well. I'm more interested to see what the case is going to be. I feel like Volta's just going to stay 7 roll for that Vex free, but the early lead that he got from the power of this Malphite is just kind of allowed to be pretty stable right now.
Yeah, and just as a fun fact, hackers are not just contested in this lobby, but even 4 hackers are contested, as 5-Fic also has a hacker crest himself. So, Pete, it's the Gnar against the Masked Vex comp. But this time the Gnar goes back and the targeting starts right on that Morgana, heads up to the Vex. Who's winning this fight? I'm vouching for the Gnar.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's been pointed out repeatedly, having that Morgana there is such a great insurance policy. Doesn't guarantee you're going to get the kills in, but it keeps you alive for a little bit longer. Unfortunately, the Gnar is strong enough. Has the 2 Titans, including a Team Titans resolve, and the Hextech Gunblade just rips through absolutely everything.
And this is the thing about 6 mascots, and this is why I keep repeatedly saying that they've been nerfed to the ground a lot of times, because just one Gnar with a Gunblade is able to out-heal 6 mascots, absolutely kicking ass against that Malphite, despite the fact that he has Rock Solid, he has a lot of armor, but the fact that he crits for 100% is just too hard to take care of that Gnar, despite the fact that he has 6 mascots. He didn't have any anti-healing, if I'm not mistaken, and despite the fact the Gnar was able to go on the back line, completely cancelling the Malphite holding for the Vex.
Coming out of this carousel, heading towards stage 5. 5-Fic getting themselves a second Spatula, so has a big chance to leap back from the bottom here, where of course we noted the Camille 3 is online. Now they just need to try and pilot it to a top finish.
Yeah, this might be the turning point, right? Because the combination of the Camille 3 alongside that Texas Citizens crown you're putting out here, Peter, we see he already won his previous game. Well, Kingdanzz, that's a Vex 2. Is he on like a contest line here? This is an interesting position. He's gone into the Riftwalker, more traditional Jhin build that we haven't seen a whole lot of over the course of this weekend.
Fascinating stuff. And we're seeing the Oxforce emblem being duplicated there, which does count as another instance of Oxforce. We might even be seeing another Oxforce 6 ball coming in.
Oh wait, you can do that. Okay, actually I forgot completely that you can absolutely copy the emblem, so that's a very smart way of doing it, but maybe against an MF comp, not against the Camille comp, because it doesn't really matter for him. He has a lot of damage with that Infinity Edge and Titan's Resolve, and a lot of healing with the Gunblade, and a huge shield for the Camille, because she finally hit 3-star with the amount of Omnivamp that she's given from the 4 hackers, because he has an hacker crest. Kingdanzz barely gets to survive again. For the 5th time today, we have someone surviving on 1 HP without last stand. We have a secret augment given for everyone in the TFT Golden Spatula Cup 3. A hidden last stand without the stats.
Just trying to find anything that can really help take this board into the right correction. But like the thing is that when you start looking at this, like you look at the items here, it is such a mess, right? There's no complete carry items for the Jhin here. You're lacking a sword. Like just the sheer lack of any offensive components here also really just means that this front line cannot do enough work here.
This is not looking good for Kingdanzz at all, as there will be the Zephyr drop this time, which will knock the front line into the air, but Volta with the rock-solid Malphite won't have to worry about getting the back line interposed on, at least in this particular matchup. Currently Volta sitting towards the middle of the table with multiple other players. Kingdanzz really the outlier here, being down on 1 HP this early.
Yeah, with that Malphite not getting any damage, I don't think that it's going to be looking good at all for Kingdanzz, and he might not make it to stage 5 because nobody's going to get rid of that Malphite as much as I think. Yes, there's empty healing coming out from that that Echo with the Sunfire, and okay, he actually does die in overtime. Okay, I thought that his entry wasn't going to decrease at all, but guess what? I was wrong. Kingdanzz gets to survive for one more round, maybe 2, maybe 3, or does he?
Hedging your bets there.
Seven Infinity being brought into play here from Ukkkkko. We saw this very earlier on, and as you can keep in mind here, he has picked up the Exiles, but the shields still come through. This is a pretty common interaction question, and yes, you can see they do get the shields. Obviously, the Ghost will not get them, but the units themselves will. So the double emblem is a massive bonus here. It allows him to just run so many more flexible carries here, hoping to get that 2-star Garen so he can make the switch away from the Ramnus at some point as well.
Ooh.
All right, let's check in on our econs across the board here. Oh, no, we'll come back to those in a minute. But we can see what we briefly glimpsed, at least, was that we had a ton of gold towards the top of this lobby. And remember, again, we are on the bubble for day 3. Our players need to get a first or second finish. And right now, our front runners seem to be in pole position to do that.
Looking at the Ezreal items with the 7 Infinity teams, you have 2 Ezreals right now that are 1-star. And both of them get copied, and the Infinity teams give the random items according to how many augments that you have currently. So that Ezreal is going to be copied with 3 items, but production lost the show at this combat, so we got this combat, and it's gonna be Kingdanzz with that Zephyr in the middle again that gets copied with the Oxforce emblem. And it could be hard this time to win against this LeBlanc. The Edge of Night is gonna be saving her as well from the targeting that might be coming from the Duelist comp given through this Nyla. And again, the LeBlanc is in absolute safe position with the hackers. She has a lot of Omnivamp again from the 4 hackers being given special thanks to the Ancient Archives. So she's not going to be dying at all, and the EM assist is still being triggered. A kill after another kill, and Kingdanzz might be able to not survive, but basically no, he does win it.
Wow.
Thanks to overtime, the LeBlanc finally falls down, and he's still on 1 HP. It does feel like it's a last stand. I swear to God, it still feels like it's a last stand.
A last stand. I mean, Kingdanzz, again, this is a pretty shocking development because Kingdanzz, of course, won out day number 1 in its entirety. Now is very likely to not make day 3 if things don't go wildly in his favor again. As we check in with Volta, who is still trying to make this rock-solid mascot comp work, but is continuously slipping further and further down the standings.
He is, but he did just win a fight, right? So that is going to be a bonus. He also has the full item on the Vex now, and with some other people that are contesting on this Vex, kind of just slowing out and almost getting out of the lobby here. This could be a big spike soon for Volta.
Look at his face. You can see in his camera that he's laughing and he's absolutely chilling, knowing that he might win against Voltrix because of the Ezreal being copied, because of him having 3 shoe shots. He has a lot of damage coming up, but again, the Rock Solid is the name of that augment, and it's called like that for a reason, because he has a lot of armor, and all of these shoe shots are not going to be doing anything to that Giga Chad Rock standing in his face.
I love the positioning here from Volta as well. We know this is a lobby. If you've got a backline carry, it's as good as dead. And the second that LeBlanc turns up on the other side, so moving Vex up towards the front instead, a great countermeasure. But we've received some news. Oh, we're going to be getting some. We've got some upgrades, and we're about to get some upgrades as well.
Okay, which unit is he starting first?
2 copies of Alistar here. This could be really big in terms of the
more dog.
How these lobbies are spiking out here. Still looking out for that Riftwalker, and can ensure that will get the mascot bonus as well. So that's a lot of things to keep in mind there just for a second, but no 3 stars just yet.
Wait, please tell me that he did add in the mascot effect. Please tell me he did.
I'm almost certain they will have, but it's bad news here for Ukkkkko as they get LeBlanc directly applied to the face. But there's so many backline carries that she gets blown to pieces. You can see Ukkkkko leaping from his seat. The level of excitement here as Kingdanzz, Fifek, both are gone. We know 7th and 8th is not good enough to make day 3.
We
this is
were
the
looking
beauty of
at
7
first and
FPs.
second place for the most part here, and Kingdanzz was the only one with a third place in, potentially even. So Volta now has 10, 20 gold to work with. Any of these units on the carousel could be a bonus, but we are looking at completed items instead here.
Yeah, what would Larry go for now? So there are so many options in front of him, but of course the Dragon's Claw is going to be one of the best options that he could go for, because he wants more and more sustain for his composition, for the Vex to be able to put in the damage. But I'm a little bit more concerned, again, looking at these boards, because I think this is one of these situations where an Ornn Anvil would have been really good. Imagine that Malphite with an Anima Visage. He would have not died at all, counting in the Warmogs that the passive stacks together.
I mean, this is the situation we're in, which we've noted from previous games. Glitched out carousels and a Gnar 3 in the mix. So many more carries can come online. A huge turnaround point for Sappho.
And it's also known that his admin, as he is going to be able to activate that with the emblem here, is going to be every 5 seconds his team's going to gain AD, as we also see another free-star free-cost carry being found here. A LeBlanc free coming through from Broken. So a lot of massive spikes all around right now.
Yeah, and let's calculate all the damage coming up. Deathblade and a Hodge and a Last Whisper. The admin effect gives him 15 every second. He's able to delete these people, and he's playing down one augment all of this time. The Ascension hasn't even triggered, and soon as it does, this Gnar is going to be obliterating people, baby. 15 seconds best. So it goes. The Pike does his best in order to keep that Kai'Sa out of combat for a little bit of seconds, but just as soon the Gnar reaches her one cast, is going to be able to win in the game. Maybe not, because of the Edge of the Night saving her, and she will survive. As Sappho loses despite the fact of him getting that Gnar 3 as we go one more time, and the aim assist just makes Volterix lose another round against Broken, and it's a fiesta going on after the carousel beat.
Okay, it's gone. We're down to our top 5 as yes, these players have hit again and again. The 3 stars pouring in. They know this is the moment for them to find their ultimate uncapped boards and do damage numbers, the likes of which we never get to see.
24,000 damage, man. That is almost a gold standard right there as well for the LeBlanc. And, you know, that is some of the things you got to keep an eye out for. Voltex still cannot find that Vex free, so still under a little bit of a struggle. Boss, meanwhile, going directly head first into this Gnar 3 coming through from Sappho.
One more time, Pete. One more time.
Oh my gosh, that was right in the center and everybody gets torn to pieces. At least we've got the hackers who are able to avoid most of the combat. We've got the 3-star Alistair in there as well. Volta so close to getting wiped out. They're really relying on the Nunu to stay up and keep on scaling because everybody else is dead. Fiddlesticks comes right into the middle, provides a little bit of extra damage, but Gnar is still untouched and he is just chewing everyone to pieces. The ball has been brought down to 3, but has not yet been slain.
And this is the beauty of an Gnar comp. He's able to one-shot the Mascots before they can lick their wounds, before they can come back to full HP because of the 6 Mascot effect. The damage that is being output from Sappho's board just absolutely denies the Mascots from being able to regen at all. He has a Rock Solid on that Malphite, but he's still not able to survive because of the amount of damage done through that Ascension, the crit, the admin effect that gives a lot of continuous damage. If production tells us how much damage that this Gnar had, I would bet he had more than 400 at minimum at some point in that fight.
Oh yeah, I mean, he just annihilated everything. I do want to take a small note though to check in on our economy for our players as we come towards the tail end here. Alephis and Odessa both have a lot of money in the bank while they're still growing stronger.
There it is.
Stronger.
That is the big one here coming through now. Vex free could be the last thing time to turn these fights around, but the free stars are coming out thick and fast here for Aleph as well. I mean, we're seeing this board time and time again. It can really not get any stronger. He's almost also closing in on an MF free. This game could get absolutely crazy, Peter.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Volta holding on, needs to avoid getting the Vex blown up before she really comes online, but is stacking up that Archangels, growing stronger and stronger. She will eventually rip through everything. LeBlanc is not in the backline this time round, but the Gnar still remains. He's so incredibly tough to put down, and Vex is doing nothing to him at all.
Yeah, this is the only issue about Odessa not being able to get his Gnar into a 3-star. The only reason that Volterix lost the battle against the other Gnar is because he was but this time also Odessa is able to do it, and Volterix is gonna die of Panda. And I was just saying that the Gnar 2 will suffer, but I take it back. Apparently it's Volterix bolt that was too weak, not them having too strong Gnars.
I mean, the overall positioning here of Odessa's board as well, it is probably a stronger board overall when you look at the surrounding pieces. So that's also something you got to keep in mind here. Like, you're looking at a Nunu, you're looking at this Annie free as well. You're looking at the Burning Spirit providing that overall team-wide power, really just providing more damage. So, and again, look at the gold count here, Morgan, as well, right? He's a 72 gold. He has so much time and money and to just try to uncap and recap this board.
He's just so chilling at this point. 72 gold, 6 win streak. If he can win 2 more rounds after the Cursal, he can go just past 9, and he might not even be willing to take the risk. But leave us from that. We're going on to Selfless board again one more time. Admin effect that gives him a lot of AD. At least this time the Pike is able to go on the Kai'Sa to try and put as much CC as he can on her. She still has not fully stacked the Rage Blade, but the targeting is perfect this time on the Gnar. However, it gives them the ability to cast more and more, but this time the Gnar goes down. This time might be able for Alteris to win this combat. She doesn't have any healing with that CB because the damage is just too high. So she just dies before being able to kill the Pike.
Yeah, keep in mind the final X Factor here, Peter. Yeah, so keep in mind here, the final X Factor for LF is going to be that Misfortune Free being an option on the bench here. Odessa, that's a 2-star Syndra, but it really doesn't fit onto this board right now. It's very tightly stuck together. It's just about finding those 2 last copies of Gnar, but that is ever so tough when you have Sappho in the game still.
We're down to our top 4. Again, every single point could be the difference maker as Karma God, aka Broken, is up at the top. We start to see our players going face to face. In fact, we'll see the opposite sides of the same one, so you can watch it in 3D. All about whether or not the Gnar is able to stay up and keep pumping out that damage.
He could have sold the Nunu. He already had 5 gadgetines in with the Lulu. It's about 6 gadgetines, but we'll talk about more after the combat because he's about to win again, and he might get one more chance for these Syndras to be put into the fight. But this time it's gonna be the ultimate Gnar versus Gnar fight. However, Odessa has the better Gnar because he's a 3 cost and there's no healing. But no! The Nunu will be able to get it. The bonk goes right on his head as Odessa says, I'm surviving for one more round, Safu.
You kind of got the answer as to why the Nunu wasn't sold there right as well, Morgan, because you can kind of see this how much power is tied up in having the Nunu as a unit in of itself. It's so strong, the continuous healing combined with that Alistar as well. So just because that he's over budget, quote unquote, for the gadgetin units, that doesn't mean he has to cut any of them as of right now.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I didn't say Nunu. I said Lulu. He still has a Lulu on board. You don't need that anymore, do you?
I mean, to be honest, not really. No, I guess that's a fair point to make here as well. I heard the ass Nunu. I must apologize for that right now. LF is also kind of stuck in this. He's also kind of stuck in the same issue that we see from Odessa, right? 2 copies of that final carry upgrade here in the MF3 does have that Kai'Sa freestyle though.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the Kai'Sa itemization. We definitely are starting to see more defensive measures being put in place to counter these hackers. The Edge of Night giving her just a little bit of extra time, and hopefully de-aggroing, as we will be seeing the Gnar going directly into Kai'Sa's face.
Oh, please no. At least this time he's jumping on the right side, which is good because she has the Edge of Night, so she's good to go. And she does get the trigger, but he was stunned, so he might just retarget her right after he takes and gets rid of that Garen. He has a lot of damage, fully healing to full HP after each cast because of the Bloodthirster and the Gunblade, but no, the Kai'Sa is able to do it this time because the MF was also safe, so the quick draw damage coming in and stacking is gonna get Odessa maybe losing this round, maybe also outside, but again, another instance of the hidden last stand keeps him for 1 HP alive in this combat, but it's gonna be Sofo out, so he might be able to get all of these Gnars.
And we're down to our top 3, 2 of them on a single life. And right now, Broken, aka Karma God, on a win streak with over 40 life in the bag, definitely making a very compelling case for his placement in day 3.
Yeah, now with the Gnars back in the pool, there's no more goal for Odessa to roll with. He's just reliant on this board.
Let's see if Odessa manages to get through this one. We've got Alf, who is very low health. I believe this is the Ghost we're seeing playing right now, though maybe they're just completely wrong about that one. Alf is going to be pumping out the damage from the backside. This time, The Kaiser avoids taking early aggro, so she'll preserve her Edge of Night for just a few moments more. Once it procs, of course, she steps up the power level even further and rips through the board.
It was just one more Gnar for this, and he might have been able to win this one. And soon as Sofo goes out, the one who's been taking out all of his Gnars for that 3-star, he doesn't get the chance to roll enough because he went to level 9, he tried to push for the Syndras, but him pushing to level 9 gave him 0 added value to that comp, Wida.
I mean, not really big. They needed to figure out what is the correct way for you to start approaching the end parts of a game here. So keep in mind right now, LF is on 20 points before this game. Broken, aka Kamigat, was only on 19. So LF can go to 27 just with the second place, but would much prefer winning the lobby because that would put him to 28, which is a much safer breakpoint to be at, and would also add that extra first place to the tiebreaker.
Does he even stand a chance? I think Broken's board is a little bit too strong at this point with the items that he's getting as well. No shrouds, nothing that he wants on either the Kai'Sa or the MF right now. Could add in a Jewel Gauntlet because he doesn't have Jewel Lotus, so that could help the MF snuck in a little bit more damage. Also could look in for a Locket so to tank more of his front line, but the Jewel Gauntlet definitely makes most sense here.
Need to make a decision right now because the MF3 here is the win condition. This Elsa 2 probably does not matter in the big picture of things, but no copies of MF has been found, so it's just going to be just pure freestyle versus freestyle here for the freestyle carries.
Morgana being parked right in the way. One last chance for Alette to survive.
Yeah, but this time it's gonna be 4 hackers with this LeBlanc, so she has a lot of Omnivamp, and the Edge of Night might save her from the Kai'Sa targeting. Both of them have the Edge of Night on their carry units, but the aim assist is gonna get the Kai'Sa. She dies first. The MF is not gonna be able to cast as soon as possible, and even if she does, she's not even looking at that LeBlanc, but LeBlanc can see her, and the broken board is just too strong at this point. He's able to snuck in a lot of damage. Only one unit survives, and Altadis will go down as Broken takes in this game and ends the day with a win for Game 6 of Golden Spatula Cup Day 2.
Yeah.
There's a reason why he's a karma god, a broken god, breaks through. I mean, it's the makings of a great player, isn't it, gentlemen? When called upon to not, to play TFT in a way which you just normally wouldn't in a tournament, to force yourself to get through to the top one and say, this is the only way I survive.
Yeah, you gotta look at it as well and see, there could be a situation where this isn't even enough, right? Depending on how the breakpoint and those final few other games land. And you gotta look at that overall picture and try to figure out what really has been going on here all throughout the day, Peter. So, I mean, it's just what a game.
I enjoyed being here a lot today again with you, Ida and Pete, and again, it's always such an honor to be a guest with all of you guys. Shout out to Nigeria, shout out to Mix for always being helpful, and all of you guys for your consecutive tips and help. It always feels, again, like this is my family. I come in here, once I miss one tour, I come to the other, and it still feels the same. You guys have always been helpful to me. I wish, as usual, that I was up to your standards, and I wish that I always improve so we can have better and better outcome for the viewers. Thank you guys for being such an amazing community, and Pete, I enjoy all of your tips. You are one of the most helpful, you and Makes. You guys always got my back. I love you guys so much. So, out to you.
Gentle viewers, we are not completely done with day number 2 of the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. We need to do our final calculations and see indeed if that final game did impact our standings. We shall also have our interview with the winner of day 2 after the break, so don't go anywhere. Islanders Desk still has to say the final word. We'll catch you after the break.
I'm Tevi, I'm from Spain. I'm 28 and I've been playing TFT since the first day it came to the PBA. I was able to play in the European of set 5. After that, I think we started having golden spatulas on set 6, and I played quite a few. I played, I think, like 5 or 6 golden spatulas, but it was hard for me last year because I had some personal problems that made me play worse, but since November I moved back to Galicia with my family and friends, and being able to focus again on myself and being more happy than I was before is helping me get back on track and try to get again on my peak level. The hardest player for me is myself, to be honest. There are some days that you just get into the computer and you are playing just because you have to play, but you are not focused, you have music, you are thinking on other things. I think that's the answer. When I perform well and when I do well, I believe 100% on myself, and I'm my strongest opponent. Well, I don't have much people following me since I don't stream. It's hard for people to follow someone that just plays the tournaments and doesn't do much more. But if there are some there, thank you very much for supporting me. I'm going to try to be back on my peak level, and I'm gonna try to do my best this weekend.
Welcome back to our Analyst Ask Now. Niberia, how could it be any different than our tournament day ending with a LeBlanc on top of this combination?
Look, man, you cursed us all. I gotta say, first we got the double Nars. Now we got the LeBlanc. She's back. She's back to terrorize us all, haunt our dreams. She is my sleep paralysis demon. I expect to see her tonight, and I will sleep no more. So, where do we want to start, Makes? Because you and I, we were going back and forth in the green room.
Yeah, let's start with our key feature. I think that's always the most important thing to talk about. And for our last key feature of the day, we wanted to bring something up that has not only been a key feature in this game, but what it feels like in all of our games that we had thus far. And it is going to be that Edge of Night. Now, Niberia, tell me a little bit why we decided to make that our key feature.
Well, it feels like it's the single most important item in the game. With all the hackers coming around, the ability to drop targeting on your primary carry is so incredibly strong. We've seen it on Misfortune, we've seen it on Kai'Sa, we've seen it on LeBlanc even. Because the power of being able to say, hey, no, back off, and get that DPS out negates the power of the hacker. Your DPS actually gets to do its job. Isn't that crazy? You get to have a backline for like 2 seconds before the LeBlanc retargets it. But that's been able to get so many boards through the hardest part of the hacker, which is it jumps immediately onto your backline, and the additional attack speed lets your carry get their cast out faster. And we saw that help out Alet's Kai'Sa comp pretty heavily in the last game as well.
Yeah,
on top
for
of the
sure.
LeBlanc, but
The one thing specifically about that LeBlanc comp that had me, I tell you, floored was that Broken, so Karma God, did actually re-roll his third augment. And that augment choice was Action Art, Thrill of the Hunt, Component Grab Bag. Didn't want any of those for a LeBlanc carry. re-rolled it, and then went with the Ancient Archives, which to me was so crazy. He even had a Jeweled Lotus in that second option window. It's just, what is going on? And he piloted that comp with the emblem he got. He got a hacker emblem out of it to the very top of this lobby. He was super happy with this result and is going to make it, as far as I heard, on the back of tiebreakers. So very well done there. But there was more going on in this lobby, and I told chat about it. You know, in those first 4 games that we had today, the Narcoms went bottom 4 on broadcast. I swear this to you on all that is holy. They went bottom 4, and suddenly game 5, game 6, and the Nar is everywhere. You cannot escape it.
Yeah, it really did rise to prominence a little bit. This was something that you and I were talking about yesterday as well, like the Katarina effect of this comp is so incredibly strong. There's no way I'm going to be able to get to play it. Therefore, nobody's playing it, and the rare few who do get to hit it. Now it seems like we've swung in the other direction now that we're in day 2, and people are actively contesting it again. That game, we had 2 people going for it, Safo and Odessa, and unfortunately, Odessa got the short end of the stick, got fewer Nars, wasn't able to make that work, but Safo got pretty far with it. And I think this is going to be indicative of what we're going to see tomorrow. We are going to continue seeing more LeBlancs. We are going to continue seeing more Nars now that the players have gotten more comfortable understanding what the contested lobbies look like and how to work within them.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the Nar wasn't the only comp that featured little-sized menace. Voltairix actually piloting a mascot comp here in our last game of the day, which was super surprising to me to see that Vex 3 be back in place after it was pretty much nerfed out of existence right at the start of this patch, or this set rather, this half set. Now, we have seen some of these mascot Riftwalker comps in the screens from yesterday, but whenever we've seen them do well, they were supported by heavy use of emblems. And I think for Volta, it just wasn't enough. There was one mascot emblem, but it didn't go all the way. That Vex 3 seemed to do nothing against the Nars healing. And so I think that was history as it is written. Hopefully Volta can still make it on the back of a ranked ladder. I'm not sure how that's looking for him right now. Would be good to see him again. Of course, also Ogi won't be making it in, and I'm curious who else won't be making it in, Matt. I think we are waiting on the standings. I'm not sure if they are ready right now. So, yep, there we go. Those are the finished standings. Everything's ready. Tiebreakers have come through. We're only going to take the top 32 to tomorrow.
Yeah, some strong performers from day 1, not making it all the way through day 2. Looking at Fifek, Experian especially, who did so well on day number 1, and Dry barely not making it out, which I know for you is particularly disappointing because you were really pulling for him as one of your predictions.
I was hoping for it, you know, but the tiebreakers are tournament points here in this case, and Broken has 59, Dry has 56, and so he wins that tiebreaker there on the 32nd slot. But going up there, at least my winner prediction is still running in. We have Ging up there. That's great.
Yeah, I want to highlight, of course, obviously, Double 61, multi-time EMEA champion, single-time world champion, making it in just under the wire. Og winning the day with 40 points, really making quite the performance. And Sologasang showing his strongest tournament performance in a while, sitting there in 15th place.
Yeah, he was saying that, you know, he wants to do better than last set where he did make it to the EMEA finals, but not to Worlds. So this time, motivation is high to actually make it all the way, because that is what we're trying to enable these players to do. Of course, EMEA finals are coming up next month, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have one more day of competition, and of course the Super Brawl this month. And we do have something special for you guys. We have an interview with someone, Matt. I'll let you do the introduction. That is very special to you. Hi, Matt.
Look, I'm starstruck. What can I say? This is the Darkhydra. Hey, what's up?
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Good. I'm feeling it's been a long day. I don't know about you.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah, pretty intense games coming in for you?
Yeah, I had some rough games today, so it didn't go that smooth.
I mean, you made it 19th place. That's pretty good. Are you happy with that at least, or are you still a little bit concerned about those rough games?
I'm still a little bit concerned. I mean, I played well most of the games, but I wish I could have done better.
You did manage to have a win today, though, with a NAR comp. Would you say that is your preferred comp in this current patch, or is there another comp that you rather play if you can?
I'm currently playing AD Flex, so I flex between Samira and Belvet carry mostly, with like mech frontline.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really leaning toward Hacker as much, but if I get the opening for it, I'm just gonna go through with it and play it like everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. Whenever players see the signs, they're kind of like, oh, I guess it's another LeBlanc game. It's another NAR game. We go in and we just do that. But yeah, great to see that you made it through. I know, so you've been playing TFT for a long time, right? You used to be very much on top of everything, and then for a while, you didn't play as much, but you're back now. So my big question is, what made you come back? We're so happy you're here.
Well, I played a lot of TFT and then I got like burned out from playing it. So I had to take a break because I didn't enjoy the game and it was just suffering playing it every day. So I eventually stopped.
But you enjoy it now.
And then I played some other games and I got bored of them and now I'm back and I'm enjoying TFT again.
That's great. I love to hear that.
So I've got to ask, what are your plans coming out of today? Obviously, it's been a long day of games for you. You said you're feeling a little bit mixed on the results. Is it just going to be like hard prep, heads down, or are you going to take some break, take a breather, and reset for tomorrow?
I'm probably going to practice.
Or like stream or something.
No, I'm not streaming, but I'm going to play some games to practice for tomorrow because I don't have GSC points yet, and I really want to make regionals. So I hope for a good finish tomorrow. I really want to have that miracle run and make it into like the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great plan. We wish you best of luck on those endeavors. And before we let you go off stream and prepare, of course, for those high goals, is there anybody you want to shout out? People that supported you, people that you practice with, family, friends, whoever you want to give a shout out to?
I want to shout out my family and friends. I actually have a lot of people that still cheer for me from back in the day, and also some
like
new people
Matt?
from the German community.
I love you, Darkhydra!
Yeah, like him. But yeah, there are still a lot of people that support me and cheer for me every day. And yeah, I'm really thankful for those fans and people that cheer for me.
That's
really
amazing.
makes me happy.
I love hearing that. So happy for you. Best of luck tomorrow. Hopefully our interview is going to give you an interview buff. We're always trying to proclaim that. And we'll see you tomorrow in the games. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And have a nice day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Look, it worked for Norby. Why can't it work twice? Yeah. I'm feeling it.
That is true. I've never seen you fangirl this much, Matt.
I don't normally. I have met like very famous esports people and like felt nothing. And then it's so weird because like when I started playing TFT, when I was in the LPL, we knew we were doing a TFT show match. And I knew I really wanted to do it, but at the time I was like bronze. And I was working with our head of broadcast, Raz, who is now in the LCS, was like, okay, if you can get gold, you're going to do the show match. And I was like, all right, it's time to heads down. And Darkhydra was like a big part of that. So he, in a weird sense, started my TFT career. So it's just a very weird sort of series of connections. And Darkhydra was a big part of that. So it was really cool getting to talk to him.
I love that.
I tried to keep it out of the interview as much as possible. I didn't want to be like, when are you going to stream again?
Maybe he'll watch this interview and whatever we said after, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll stream again. But
30-minute stream just to say he did it.
Speaking of good news, we did have a contest over on Twitter, and if you missed it, don't worry, there'll be another one tomorrow. But of course, we want to congratulate our winner. We had a contest where people had to title this beam And I need to give context, I guess. Everything was given except for what was above Change Our Minds. And somehow I am the 3-star version of whatever this is.
3-star thumb?
I don't know. I'm the 3-star thumbs up? Is that what you say?
I always knew that you were the top echelon of thumbs up. Can we get a thumbs up to the camera?
Of course. Here it is.
Yeah, that's a 3-star right there. I don't know what to say. Itemize that. That's going to be your primary carry. The thumbs down is obviously going to be the tank in this composition, denying happiness to all. So I think we've really got a good comp made out of hands at this point, which is, I think, the weirdest thing I've ever said on broadcast. And that's really saying something.
It is. I can see our other casters just going like this. I understand. Good. I understand. Tomorrow, we'll have another contest. Make sure you check out our Twitter and take part. You can win 10 legendary Little Legend eggs. So if that's something you'd like, go check that out as well. Of course, we're going to be back tomorrow. If you liked watching us, you should come back. We are starting again at 1 p.m. CEST, that's Central European Summertime for you, in case you're not in the same time zone as me. And that will be day 3. We will be deciding who goes to the EMEA Regional Finals. And that is a very big thing for all of us. So if you have the time, why don't you hop on over and be there with us? Now, Matt, for everybody that has a phone, you guys have phones, don't you? Take us through our socials.
All right, of course, if you want to come along on Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA or use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends, everywhere else, Facebook, Instagram, and the brand new official Teamfight Tactics YouTube featuring esports content at Play TFT. And of course, cannot forget the casters at Morgan Cass, at Counterfeit Cast, singular, at Weeda Cass, plural again, at Makes, that's her, with an underscore, and don't you dare forget it. And then I'm at Niberia.
Yeah, with an underscore, because my username was taken, like most people, unless
Stolen.
You who has theirs. So yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our production. Thank you to our observer. We love you so much, Danny. And thank you guys for chatting and being here with us. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Until next time.
time.